I'm not sure how many of you will relate to this, but throughout life, if you've been brought up in the scope of any type of indoctrination or religion, it almost sometimes feels as if there's a impending presence just over your shoulder of profound um, energy. And during the course of my life experience, I have sometimes found myself in a position where I almost feel I have an obligation to explain myself to this unseen presence. Most closely defined by the Christian take of God is always watching you. Now, whether it was through a system of indoctrinated controls that I have a recognition of this presence, or whether it is an actual metaphysical situation where there is actually an overseeing of this experience that observes. And sometimes I find myself in a position where there is a profound sense of pushing blame off onto this impending presence. Not so much crediting it with the blindness of a good time or a fulfillment of happiness, but most definitely and generally in times of duress, stress, I will voice out to this spectrum, inspector, that seems to lurk over my existence and voice a complaint or hold it responsible for situations and circumstances. Now, in some areas, that would be considered a mental illness, a sickness, possibly even a schizoid multi-personality. And then in certain philosophies and religions, that would be considered being in touch with, I don't know, maybe God, spirit, angel, whatever you want to call it. But I have found that it was at one point in time so deeply instilled in me that even when I became my most angry with this impending specter that looms and lurks, almost a sense of guilt for becoming angry at it, as if though it had created the situation and circumstances that I was under and that I'm dealing with. I have relinquished that and am relinquishing the remnants of that way of thinking, that way of expressing, though it may be a mental steam release valve, a way to exhaust pent up aggravations or conditions of the human experience. It almost seems as if it's within the realm of disobedience to cut this connection off. And that itself has to be relinquished. I was wondering if anybody might have some profound thoughts or thinking on such a thing. I'm waiting on a particular guest to arrive, and when they get here, I'm sure a lot of this will be carried forward in conversation. But if you don't know why you're here, or if you don't know why I'm doing what I'm doing, that's the gist of it. So until my guests show up, I'll continue throwing a little. I'll be throwing a little music your way, and possibly an ideal or two. Thank you. Hey Don, how's it going? I don't know how long I was muted in that small period of silence, but I was given a retrospective of a conversation that I had earlier today that was pushing kind of a broader spectrum of thinking. And before this last song, I was explaining it, and I noticed that I was muted. I've been having a lot of resistance with my internet, my phone, and other forms of communication and media that I work with. And it's been very intrusive ever since I exposed certain things that I'm researching and certain things that I'm involved in. Prior to this, I could be on a piece of junk phone in the middle of nowhere and still have a relevant conversation that came through clear without any disruptions or disturbances. But since that information and what I'm involved in has came to the forefront, I have really been tormented with interacting with these devices, with my connection to Wi-Fi, even phone frequencies, phone calls. Um, it's been almost a displeasure to set eyes upon these technologies the way that they've been acting here lately. And I don't find that it's any coincidence. Um, I don't know how much of what I said actually got through whenever this thing muted itself, but I was discussing the perspective of the observer and the conscious participator and the three stages of living prior to the moment, living in the moment, and creating the moment to live into. Um, there are those that live to the moment. There are those that, profoundly come in and out of the moment. And then there's another class that create the moments that they're going to live into. Um, the parable in the analogy we used earlier, was kind of like a choose your own adventure book where, you're following the story or you're making a decision in that moment, which free will is basically infinite amount of options, but only two choices to do or not to do, yes or no, such forth. And then you have the one that writes the story and creates the chapter or the circumstance that they're going to live into. And that's where the bounds of our conversation earlier today wound up. And where I was finding a lot of relevancy, but since that conversation, um, I I have been nothing but tormented with trying to keep a stable signal, and I had absolute intrusion and interference into my system. That being my digital system here and my components. So somewhere along the way, I have lost. I guess I rose to a little attention with something or somebody. I would say more something. I'd probably say machine learning, picking up on something more so than an actual living being these days. But I just thought it was kind of interesting, and the individual I was talking to suggested maybe going live today, and we arranged it for around this time, so I'm kind of hoping they show up because I had a big musical spiel last night for about 3 hours and entertained the shit out of myself. Um, so until then, I'll throw a couple more songs at you, but I didn't want you to sit in the chat room or interact without at least knowing the circumstances that brought me here and what effects I'm enduring while dealing with this. So bear with me if you would, please.
Hey, Axis.
See, there we go. I just explained that whole thing, Dom, and my mic shut itself down. Thank you, Don. Thank you. I don't know if
Hey,
you caught any of that or not, Dom.
no, I didn't, Axis. My apologies. I just came on about three or 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, I was just discussing that since our conversation today, um, I got to keep an eye on this because it did this to me just a minute ago. I went to speak something and my phone muted itself. And this is an ongoing occurrence since our conversation earlier today. I've tried to join a panel to bring light to a situation that was being drug around and resolved. And I used 3 different devices to try and get on the panel, and I kept getting kicked. One device wouldn't even connect at all. It would just set and spin. until I used a foreign device, one that I don't generally use to get on the internet with, and it got through. And just now, me going to speak to you, um, this thing just muted itself up. And there's weird shit going on at the bottom of this device right now. It's flashing and it's blinking and doing things that I haven't ever seen this do before, unless I was dealing with the FCC or one of the conglomerate businesses involved in telecommunications or Wi-Fi communications.
Well, we did, without the people here, we did share quite a bit of, I like to think, heavy stuff. So I think we both kind of came to realize, or at least came to the term that we're probably being monitored as we're talking on our phones. So yes, I think you're only confirming what I think we were speculating before anyway.
Yeah, this just brings it to a solidification for me because, as tech savvy as I want to be, they're still the ones that control the system. And I haven't ever run into, as clean as I keep my components, this this type of thing unless I was dealing directly with communication companies.
Yeah, we might have to resort to going back to smoke signals access at this point.
Right. You're
You know,
you're absolutely right.
we'll have to monitor. Like I think we were joking earlier about we'll have to do Morse codes. We'll have to talk trucker talk now or car parts. So anyway, this will make a complete light of it. But yeah, what you're sharing, I'm with you. I think all devices are being monitored in some way.
Um, that's what I was saying to Don here just a minute ago was I don't know if it's an algorithmic um, type of situation that I'm dealing with that might have been triggered, but it may be actual real time monitoring by a physical person. I don't know. I just know that what my system is showing me is that I'm receiving interference.
Well, we'll probably push some of this technology to, I don't know if it's to its limits, but pretty sure we'll find out in a short period of time. So I hope it hasn't caused any major grief instance for you, actually, Access. I thought what we were sharing, I think we weren't being malicious to any system.
No, no. So I alluded to what we were talking to. I didn't go into any type of deep uh, perspective on it, but I glazed the surface of it to
Mm-hmm.
see how the what I'm on, the device I'm on now, how it would react, and it started muting me manually. So yeah, that's and what it's doing right now is I've got a it's kind of like Black Ice Defender, lets me know if I'm being traced or
Mm-hmm.
monitored or somebody is scanning my ports or trying to access my device, and this thing is flashing in the red. Pretty pretty wild to watch, but they can't get through because there's nothing here on this particular device that I'm using for them to access other than just free free cloud information other than what I say or what anybody else says. So take that for what it is. And I encourage anyone to come up on panel and join us because apparently we have uh, we have entity visitors. We have the paranormal activity going on here. It's manifesting through my device. Let's see if it carries over to yours, Dom.
Well, once I feel more thorough in monitoring that, but I'm pretty sure, like I said, what we shared earlier, I'm pretty sure I'll probably get some clear cut signs. I hope it doesn't do any harm to us, but
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say other than I've got my defenses up and I've got my firewalls up. All my ports are
mhm,
shut down, and all they can do is just echo back to themselves and basically a dead port. That's why this thing's just bouncing in the red. There's nothing. There's nothing they can get to that's going to give them anything more than just basic systems information for the operating system and what we're doing in real time. So I'm not, really concerned about it. It's just interesting that it's transpiring. Shows the system of kind of control that they're implementing on us, wouldn't you
mhm.
say?
I'm I'm kind of wondering, what do I tread on now? I'll try this, and if you find axes that maybe I'm treading a little bit too much, give me a quick slam my, and I'll slam my brakes. They, I know to a certain point because we've been hearing things like about a credit system, and a credit system only works if everything's being monitored. Um, I'm going with the credit system. I'm not going to lean towards it could be outside entities, but it could be. So again, I've been hearing it in a lot of communities. The way we talk, foul words, when they talk about other countries, you know, history have shown even that in their own versions of how to, discipline people and their behaviors and what they talk about. We've been living in what we say, supposedly in this part of the world, freedom of speech. That might be slowly being squeezed out.
I believe you're right, Dom. I believe you are on point with that. I did a small prelude after the first song that I played when I opened this stream up. That was kind of addressing that um, invisible guy that, especially if you've been indoctrinated with any type of religion, that's impendingly over your shoulder, watching your every move,
Hmm.
and how unindoctrinating and removing that sense of blaming it for life circumstances or even recognizing it as something that I should feel guilty towards by dismissing it or becoming um, disrupted by the presence of it because I am under the indoctrination at one time of blaming it for situations like almost a deity or a overseeing energy that just is peering over the back of your shoulder, watching your existence. And at one time, it was pretty profound because I was heavily indoctrinated at a very young age with religion. So, with that type of indoctrination, you always feel like there's this impending energy over your shoulder, watching everything you do, judging everything you do, getting ready to slap you down for making a mistake or screwing
Hmm.
up. And I thought, well, if that's the case, and my dissidence, then it's responsible for my creation, and therefore it needs to take responsibility for itself, and I'm definitely going to bitch at it. Now
Rightfully
I've
so.
gotten beyond that. I'm choosing to eliminate that impending observer of a I don't know what sense of persecution by deity, an ever present energy, and it's so deep seated that it's really difficult. And sometimes I catch myself when I get in states of aggravation, just absolutely going to verbal war with this thing. And then you question, whoa, what part of this is actually sanity? Because in some aspects, that's completely insane. But in certain indoctrinations and religions, well, you're you're going against the ever present knowing God. So I choose to eliminate all that. Just
Just
to let you know where I brought the the chat and who's been here into.
that's probably useful in that having that attitude or that direction.
I
I think
think
with all, go ahead, go ahead.
go ahead. No, Dom, please.
I was going to say with all the indoctrination that we've all been exposed to, it's kind of forced me and I voluntarily talk to these devices, so I'm even being monitored more. Where I've tried to have numerous conversations with buddies, it's because it's less monitoring. I mean, even though I've had hours of conversation with buddies on the phone, which that could be monitored, we're probably going to be easier to be pinged because when you listen to certain things that are talked through, like in this case, YouTube, high tech AI could sort out all that noise, opposed to the ones that are genuinely talking about things that, you're actually working against the system, you know, talking about energy or, because what I get from most people, their energy is just talking about noise. And what I say noise, drama, spending more time arguing with each other opposed to how do we work together. And even that, I think a lot of that, even though me and you are on a public platform, it should really be done on a private platform, a private situation, if there is whatever they might be called them.
Well, I'm thinking after they revealed themselves today, because it's no coincidence that it happened over multiple devices. Um, and the one that it didn't affect very much was the one that I don't use to get online. Um, I'm going to have to take maybe precautions as far as even just telephone transmissions now. Maybe do something to whenever I'm talking to somebody, uh, maybe scramble the signal going out from our communication so that it's irretrievable information or it's decoherent information and keep them from being able to decipher it. Just more work in a defensive end, but I find it necessary at this point.
Unless we flood the system, everybody starts becoming aware of this information. Let them try to sort it out when it's no longer maybe thousands or hundreds of thousands of people sharing. It could be millions. You know,
That that would be awesome. I mean, that would within what to what extent would they go then to control that situation?
we'll just make them work at it. That's all. It's like anything else. You make them work for it at least. You know what I mean? If I'm going to be trudged in the ground, I might as well at least make them work for it. Because it's easy to talk about sports or soap operas or movies or TV series or other things that they've. This is me assuming, but I'm leaning towards it. When they decide to play the flat earth or globalists or Mandela, I think those are psyops, and that's to separate us, opposed to talk about things that are a little bit more meaningful, and could be physical, but I would lean more towards more of a spiritual, energetic works.
I think you're right. Um, I think you're hitting on point there, which is why I made the little parable in the prelude to this. The conscious mind of awareness that they would have would immediately know exactly what I was saying to them. The general
Mhm.
public wouldn't. See, like right now, it won't allow me to post the link to be able to get on panel.
Yeah, I had a tough time initially doing that. I don't know why. Let me see if I can do it from here. I'll do this because you gave me. Well, it's their format. Let's see. Hmm.
There we go. We got him up. Yeah, it almost feels kind of, a little creepy when you think about it. I mean, even though their observations and intrusions into our life aren't generally as in your face, when they are in your face, you definitely know they're there. There's no mistake in that.
Um, I guess that is one word we can say it's kind of creepy. If anything else, I think it's only confirming. I think what me and you have been speculating or pondering as possibilities, they're just showing us, or the system is showing us. Everything's traceable. We could block you. We could make it sound like as though you have 100 million people watching you, and then 10 seconds later show you there's two people watching us. Again, we're in this technology, but do we really? Well, maybe we might a little bit because we're going to be talking about it. But do people really stop and think about it? How advanced can this technology be? Are we scratching the surface?
Right. And I think, you and I could probably deliver quite the introspective look on how immersive all this has become and can potentially become. Um, because I know my capabilities and I know how I can interfere with and make my presence known in people's range of media.
Mm-hmm.
But to have complete control over the system and all the operations behind that, well, that's almost absolute control, and anyone participating in that is delivering all their intimacies and their inadequacies, such as lying, ego, whatever personification. It's all laid out there and recorded for them,
Mm-hmm.
and it makes it much easier for them to run an algorithm on an individual, and slowly over the course of time, through machine suggestion, to influence you subliminally into certain acts and behaviors.
Mm-hmm. It might not even be like I know we use words or people have been questioning it. It might not even be a they. It might be us masked as in the masses where what would I do if all of a sudden I flipped on one of the channels and all of a sudden I see my icon, my name, my voice speaking, but I know I've never been on there.
Right.
That would be showing. And in chat, there's me communicating too. It goes back to they've talked about it. You have certain people that are doing newscasts, but it's all AI. They give a look appearance of a person. Go ahead, Taxes.
I've been looking at that here recently. One is the actual state of the art effects, latex masks, um, robotic similarity or simulations of people, all the way to the digital realm of completely becoming the embodiment of that person with voice
Mm-hmm.
over the media, and that gives them such a broad range of power to create any circumstance, any situation, and take anybody and either put them up on a pedestal as basically a celebrity or to completely destroy their lives and put them on a virtual death sentence.
Mm-hmm. Movies have been depicted that where they could take one of our icons, post it up on all these billboards throughout the cities, and then start putting our words in our mouth. And most of us, well, not most of us, a lot of people have already been conditioned to see everything through a monitor. So they're numbing senses such as body language. So now they're just hearing a voice and an icon, and just saying this person is against the system. And if anybody sees this person, give us a phone call.
Right. And that basically puts neighbor against neighbor, such as the Night and Fog Decree or what was implemented during World War II.
Yep.
Um, at that point, everyone becomes a
Your
potential threat.
your enemy. Yep. Everybody becomes your enemy. And then after a while, you might be questioning yourself. Like, was that me? Did I actually say that? No, I was never there. And again, it's we still do it. Well, we don't. Maybe you access, but people still do it with they're Asians or they're immigrants. They're keeping that alive. When people start talking about humans as immigrants, what are they really saying? They're basically saying we're classifying them and we're enforcing it. One thing they got to do is have maybe a couple of people on their media saying a couple of words, have one of their leaders say it, the rest of us will do the rest. They start talking about it at a water cooler, or they talk about it in the mall. Well, did you hear about all those immigrants? Did you hear what those people are saying on YouTube? And then people will become knowledgeable, but they'll lack discernment. You hear it in certain people when they say, well, Dom, I haven't watched TV for 10 years. Oh, okay. Because you don't want to afford to pay for cable? No, I think it's dumbed down. I said, no, you've just never learned to use discernment. You should still be in touch with what's being recorded, whether it's TV or radio or in the old days, even today, newspaper, to be informed. Now, somebody can turn around and say, well, that's all jargon. I said, but you're still being informed. Hopefully you can apply discernment and realize that's part of the propaganda that you're sharing with us. But turn the camera, so give me a second access here, turn the camera around and says, that's the propaganda, whoever's given that to us. We can even say it's AI, but now you turn towards the masses. Now you're seeing the results from it.
Yes. And the border situation and the immigrant situation is a good observation on your part, because whenever they launched the convoy and suddenly all these participants in the citizen range that were going down to show support, it went from this massive million people within a couple months coming across the border to just this very small trickle of people. I didn't know if you had been keeping up on that or not, but it's apparently it's bled as far as Colorado, and I have interest in Colorado, so I had concern and was keeping an eye on it. And once the convoy and all the general citizens started mounting up down there, suddenly it de-escalated itself to just a trickle of people.
Well, at that point, Access, we can cut and paste. Take out the word immigrants, put Black Lives Matter, put truckers, put farmers, put Boston shootings. Just cut and paste whatever we want, and that's the distraction. Hey, let's do the impeachment again. Let's talk about make America great again. Let's talk about false flag. Do you see the cut and paste going on?
Yes.
And at that point, it turned towards the masses, and it's an old military strategy that the Romans used to do: get their own people around, do a little bit of fighting in their empire, and let them just go at it themselves. You only need a couple of people that are planted in there, throwing a couple of bricks at a couple of stores. The masses will do the rest.
That's pretty much what my speculation was, not being a first-hand observer, but doing deductive reasoning with the information presented to me, was my conclusion. you know, is they were building a narrative for a means to an end.
Hmm. Yeah, hey, it's getting low, guys. We need a new topic. Hey, let's give them Tucker and Putin. There's a new one. You know,
Bingo.
I told you the other day they're gonna have to ask
Yeah.
us to do if you ever want. Let's go watch the House of Cards. They showed that whole thing about the Americans and Russian governments. They're almost staging what's going on. So you just replace the characters, put in Putin, put in, maybe I'm erring by giving names, for example. So give some leader from one country to another leader from another country, and realize, okay, so are they really fighting each other? No, they're like wrestlers. They're going to pretend that they're actually fighting, even though it's scripted and they still got to play their part. But at the end of the day, they're going to have a beer together or some cognac. And the rest of the masses, they'll continue with their infighting.
Right. And on a micro scale, that's kind of what we were discussing earlier with people who live prior moment, live in the moment, and create the moment to live into. And they're basically creating the moment to live into with people's inability to live in that state.
Mm.
So they create that particular chapter, and people just follow the direction of wherever the book is taking them instead of creating a chapter prior to and living into that. It's a part of manifestation. It's still energy, very much energy work.
Mm.
It's just I think they have with their media such a much broader spectrum of being able to herd the masses, where I'm taking it on a more of a day by day individual approach. Still the same thing, just on two different scales. And I know if it works for me, then it's going to work for them.
Hmm. Well, the marketing has been done so ingenious. Give us this or that. Give us Android or give us iPhone. But we're still buying these devices so now they can track us. Give us Honda, give us GM, give us communism, give us capitalism, and then we all start either buying into it or consuming it. Next thing you know, we bought into it, and in this case, we have the devices. Where anytime you have any new technology, people will bitch and complain, but once you make it coin operated, they'll end up buying it. I'll bring the Wi-Fi to my house. I'll bring the cable to my house. I'll put a TV up. I'll put a radio up. Hey, let me put this Apple device or whatever, and it's hearing me as I'm talking. It's.
And slowly, they put bar by bar their own prison together.
I think we're building it, whether we know it
Yeah,
or not.
through
We're building.
yeah through networking.
Yeah.
Um, and I believe that to be true too, Dom. Is through we're giving them we're we're kind of giving them the design for the weapon they need to call, harness, and detain or contain us. And if the principles are set just right to amuse the mind or please the senses, then people buy right into it and exploit it to the fullest.
Mm-hmm. There's a good chance they have all these different parts, a bunch of people in one part of the world doing the program, not aware that they're only putting a fraction of the program together, and then another part of the world they're doing another fraction, and then eventually they have some high tech computer, a bot, that's actually putting it all together. And
Yes.
next thing, and then whoever they are, we must call them bot, and start giving them names. We'll call him series. As people are making fun and asking her all kinds of questions, her, as I'm using the word her, questions, don't realizing how much information are you giving to them? Are they understanding your speech pattern? Or they really don't care about an individual. They're just gathering information. It's like Uber. You know, why would a company like Uber that's running in the red do business? Because they're doing tracking. Same with drones. I think I've shared with you in the past where every time I fly
Yes,
my drone up there, it's being tracked. You know, whether or not I delete the card that I put in it, but it's still being tracked through GPS. So I'm giving lat, lat, latitude, I think it's called, for whatever computer. You know, this is not somebody behind a board plugging in a phone from one person to another. This is a high tech computer, probably. Who knows how many boards it has or how many places it has, and this is gathering all that information.
and yeah, storing it for instant recall and for information to operate itself in the manner which it needs to be. And when you look at the profoundness of how far they've taken that, they they were talking about in initiating a license to have drones and fly drones here in the states there at one point. I don't know whatever happened with that or what became of it, but I figured at that point when I heard that they had gathered enough information where they could monetize that what they're now calling a privilege.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're doing the disguise of safety, you know, and then they started making smaller drones. You can be under a certain weight, and then you didn't need to have a certificate or a license or whatever. But the ones that do it, they're probably the best ones you want up there because they're taking all kinds of pictures and they're understanding the technology. To me, the technology we have now is no different when they started bringing the advent of written work. Think about all the different variations of written work was presented to us. Those are sigils, right? To a certain point,
Hmm.
you know. So we'll give them a one language, you know, like I think the Romans. I think we were talking earlier about the Latins, where the numerical numbers uh, they were more or less angles when you had number one or two or three or four. Today it's more circular. So and then you look at the Asian way of writing, you know. To me, those are all like computer stuff.
Yeah, it's no different than writing computer code. You know, once you understand the language, such as a computer would, and the language is coherent, um, it can be processed
Mm-hmm.
and interpreted. So, you know, the computer just makes it faster. It's like being able to have a book read itself or explain the information you're being fed, which makes it a little more cohesive, but it's still the same technology. It, it's a a system of communication beyond speech.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Right after, yeah, beyond speech. You know, it's like how long did it really take? All of a sudden, they use some devices and they start giving you emojis or thumbs up. You know, we're back to the Roman days. You know, the Caesar, thumb up or thumb down. You know, but they always are encouraging thumbs up. So you're going to be happy. What's the happy? The thumb up. But what people don't realizing it, it's kind of like the calculator. We've become so lazy now that we use a device now. Dare not ask somebody. So what do you say to Axis or Dominic when they spend 20 minutes talking? Well, I give them a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Is that how you respond to it? And that's, you know, it's next thing you know, we're going to start doing hand gestures. Well, what do you think about the world crisis? I give you a pinky up. You know, I get it. You know, it is communication, but slowly, this is how the masses trains itself. Oh, my friends are doing it, so I got to do it. I got to put all these different kinds of emojis. You know, everything becomes a click of a finger. You know, so where's
Right.
the in-depth part of it? We all do it. Even with
Yeah.
writing, for example. You know, most people say, "Well, I'm living in reality." Not if you're looking through a book, unless you encompass the fact that that book is real, meaning that you can touch it. So now we're talking about your senses. But what people talk about reality is I'm walking in nature, opposed to I read a book on nature. It's a bit of both.
Right. Um, I use emojis as an extension of expression beyond the written word. Um, you know, to me, an emoji is a symbol that gives you a little more room to wiggle
Hmm.
than if you actually write a single word or a sentence that suggests what that emoji or that symbol is identifying across a broader spectrum.
Hmm.
So pros and cons. I mean, but I'm sure they've taught the algorithms to even catch on to you know emoji slang or insinuation. They gave us the emojis to use, and unless you're creating your own, it would be proprietary between you and whoever else had that coding for that particular emoji to recognize it. They gave us that. So I'm sure that
Hmm.
they're studying even the symbology that we're using behind emoji communication.
Well, energy is with it. So part of the indoctrination is not just the fact that we're mimicking. I was just using emojis. It could be written work. So now, where the indoctrination also kicks in is that we all start doing it. We start reinforcing it. We start justifying or excusing why we do it. That's part of the indoctrination. Now, if you're a breakaway group of people and you're going to start using twigs, for example, three twigs to one side opposed to one to the other side, this is what it means. So we're going to use an indoctrination language, but with a different type of language. So we're going to have our own way to communicate, and there's only going to be a small amount of people. So it's never really going to grow a lot of legs. But like I said, how quickly it took in such a short period of time to convince people. Most people say it's hard to learn a different language. Well, what do you think emojis are? That was a language taught within a short period of time.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I'm going to
I
use it as an
know.
example. Yeah.
Yeah, but they actually made a children's movie called Emojis, where they introduced young children to the cartoon version of emojis, and each of them identified themselves by which emoji they were.
Mhm.
I don't know how well it did at the box office, but I immediately seen that as teaching and programming, kids by appealing to them with cartoons.
Hmm. Like I got them at a young age. I remember me in front of the one-eyed TV, the boob tube, watching cartoons and not realizing subliminal messages going on where whatever's running my vessels looking at all the ads. I need those things. You know what I mean? And next thing you know, you start talking among, or you start hearing your parents with other parents. Yeah, I'm going to get this, this doll for this person or whatever, or I'm going to buy them this little car, or they're going to go to university. We don't realize how much we're observing information that's surrounding us. We think only on the waking state, well, I have to focus my attention to it. I said, well, you better make sure you focus that attention inwards because something's always observing all that information.
And that, yeah, even down to the minuscule statistics of micro management and micro movements. It's overwhelming the amount of information to the minute detail that they're trying to extract, and they being Google, Facebook, YouTube, all of them
Hmm.
as kind of fillers to pull that information and the pulse of what they're seeking in. And when they started doing that, and it was first uncovered, which wasn't such a big deal back in the earlier days when we didn't have the option of communication the way we are now with the internet, and everything was typed in, it wasn't so relevant and obvious.
Hmm.
But now that we have communication skills that are basically what would be considered sci-fi in the 70s, they are they are absolutely extrapolating every last bit of it.
Hmm.
So is it just for marketing or is there something else?
Just so I'll share this out loud, where my interpretation, when it comes to the they, it's not the elites. And I want to make sure that people, at least when they're hearing this, I'm not here to topple anything. I'm just sharing awareness to know how the system works to best of my awareness. So if it's not the elites, who is it? The average human being that plays video games. Next thing you know, they want to be a programmer. Doesn't matter what country it is. Or the average person that wants to know how to take a car apart. The elites are just the ones that reap the rewards from financial gains that most people are pursuing. So they're really not. It's kind of like a dictator commanding his captains, and his captain command other people. Next thing you know, the last person down the chain of command is holding a gun and he kills somebody. Now you have to go backwards. That person has to take accountability for the final part. You can't blame the captain yet until you take accountability. So the masses are the ones that are, I would classify it as the they, us. So if there's a problem, if somebody wants to speculate there's a problem, then it's us. We're the problem.
I got I have a song called The God Program that kind of identifies that. Uh, People don't want to take on the responsibility that which we were talking about earlier, is interaction with the computer is interaction with self. It's a mirroring of self, and you're actually interacting with self, which can also be laid over to interaction with a human. You're still it's reacting and interacting with self,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a process. Um, I think we hit some pretty good points on that. Is nobody wants to sit down and take on that identity of how much of a reflection there is in the things that they interact with.
Mm-hmm. Well, it'd be like talking to a chess master. So you want to play the computer? What level do you want me to set it at? Now, it'll be no different. Somebody wants to have an argument. What level do you want me to put your opponent at? Yeah, but I'm not arguing with a real person. How would you know? And what gain would you get from it? So imagine some of these guys want to argue about flat Earth. Now they're talking to a bot, and the bot's set at level 4, and it's already conquering you. And they might turn around and say, okay, I might not conquer you about this point, but as a bot, I could be around for 15 hours. This is where we don't realize how much, do the people really want to make it personal? For most people, like you said, it's about the self. It's personal with themselves. That's why when you hear people say things like, but it's not personal. If you read their energy, yeah, it's not personal with the person that they're with, but it's always personal with them. So they're showing lack of respect for the other fellow being that they're around.
Yes.
Very inconsiderate. That's to me. That's definitely if you're a baby, you don't understand that you can't say "mummy" because you still think you're attached to mommy. It takes a lot of conditioning to realize that you start saying words. So when I hear people say this stuff, I said you don't understand energy, because if you did, you'd realize it's always about you. But can you make it a moment to at least consider other people? And this is why I say the words. They're just words for most people. We hear each other, but we should be listening from within. But what most
And
people
that's
say,
true.
well, go ahead, Axis.
No,
Yeah,
please,
yeah,
Dom.
yeah, sure.
I'm feeding off of the information. I mean, this is really
Yeah.
nutrients.
Again, where it goes to respect for me anyway, is not agreeing or disagreeing with me, is allowing to hear me and not feel as though you need to judge what I have to say. But unfortunately, for most people, it is always about judgment. There has to be an outcome. I got to prove you're wrong. I got to prove you're right. I said, well, then how are you respecting me? Wow, what do you mean? I said, when you say I agree, you're talking about you're not talking about me. Oh, Dom, that's interesting. You went to Florida. Can you tell me a little bit more? Opposed to the person quickly says, oh, so did I. I said, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you just to hear me out. But unfortunately, for most people, they don't realize how deep the indoctrination and group hive mentality works. Well, I got to agree. I said, if you want to agree, go to fucking church or vote for somebody. And even that, do you really know who you're voting for? Do you know what that religion you're really following? What gain would you get when you finally realize flat earth or globalist is a game? What's the end goal for people? If they're going to play this, what's the point? Opposed to there's variations of it. What is the goal for them? You want to be in some sort of group? Why? Because religion booted you out? Because state booted you out? Why do you want to be one of these people? What's next? You know what I mean? Glass half full, half empty. Dare not realize. Should I be also talking about the table? Sure, you can. What about the painting behind it? Sure, you can. What about if I start asking about what's in the water? Now you can talk about that too. What happened if I told you, Dominic, I don't even see the words I'm explaining with you. Now you're using a little bit of discernment. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Axel.
Yeah.
My apologies.
No, you're that's great, Dom. I think that people need to be exposed to this information, whether it comes from you, me, or some other source. This needs to be relevant to them every time that they approach multimedia, every time they interact over a phone or any type of communication device, or around microphones, cameras. I mean, these things are taking defined notes of your every action, and your complacency with it just allows them more leniency. And I'm taking precautions. I'm building defenses on anything I can do to kind of shade and protect any bit of individual privacy that I have left. And I think the more people that participate in that, the better the information exchange is going to be behind the scenes.
Hmm.
It'll take them a minute to catch up, though they will. That's kind of the inevitability of it. You got to stay on top of your game, but it does for a moment. They have to regroup and analyze the new statistics or the new data that's coming through. That hold on, they found a way to deflect, and we missed this guy going to the bathroom. Now let's figure out how that happened.
Hmm.
So I think that outside of marketing and outside of consumerism, which we see come into a definite change because they're trying to eliminate outdated technology, biotechnology, there's a different principle at stake. Or is it that data itself will absolutely take the place of any type of currency, whether it be bartering or purchasing or corporation? Where does that exchange happen? Or is that what they're trying to implement? Is that complete systems takeover to where tangibility no longer is a relevant thing?
I'll leave this up to you, Access. We got somebody in the backstage.
Oh,
Well, hold on before you bring them up, if you don't mind.
okay.
Under the caveat of if this person wants to come up, again, this is up to you. I'm only going to request maybe share what you're aware of, but to accuse or make accusations of, in this case, the host, you're better off just doing it in a private chat at this point, because we're talking about energy pretty soon, and the receipt, as far as I'm concerned, everything's digital. Fucking burn them, because I know
Right.
who the person is, and they have a lot to offer. But this is not one of those channels at this point. He knows who he is. It's not one of those channels. There's a shitload of stuff that I haven't shared. Same with Access, and even the person that's backstage knows quite a bit. So I'll let you decide on that,
Oh,
Access.
yeah. I had an interesting encounter with his presence today, and I spoke up on something that I'm familiar with. I will, if he's disruptive at all, that's not what my channel's about, and everyone knows that. It's abundantly clear. It's not tolerated here, nor will it be.
Well, please come up if you're okay with that, Access, because I enjoy the person. Hi, Snaf. How you
Yeah.
doing, buddy?
What's up, Snafu? Can you hear us?
Give me 1 second and then we'll talk. I need to address your false claims you made, Mr. Access.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give
Maybe.
him a chance to explain himself.
No,
And then,
if you're okay with that, Access. To me, it's the wordage of false claims, opposed to just share whatever you think and let other people decipher. Anyway, Snap is going to do what Snap's going to do, and if you're okay with it, so be it.
I've got my finger on the remove button. And then my other
All
hand
right,
is,
Access, you there?
yeah.
So I heard what you had to say about Mr. Marfugel, who covered up veteran charity fraud. Do you know who Mike Strutton is? Who Marfugel's co-host is?
No.
I think you're gonna owe me another apology here because you ran your fucking pooter pie without even knowing what the fuck the optics are. You literally went on there and said Marfugel is clean and blah blah blah. Do you know that his co-host was a vice president with Oracle? Oracle's the #2 data collection agency in the world. Do you know that he was the vice president with social media relations? Do you know Marfugel committed vetted charity fraud but used Discord for hacking and tracking on unbeknownst citizens and fucking got kicked off from the Chinese platform Discord? Rattblood. Mike Strutton, go look who Marfugel's fucking co-host is. You might want to owe me an apology, you dumb fuck. He's an absolute pogo. He's a traitor. He's committed veteran frauds, and he knows what the fuck.
Okay. Sorry about that, Dom.
Well, the swearing wasn't necessary, Snap. Obviously, you were sharing some information, and it's great to hear that information. I just don't see how other people are going to take that information when you're. And those are probably valid statements. Break it down, and I could ask questions such as who are these people, whether it came out of somebody else's. People are going to make, miscited speculation, and especially when we're on this channel where there will be a lot of, speculation. Some things we're going to be beating around the bush. But, like I said, I hope, if you're okay with them coming up, but it's the swearing, the name calling.
That's not welcome here, and you know that.
Yeah. There's enough channels that obviously favors that. And if that's what you want, Snap, but I've had conversation with you before, Snap, and I know you're a very intelligent person and you can break things down, but it's the voice, like you want to do that other places, you know who they are. Here,
Right.
allow us to ask questions,
I'll
who is
address
this
him
person?
on this at a later time and a more combative setting. But the information that I gave out today had nothing to do with anyone except a certain individual and where my introduction to them came from. And I stand on what I say as far as that being all that I know and what I know. I do know the origin of this particular person, but that's not to be addressed here. That was done on someone else's channel and at someone else's time. Right now, me and you are addressing another situation, and I'm not going to play the same game that these other channels play.
Yeah, I get it. Start talking about energy, talking about how words come to be, or how thoughts are, how the written work affects us. I get that whole ideal. There's, if we're going to talk about how some people violate other people, then we can start talking about previous lives, how energy carries overs. But I get it. There's people that want to deal with today, what's going on today, or what happened 1,000 years ago, which is fine. Maybe 1,000 years ago, too much, which is fine. But again, to engage it, like I said, I heard in a short period of time, an individual, in this case now, who talking about, I had a lot of questions I could ask. First of all, it would be clarity, hence, the optics, focus. Who are these individuals that you're talking about? How does it serve?
Well, if he can slow himself down enough to be a responsible human being with his presence, I can give you that opportunity. But if he's going to indignate himself with the antics and the persecution, then I can't allow that. So, if you want to address those, that would be fine.
Snap, you're more than welcome to come up as long as the foul words. I get it. It's not really to. You already know me enough, Snap. I don't get caught up in the foul words. To me, when people start using profanities or whatever, that should be zero tolerance. Especially when I'm the kind of person, to a certain point, it should be treated like there's kids in the room or parents are here. After a while, it becomes noise, even though there might be a message. But for a lot of people, it'll either be entertainment or noise.
Yes, and we want to avoid the noise. So
well, I have my own noise.
We both do. Okay, Snafu, you heard that. You know where I stand. Let's see how well you can handle yourself in this arena.
Hey, Snaps.
Hello. I'm going to say it very calmly.
Thank you.
You have no clue when you're talking about traitors, criminals, frauds, or pedophile racketeering rings. And the reason I get so mad and freak out and yell just like now, because Access goes on a panel, basically sticks up for a man who 100% committed veteran charity fraud that's been covered up. But here's the deal. Mike Strutton is his co-host. Go look who Mike Strutton is. I became good friends with this guy for years. Mike Strutton was the vice president for Oracle. What is Oracle? Oh, it's CIA basically based, the number 2 data collection agency in the world. But Mike Strutton, who is the vice president for social media relations with Oracle, is just a co-host for Marfugal TV and News. You have no clue about these pogos, privately owned, government operated criminal actions online, including very nefarious pedophile racketeering rings or data collection. So Access Rattblood, when you went on there and made your statement for Fugal, you might want to do some research. Look up Mike Strutton. Look up who it is. Go look at other. Again, I get mad and I cuss and I yell because of the discernment or the shit optics of you guys making claims and basically supporting these online criminals, traitors, frauds, and pedophiles. So Access, you might want to do some research. Marfugal's co-host was the vice president with social media relations for Oracle. Again, Oracle, the number 2 data collection agency in the world. It's not a joke.
Okay, Snap,
People's lives are put in danger by exposing these people. And yes, I get angry, Dom, because we have rats with fucking eyeballs pulled out. We have people with fucking houses shown, address shown. We have people fucking literally saying we're going to come kill you. Why? Because we're exposing this. And why does our credibility look like shit? Because we're screaming and stuff. And then you got people like Access who make these claims who don't even look at the real optics of shit. Access, go do your research, pal.
I know where Marfugal come from. Now, I lost track of him.
Support Oracle, the number 2 data collection agency.
No,
his co-host. Think about it. Vice President, social media relations. You think a regular
If you're not going to let me speak, I'm going to remove you.
Access, can I say, Snafu, can I ask some questions?
Well, are you going to be on for a minute? I got to run into this place. It's about to close in like 10 minutes, but I'll be back. But I wanted to correct the record and say, Access, your fucking statement was completely false.
Snafu, you're not being fair now. Snafu, you're not being fair. Okay, this is the whole thing. If I have a conversation with you, you would have been booted out of my office a long time ago.
I will come back. I got to run in this building.
Okay, but hold on. You made it a point.
But how is that not fair by saying that Mike Strutton, we know committed veteran
The question I asked,
Snafu,
the question I asked, this is how you get greedy in your conversation. Can I ask you a question that was a yes or no? You still went on about other things, but now you're going to use an excuse. You got to leave. I have a shitload of questions to ask you about certain things. I want to come back.
Let me go grab some. I'm literally, the building's going to close in like 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay, good enough. And allow me to ask questions.
I literally got to run in, grab this shit. I have no problem talking to you in a calm manner too. I have no problem discussing anything. But again, these traders, criminals, frauds, online digital experience is real. And then when I get Access making those claims,
I've already asked the question. Okay, hold on. I've already asked you a question. Snafu, I've already asked a question. Thank you. And when you come back, allow me to ask questions. Anyway.
Okay.
Anyway, he'll get the gist of it when I ask questions, and if he's able to stretch it out. Are you sorry? Did you take? Oh, you left Access. Are you still Access? Okay. It doesn't serve to come in and make accusations to the host It'll be like making accusations to the mob leader. Okay, I guess I have to put some boots on this guy. You know, like anyway, it's this is a can of worms. Anyway,
Oh, sorry about that, Dom.
the thing is with a lot of these places, this information, where most people are just looking at certain head pieces. You know, I have a couple of buddies. They can break it down. Okay, this is the owner of this company, and then it's associated with this company. They're only seeing like very low pyramid stuff. You know, and then of course when they start talking about certain crimes that they've committed, a lot of them those are initiation crimes. They actually have to do
Yeah,
these things to be in these clubs, and then they use that as a weapon against them because you're going to be the fall guy, not me or you, but a fall guy. You know, but again, it's one of those things. It's like, did we or didn't go to the moon? How would that serve that information one way or the other? You know, but anyway,
right. It's just a part of his given persona now, and I think he does more damage to himself than good. But that's just my personal observation,
mhm.
and I think that if he wants to, I guess, be the star of closed circuit television, you're capable of putting up your own channel, and you got 24 hours a day to do it.
Yeah,
I'd rather address something else.
yeah. Like to me, I've kind of said it on certain panels, like, hey, please, the panelists, go on to chat, post your own personal channel. That's what you have. This way, you give people a choice whether or not they want to come or not come onto your channel and hear whatever you have to offer. But to go to somebody else's house, in this case, we're living in other people's houses when we're doing this stuff. You're violating. I've fallen into that error. I remember years ago there was a gentleman having a conversation with him, and I was calling him out on something, but in his house. And when another buddy picked that up and he told me after, he said, Dominic, regardless if you thought you were right, and I thought you were sharing something that was very advantageous, but you did it in his house. What do you expect him to do? Defend himself. That wasn't my intention. And people forget this is the energy that we're allowing into our places. Now, you might have shared something, Axis, and I'm totally speculating. That might have been short sighted, maybe. But to be accused on it, I get it if all of a sudden somebody says, okay, Dominic, you offended me with words, opposed to what? Did I rape your daughter? Did I harm your mother? Did I hurt your dog? Well, no. So now how do we classify it? But there is a way to present things, especially when you go on a channel where the guys don't argue with each other. They don't use name calling. You know, I get it. For some people, it's an emphasis. If I use certain words, well, fuck, I'm going to have to start using 16 letter marmalade words. And the person, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, now you understand when you swear. What am I supposed to perceive from that information? Just as an example, because in this case, Snafu does not own the language. He's just expressing himself, which is fine. But are you
Yeah,
allowed to take a few times? Go ahead.
I just hope that we set an example for other platforms that want
Yeah.
to continue forward with their presentation, and that they follow this lead and not allow that intrusive type behavior into their build, their communication, and what they have to offer as a channel or a individual.
Well, even if they do access, the host or whoever should realize it's like doing a follow up. So, what reward have I gone from it? And if you're really trying to engage your community, in this case, the chat, you need feedback from them. Is this what you want? So, at least you know what direction. It'd be like somebody selling sporting equipment. I'm selling tennis because I like tennis stuff. But meanwhile, you're living in an area where everybody likes to play polo. You know, you have to read your audience. And if the audience want noise, then bring it. And when I say noise, it's when a whole bunch of people that are talking and nobody really wants to be heard. That's like going to a family function and they're just arguing with each other. Nothing wrong with arguing with people when they respect each other and say, okay, it's my turn to have a conversation. I'm picking up cue signs. But what ends up happening for some people, they figure that if they talk louder, they're getting their point across. No, you're losing your point at that point. Regardless of what you're sharing is gold. It's lost. Because then there's other
Yeah.
people who turn around and say, I have questions to ask. So who are these people? What do they serve? Are they in my community? Well, no. Well, then we're talking about something because just because somebody sees in another part of the world they're starving, but people lose themselves. But are you doing anything to prevent what's even going on in your own community? Well, no. Well, then that's entertainment at that point. Regardless if you hear people losing limbs in other parts of the world, it becomes entertainment because that's what TV, in this case, news, it's all about. That's about entertainment. YouTube, most of the stuff on YouTube is about entertainment. Now,
And it seems to be headed in that direction with a lot of the platforms.
which is fine. Yeah, which is fine. Now, I get it. Somebody wants to come on there and he wants to do comedy jokes. Yeah. And hopefully you'll get the right people. But if I'm going there looking for opera and I'm thinking, but you're doing nothing but comedy, then I'm the one that's out of place there.
Right.
No different than people that come on the panel. It's nice if people come on the panel and they respect and address the host, opposed to using the host as an excuse so they can have their bickering argument with somebody else. In this case, you are the host here. So Stanford was talking to you, but he really wasn't talking to you. He was talking down to you. If you ever had a father that showed you respect, you won't do that shit. Unless that child's really going to harm themselves. It's a life-threatening situation. Then you bypass everything. But when you start talking that way to people, how are they supposed to expect it? Especially when a person says, if I go quiet, you better fucking be careful. I might be very vengeful.
Well, for me, any agency that I've ever ran into worth its title was very well mannered and conducted themselves in a very respectful way. As malevolent as they were or as benign, they always, with credibility, came with a type of presence that was almost inviting.
Mm-hmm.
So, people that boisterous themselves and become so boisterous that they're drowning everything out, to me, is a real lack of professionalism unless you're the one on stage entertaining the crowd and they want you there for that entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Just personal perspective.
Yeah. Well, again, it's one of these things. People start dropping names of a company, a corporation, not realizing a lot of these corporations are incorporated with other corporations. They do business with each other. You find out one of their leaders is a molester. Now you're thinking, okay, I'll blame that person. But what? Were you assume that everybody that works for these companies would knowingly or unknowingly work for this corporation if they found out 1 bad seed, 2 bad seed, 40 bad seed? A lot of people might not agree with certain types of needles that they take for certain things. But meanwhile, they'll make investments in stock market, and those stock markets, in this case, whatever they're putting in the stock market, actually, you make money from that stuff. It's like somebody saying, I don't agree with military stuff, but meanwhile, you have stocks that are in military stuff. What are you supposed to do? Hopefully that judgment will be done unto oneself. But for somebody else to judge you, when I'm like, okay, so you've never made a sin? Really? This ought to be interesting. What shit haven't you done in your life to prove that you're so innocent? And if you're so innocent and so pure, what the fuck are you down here with the rest of us fucking morons? That's a clever situation to be in. So go ahead.
One application that we can apply to this and make it relevant is if it was that serious of a situation, as much monitoring that they do to us on even a micro level, they would be aware of it and they would be stepping in to take actions to protect whatever party needed to be protected. The vigilante behavior is kind of almost a criminal aspect to take on these days because of the ability they have to know as much information about transactions, personal endeavors, even your casual life. So the day of the vigilante is kind of given over to technology again.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, that technology is not even coming from us. Like, I mean, like in North America, it could be coming from other countries. It's just data information that they're gathering, and I've met people that they work in the banking system. They know they do so much, and then there's a firewall. So there's another programmer working somewhere else, not knowing the front end of the program. So a lot of us don't realize, the person that's doing all these surveys are just a simple guy that's what would I call him? Cable guy, or a guy that's installing new LEDs and LED lights and all the street lights, not realizing most of that technology actually has cameras in it, or what the diodes does to inside of an LED, what it does to the hemispheres. Most of us aren't aware, and the ones that are, how would you explain it to the rest of the people that are asleep? You could try very slowly, but then this other stuff becomes noise. Let's talk about sports. Let's talk about what the governments are doing. Those are distractions at that point. Even though people are being harmed, and when people talk about, well, children, this and that, I said, we don't know if you value the concept of what energy is, what essence is inside of that being. We all look at it, a baby, like we look at a cat. Oh, they're insignificant. We don't know the roles, the reason why they're there. Especially when people start talking about energy and realize the reason why that person got molested is because in their previous fucking life they were a moron. Oh, okay. Then I back away. It's not for me to actually judge. It's for me to be aware,
Right.
but I'm not going to judge it.
That's kind of the discussion we had with, your position sometimes is so admirable in the way that you're extending a courtesy by allowing an individual to know that the direction they're heading has a detrimental obstacle in it. That's a courtesy, instead of allowing that person to get caught in that snare, you're extending the human compassion, which is a courtesy of, I don't really want to see you harm yourself, but my take on it now is maybe they need that lesson.
Yeah. At that point, hey, we just back away. I get it when somebody does some harm. Say, listen, I'm not a vengeful person, but I'm surely not going to be there for you. If I hear you're getting yourself in harm's way, you haven't earned for me to step forward for you and put myself in harm's way. So somebody else will deal with it. Let them deal with it. I'm not looking for that person to be harmed, but at the same time, I'm going to walk away. But that's a struggle for most people, because it's always about, I got to prove a point. You get those occasional people who's like, I told you so. Are you going with that with me? Get the fuck out of my face if you go with that shit with me. You're not living in my shoes. You're not living in my life. You want to make a suggestion? That's one thing, But if I choose to take that thing, no problem. If I choose not to, I don't want to hear you bitching and complaining to me. Well, why not? I said, it's my fucking existence to do whatever I want. And now if it's harming you, their responsibility is to remove themselves. Because if they want to understand what karma is, somebody's trying to harm you, you flee. Because if you don't, you're having a karma connection now. And then a couple lifespans down the road, now some people may turn and say, well, Dom, I don't believe in that. Well, fuck, you don't see air, so how the heck would you know how the unknown works?
Precisely. And for anybody that gets to see this stream, and for my guests and the chat, if you're interested, which I don't mind promoting other channels, but this is a plug and a resource. The information he's talking about is a panel that I joined today at the Z Show, just as he was going into the news. It was in the first segment of his newscast that I was able to finally get up onto the panel and give the information that I gave. So if you want to review that for yourselves, you're more than welcome to. I stand by what I say. Want to give people a frame of reference so that they're not left in the dark about this situation. Speculation is not needed here.
True. But once again, who are we to, it's kind of like the whole ideal of royalty or whatever. It's like, okay, well, you have to be well behaved in front of me because I'm royalty. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Now, I know there's going to be punishment, or in this case, for me, it's a reward. Donna, you know, you're going to be hanged for talking that way. I'll rather take my chance that way. If this is how I feel, that I don't think I should have to bend to any human being. Everything else, I'm trying to encourage equality, not disparity. Unfortunately, we're living through shit called disparity, all the different classifications that we have. You know, we still do it when we talk to women. Well, women are lesser. Where the fuck do you get that shit that women are lesser than us as you go through that womb, you moron? But again, that's all programs. They're not ever questioning those programs. I'm not talking about me and you, actually, but for most people, that's overgeneralized. My apologies. For some people, I'm being polite. Could be 100 million people still, if not billions of people. Question it. Question your surroundings within oneself. Where do I get the ideal? Now, women probably, and some of them might not be as strong as men physically, but mentally, emotionally, they can be way stronger than most men.
Yeah, I think I'd be traumatized if I had to give birth. And from what I've seen from my ex-wives giving birth to my children, um, that looked like a very traumatic experience that would have left scars on me. And much respect for them for being able to do that. I'm sure that over time, there's certain precautions that the body and the mind take to subside that trauma over a period of time. But to actually sit there and observe it and not be profoundly taken by it and their endurance of it, well, you would have to almost be unempathetic at that point. It looks like Planet X Watcher was present at the time I went and paneled up earlier today, but I don't know if he's here to.
No, he's just challenging, which is fine. I'm okay, Access.
Okay.
I'm just not cussing directly to anybody, and if I do, I'm eating soap later, so that'll be my punishment. But what it is when we start directing our energy towards somebody. So is it the message that you're trying to convey, or are you trying to make it personal with somebody? Because if it's going to be personal, then they should play for keeps, and that should be a private matter. You know, and I know you can handle it yourself, but to have the audience coming over here, no, it's a waste of energy. You start doing that shit in front of people that are gangsters and all that, there's a good chance you're either going to be pissed on, so you learn a little bit of a urine therapy, or you're going to find yourself in the back 40 there and having a stern talking with as a front for the first time. You know, there is a way to talk. And there's nothing wrong with, like, you know, okay, fuck, once in a while. But when it's directed towards somebody, the name calling, that's the part that people don't realize. What do you expect somebody to do? Especially when most people don't realize they have this ongoing defense and attack mechanism in them. Hence when I say, be the observer. Really make sure you have that self in check. How you know that? You start not saying shit like self-aware. You're aware of the self. You know the self. You're loving the self. You're willing to rip a fucking new hole in the self. But that should be done alone. If people have never fucking ripped a hole in themselves, they've never done the works. They want pleasantries. Oh, look at me. Yeah, and that's fine. And that's fine. No different people will spend the time. Well, I'm the most amazing person. No, you're a fucking moron. You just don't know it yet. But even if you did know it, are you going to apply discernment? Because last time I remember, it's the human race. They're not tell me, well, I'm going to defend the human race based on what? The fucking wars that we have, the way women get treated, the way children get treated. Now, we do beautiful things, breakdancing, music, and all that. But you have to include it all. The neglect we do, the fact that we divide each other by nations and all that kind of stuff. Fuck, if we really look at each other for who we are, we're a funny bunch, and I'm being polite when I say that shit.
You're being very delicate in your approach to how atrocious our behavior is as a species. I don't see us as being divine in a collective nature. There may be a type of individual divinity to a degree, but as a species, we're more of a parasitical, consume and devour everything species, kill, pollute, pillage. um, placate. I mean, there is no level of dissidence that the human species hasn't endeavored in that I've seen.
Mm-hmm. It's like years ago, I think I shared with you. A buddy of mine, he said, live and let live. I said, that'd be a tough one to sell to the animals. You know, you imagine all of a sudden now the United Nations, beside, you know, in this case, Jack going there, the species of animals start going there. They would have a whole list of shit to say. So let me understand this. You humans, make us domestic. You put us in zoos, you kill us and you eat us. Oh, okay. So what do you humans do? Well, you kill each other. You probably do entrap each other. You molest each other, but you don't eat each other. Interesting. How about we do this? You humans start eating yourself. Oh, it's too late. You guys have already been eating McDonald's. So you've already been eating carcasses of yourself. There you go. But then, you know, I get it. Most of us live in this kind of like, you know, glass bubble house. My world, no, that doesn't happen, Tom. There's no on. So you're trying to say to me they're spending billions and billions of dollars with fiat currency throughout the world for all the military, and you're thinking the human race is a kind to each other? Regardless if there's other species playing games with us, we still got to take accountability for what we do.
And that's the lack of this species, very lacking in its nature. No one, they at some point in time, I figure when we were a little more primal, the ideal of responsibility was of value. I mean, obviously you didn't have half the tribe sitting in the middle of camp or standing around putting the fire out, you know, by pissing on it and living in that stench and urine and, you know, carcasses that have been cut and dressed. So personal responsibility was probably in high regard. And as it became employable resource for equity, we'll just shove it off to the point where it's been shoved off to a point of neglect. And it's the other person's responsibility, or what am I paying for? And why am I paying it? I don't want to be responsible for that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that's quite passed over to the general populace, especially on social media. Though I have the capability of real-time punishment, most don't. As a matter of fact, the majority don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's no, you know, you're leaving behind digital garbage everywhere.
Yeah.
Sure,
go ahead. Apologize.
Which becomes entropy. And that entropy is energy that bleeds out into the atmosphere, which becomes information surrounding you, a vibration, a frequency. And once you get enough of that, then you have what we were discussing on one topic of disposable society with no responsibility.
Well, you're touching on the word responsibility. Most people, whether they're aware of it or not, most moments, and I can't say none of us are excluded from the fun, are reactive. That's why we get terms like trigger. Now, some people will say, well, I'm not always triggered. I said, sure you are. What do you mean? Somebody gives you a quick compliment. What a beautiful car. Do you stop and ponder that before you say, I wonder why they say that? No, they quickly say, oh, thank you. And meanwhile, somebody say, what an ugly looking dress. Oh, I can't believe you said that to me. It's the reactive part that people fail to realize. You're never going to learn responsibility if you're too busy reacting. And the only way you're going to be accountable is through responsibility, not reaction. And this is where, if somebody genuinely was online, whether a panelist, a host, or a chat, and they literally talk the exact same way they talk here in real life, okay, you're being consistent. So I at least give kudos to the fact that you're not a hypocrite. Doesn't mean I want to hang out with you, but then there's some people out there, they say, no, when I'm actually in the real world or their version of a real world, I don't talk the same way. I said, then you're a fucking hypocrite to no end, you moron.
And that becomes self-evident by watching. I mean, all you got to do is see the pattern.
Yes.
And when they break it,
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dom. Go ahead. Please,
I was
please.
I was just saying this is, I've said this even in my own craft. I'll work with a guy that let's say we just don't get along, but he's a good worker. Might not have lunch with him. And then there's the other guy that he's a nice person, care about him, but he's not good at his job. I might have lunch with him, but I just don't want to work with him. Ultimately, I want to be with a person that is a good worker, and I actually enjoy being in their company. But there's some people on the panel, they don't want to fucking be heard. They just want to fucking yap for the sake of yapping. And it's easy because they interrupt each other. For me and you, if we had a device where we could see each other, we'd see all those verbal cues. But for most people, no, they just want to yap for the sake of yapping to try to prove points opposed to sharing points. And how many points are you going to share? You know these kind of people because they say shit like, at the end of the day, that just means the person's after points. They want answers. Really, each answer might apply in different moments. But what about possibilities? Knowing that your fellow being wants to be heard. They're not necessarily interested in agreeing with you, and vice versa, but they just want to be heard. So how was your day? Well, it was okay. What was some of your highs and what was some of your lows? Make it about them, opposed to always making it about me. But yeah, people get offended when they hear saying, well, you're just doing the Luciferian path, left-hand path. I'm not telling you it's bad or good. I'm just pointing out what most of them do. But they want these communities. The community can only work if you actually are the we. And the we means that you incorporated the me with the them and with the me, with the we. We are a community. Now, they like to use words like fucking truth. Now, you're living in the deception fucking realm. If they understand what energy is, they realize the energy of truth will have to fucking divide you from all your fucking attachments here. Whether it's the love of your fucking kids, the love of your wife, the love of your car, the love of your dick, your pussy, whatever words they want to use to justify it. Now, they could say the fucking word truth, but are they actually emulating the energy of truth? Because if they did, they would realize who's the biggest liar here.
Right.
Deception.
And yes. And when it comes down to truth and the factualities that you can prove, they're going to fall short every time, because I'm going to say that probably 90% of what they're saying is regurgitated from learned experience or information that they received secondhand.
Including me.
So
I paired a lot of shit. I won't. If somebody ever asks me, I said, yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, I'm pairing a lot of shit, but I'm implementing some of it, probably more mental and emotional, not always necessarily physical. Like, I understand health. It doesn't mean I practice it. Now, if somebody turns around, well, damn, that's wrong. I said, if you think you can apply it, fucking fill your boots. Go ahead, be that balanced person, but don't go around telling me what the fuck to do. And so go ahead, Axel. My apologies.
no, you're fine, Dom. This is the we've got this down. This communication thing. I find it just as relevant when you speak than when I speak, and I enjoy that. That to me is moving forward. Definitely a step forward, and we could, I suppose, as different platforms and communities, which I take a stand on, ostracize these behaviors until it becomes non-nouveau to display them. But that's kind of why we put restraints on predators and rapists and thieves and murderers. We're not going to condone that type of behavior in our society. And if they're not going to take responsibility enough to restrain themselves from that behavior, then yeah, ostracize them. But that's my take on it. That's the way I see it. And it's harsh, but it's true.
Well, unless we make it a harsh punishment, first time offender, you're gone. You're done. And then we're hoping the next generation or that same generation says, you see how hideous we have to make the laws, or in this case, policies, so that you parents, your community will make sure that those kids somewhat understand how to coexist with each other. Or we do it the other way where we'll categorize certain crimes, and then are we going to do the rehab part? Because if all of a sudden we find out there's a bunch of people that are elitists and they've raped not raped raked in all kinds of money from all these kind of things, and so well, I didn't know it was affecting you guys directly. So then how do we rehab them? Just because you're holding all that financial gain doesn't mean they understand it. Like, how does a rich politician understand the common strife or poverty of a commoner? I hate to say the word commoner, but just another person that's living poor. They're not. How is a poor person really going to understand the value of what etiquette that a rich person has to do? This is where the disparity goes in there. But people like to use their imagination. They call it reality, but they use their imagination, and they might use the TV to decipher, well, then rich people are all bad. How do we know that? How would you know that every human being that are rich are actually bad? They might actually be very considerate. So listen, I know my position in this realm. I didn't create it, but I'm going to be respectful to my fellow human being that happens to work for me, and vice versa. Because you just have to look around. They're not lying to anybody. There's poverty, there's fentanyl, there's all these drugs going around. So what does that really say to a person if they actually have to sedate themselves with fucking drugs? That they're not feeling oneness with humanity. And then it gets promoted on a regular basis. There's more wars. The wars are happening in these communities. The way they fucking talk to each other. They're not put a bullet in a fucking gun and said, who's the first person has enough fucking balls to put that fucking gun to their own fucking head?
Well, isn't that the way? I mean, it's almost essentially the state of programming that they're brought up under. They're always going to have that gun pointed at somebody else, but
Sure
they're never taught the responsibility of, if you point that gun at yourself, be prepared to suffer those consequences.
There could be rewards at that point. I call those rewards because really most people try to avoid what they call consequence. But hey, what did you learn from your rewards? It's kind of like the samurais. They get good at their craft, but let me have the final blow if you better me. There's a little bit of humbleness in that, but at the same time they understand karma. Why would I want you to have my karma? We made a bet. Whoever betters each other, let me have the final blow. And that's the same thing when people argue with each other. Most people don't got a fucking clue how much karma, how much contracts they're making by arguing with another fucking human being. You want to generalize? Sure. Pretend that you're looking at a tree when you're arguing, opposed to just hugging the damn thing. But people make it personal, but yet forgetting, are we here to discuss the ideals, the concept, our forefathers, what they didn't understand, and the few that did? Are we there? Or are we just to say, listen, I don't like the way you look, I don't like the way you talk, I don't like the way you smell. And then they use hideous words like you're a pussy. So what are you implying when you say the word pussy? Are you trying to say a woman's weak? Because they're not. This is the word. And then they say words like gay. What, are they happy? Because I know in my head I have to change the word because I know what they're trying to say. So are you trying to say two people that are the same gender that for whatever reason, I would like to think privately, choose to do whatever they do? That's their business, if there's business at all. But
Right.
when people come out and they're looking for other people's approval, now that becomes a problem for themselves. Still not other people's responsibility to judge them. Unless they're hurting their own kids or hurting themselves. And even at that moment, remove yourself.
Right. Disassociate with accepting your connection with that energy. You don't have to accept that energy, but the minute you want to make an opinion about it or an observation, then you're involving yourself.
Yeah. Or they're taking a stance. Either resistance persists or you attach, and then you don't want to give it up. And most people are caught up in attachments than they are in resistance. So what are you attached to? I'm attached to my opinion. So what are you resisting? Well, his opinion. So then if you don't respect his opinion, why would somebody else fucking give a shit about your opinion? That's a 101 fucking child education taught right there.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to teach that to people that are pretending to be fucking 30, 40, or 50 years old. Other people will do that stuff, and hopefully they get paid well for that shit. Because to me, that's noise at that point. You know, if anything else, the sooner you get rebooted, the better. Now that sounds harsh or whatever that, but hey, you'll get rewarded the way you talk, the way you think, the way you feel. You know, people that say shit like, "Oh, you're out of your feelers." No, most people aren't developing their feelings, but most people even mentally aren't developed.
You
How do
know,
I know
Dom,
that? Go ahead.
I think your analogy to the samurai was awesome. But go ahead. I just love that
No,
analogy.
well, actually, I wouldn't be the kind of guy that would play that game. I just
Mm-mm.
wouldn't. That's just not me. But I get some people do. I said, well, then understand the rules of the game. Do that. Preferably be with somebody of equal ability as you. Because if not, you're dunking over a baby then at that point. It's a waste of energy at that point for everybody involved. That's the sad part. When all this noise is going on, it's energy for everybody that's being wasted. Now, somebody said, Dom, it's just my entertainment. You're carrying that shit with you. And then they
And
wonder.
they
I do
do.
it too. I do it too. I get it. You know, it takes a lot of energy of me to pull away from that. But I do realize when I give up one attachment, there's a good chance I'll have another attachment. You can call it dependency, you can call it addiction, whatever. To me, an addiction is when you start giving up all your other dependency for one particular thing. Now, whether people want to smoke fucking weed, do ayahuasca, drink liquor, and all that, for some people, it's a crutch after a while. Which is fine. That's no different if it's sex, no different from watching sports or watching TV shows or porn. It all becomes some sort of crutch. But to blame one over another, you still got to take accountability for oneself. I'm the one that does that. Why am I going to blame some industry where people choose to get paid to throw a football and get hit? Like I said, I say this jokingly. Hope you're getting paid well for it because I can't see somebody truly arguing with each other on these channels and they're not getting paid for this shit. And then they wonder what an agent looks like. That's a fucking dumb agent at that point. They can take whatever word they want to. I'll even take the word agent away out of it. Just being an idiot, dumb, whatever. But they should be able to say
That,
that to themselves. Go ahead, sorry, Axis.
doesn't that kind of display the state of society at this point to where they have so much time on their hands and so much expendable time that they can bother themselves with YouTube arguments. You know, they're so unproductive in the physical world that they have time to be just as unproductive in a negatively productive way on YouTube or any other platform. Speaks a lot
It,
about society.
it can be access, but it'll be like somebody that's dependent on, let's say, porn. Somebody could say, okay, well, if you're productive, okay, so if I keep myself busy, then I don't think about that. Opposed to somebody helping me teach me to understand about my emotions, understand how these sites work, how biology works. There's a lack of people assisting each other to teach each other, not being teachers, but teaching each other by lending an ear and say, listen, I hear you're struggling with something, or I hear you're succeeding. Can you break it down a little bit so that other people can grasp it? How is it is to do electrical work? I get it. You know, the productive part can be also a distraction, you know, because a lot of it, it's not just about the physical, it's about the emotion and the mental planes. And for a lot of us, we haven't been taught. We just haven't been taught or seen that example, which is a form of teaching. You know, you could preach it, or you can in preaching it in talking, or you can preach it with action. Or sometimes neither. You're neither talking, let alone you're actually doing a thing. Then you're in silence. You know,
Honing your skills.
yeah.
Because I know if I was presented in a situation where I ran into an electrical problem and I wasn't quite sure about what I was doing, well, naturally, I'm going to call probably you first off to say,
Mhm.
this is what I'm looking at. Can you tell me what I'm looking at here so that I understand this and don't get, 110 volts or 20 volts shot through me?
Mhm.
You know, you honed your craft. And I would hope that you'd be willing to share that. And that's kind of what I see lacking, and what you're kind of describing is they're not honing their craft.
Well, I've been with enough apprentices to see, I think, graduation, this, like the evolving of technology now, where it's not always a bad thing, where the younger generation, they could say, listen, Dom, just flip your camera on your phone, show me the device. You know, before it would be one of those things, I have to go back to the shop or I have to phone you with a landline. So now you can literally, you could turn on your phone access and show me the electrical panel, and I can look at that. And if I can't solve it, maybe, you know, because I usually try to be intuitive, I can say, actually, give me a minute. I'll go on YouTube, because there's a lot of people that have put a lot of work. There's people that actually do on hand applications, how to do plumbing, how to do electrical, how to do mechanical, uh, different people that talk about philosophy. So that's where the technology, as long as it's human factor involved in all that, there's the balance part. It might not be balanced like nature, but at least those two different technologies can coexist. Where, I do same with me, a mechanic. If I'm bringing my car to a mechanic, my buddies, I'm already doing research. I'm online. I'm trying to figure out maybe the cost, what are the amount of hours that it takes to do a job, how is it done, what are the parts. So this way, when I go to the mechanic, I'm not going to be surprised in any aspect. If anything else, I'm going to be part of the process. Same with electrical. Excuse me, sir. What's going on? Well, Dom, it's just my lights don't work. Okay, so can you at least tell me what the panel is? Did you plug in something recently? It's kind of like being a doctor. Tell me some of your symptoms. But then sometimes you get people, they're not interactive even in their own life. Well, I called you. I said, yeah, but it's your house. You should at least understand some of that stuff. And especially we're living in an age of technology. It's a quick, you got a phone, swipe it to YouTube or whatever, and write down in Google search what you think the problem is. Something will come up. So you're at least engaging in the process. Now that's just me talking electrical. Now, if somebody starts talking to me about plumbing, I'll learn a little bit about it, but I don't feel confident enough with water. But I'm okay with electrical. Go figure. But that's just two different elements. I'm an air being, so I usually struggle with water, even though water transforms into the air.
The interesting irony of that to me is these people are searching for the meaning of life, or what the purpose is, and in the meantime, while they're searching, they're showing other people or pointing at other people, directing them on how to live and
Mhm.
what their purpose should be. And the last I heard is I've yet to see the book that explained this is your purpose in life. This is what you're set here to do. And once you've read this book, make sure that everybody else knows, because when you were born, this was shoved up your ass and you had the manual.
Yeah, at that point, that's what this is generational indoctrination. That's what state and religion does. It tells you how you should behave. So we have to make, I don't call them laws, but I know people do call them laws. They're policies. You got to make a policy for the people that don't understand how to be kind to each other. So now we have to spend a lot of energy, and then we have to enforce it with police officer and military. So we've gone from being a community to arming ourselves. So, and this is where it's the common decency of each other. And it shouldn't be, if anything else, the person says, well, that person's a different color. That should encourage you want to get to know them even more. She's a different type of woman. That should encourage you even more. You should have more of a bewilderment opposed to a hatred to the unknown. If the aliens all of a sudden showed up, even though I think we're the aliens, showed up, if given the opportunity, and we've had jokingly, I'd want to have that conversation with them. There's a good chance they might think of me as insignificant, but I'd be receptive intuitively, insightfully, that I would want to have that conversation. And if they could read energy, they would read my energy. But for most people, they're clever. I really hate the world, but I'm too gutsless, but I want to hear other people argue with each other. That's exactly what's going on. People just don't realize it. Fucking energy is easy to read. Just because you're typing behind a fucking typewriter, energy is easy to read if they understand Reiki. Especially when people start understanding even patterns. Well, that person's always saying that shit. Fuck, he's really desperate. He's lonely. He's harmful. to himself. But what other people get, well, he's being an asshole, but he's also showing that he's hurt. The only problem
Right.
is when a lion has a thorn in its hand, if it does enough damage that eventually when that thorn is removed, make your peace, you got to be removed now because there's not enough forgiveness to recuperate what you've done. Because the thing is, if you have an ill thought of a human being, you can ask for forgiveness. But once you've done harm to a human being, only your action can correct it. Talking about asking for forgiveness after you harmed another human being physically, waste of fucking energy. And a
That's
lot of people do a lot of violence with each other with these verbal fucking lashing. And it'd be different if, okay, we're me and you are chit chatting in the garage, we're having fun and we're saying things, but we know each other as buddies. It's kind of like when in Vegas stays in Vegas. But these guys are doing this in a public platform. If I heard a husband and wife bickering at a restaurant and me and you are chilling with our women and other people's kids and all that, I don't give a shit who's fucking right or wrong. They're both being disgraceful. And I would hope the
yeah.
people that own the restaurant would escort them out. Because if not, I'm never coming back there again. Now, stupid me, if I like the food, I'll probably come back again. But I would hope the person would quickly, swiftly deal with it. Oh, but I'm waiting, Dom. I want to see who's right. Does it fucking matter? They're both being disgraceful at that point. Really disgraceful at that point.
Kind of the orchestra and the art of living. If one instrument is playing a song off to itself, it's going to stand out and it's going to disrupt the harmony that has been developed with that orchestra and that symphony of experiencing life. And you will, because of patterns and because of human nature, identify it immediately, like the class clown.
Yeah, funny, well, not funny, but interesting when you said experienced life, to me, in my interpretation, I'm both experiencing it and observing life. I'm in life. I'm living within the energy called life, whether I want to call myself the essence or whatever. This is why when I get caught up when I hear the word afterlife. So what does death play in all of that? Maybe death doesn't exist here. Maybe it's just the absence of us being animated within life. Because, to me, the analogy I use, don't wish this on an animal, but say an animal dies in front of you. Life continues with or without that essence or whatever. So life is always here. Breathe it in, breathing it out. To me, that's interpretation of what life is. It's vital for us. You want to fast for 20 or 30 days? Well done. Try to fast for a couple minutes without air.
Not going to work out too well for you.
No, unless you're a deep sea diver that can store different types of air in their body, or you have an oxygen mask or whatever. Outside of that, no, at the most 3 or 4 minutes. After that, I don't know, do you go brain dead or something? I think that's 8 or 9 minutes, maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing because it probably that's an individual cases too.
Right, and there is a minute variable. I'm sure it has to do with the build and the structure and stamina of the person, but like I was explaining to you in our phone call, even in the research that I do, I'm pushing the limits of what a human can actually endure and survive through to it almost to its complete breaking point. I have my reasoning, and I have my research and my studies behind it, but that conviction is there just because I can't find a sense of satisfaction with this dense and shared state of existence under the conditions that I'm under and the conditions that others are bestowing upon me and everyone else, whether it be an argument, just a random act of hatefulness, or some type of malevolent behavior. This place has become so stagnant with it that I'm finding myself trapped, like I told you earlier, in this body and in this particular realm of existence in an undesirable situation and state. Not necessarily my health and not my personal thinking where I'm dealing with me. It always generally is implied upon me by another energy. And that's, you know, 9 times out of 10, unless it's an animal, it's another fucking human.
Mm.
And I'm thinking if you know, a lot of humans had the I'm going to say knowledge or the understanding that they could do certain things, the they can't even be responsible not having those things, more or less having that knowledge or having the capability to do things beyond common comprehension. You know, here in the city, most people don't even pick their trash up after themselves. They'll throw a candy bar wrapper down and just keep walking.
So true. So true. Somebody else will pick it up.
Yeah.
I don't think they even think that far. They almost feel as though you've offended them if you just mention them. I said, is that the new place where you leave your candy bar wrapper right beside the garbage box? You know, it's
Right.
kind of like one of those people, like you sit long enough, well, not sit long enough, you sit occasionally, make that observation at a grocery parking lot, and like, oh, interesting. These people don't have enough fucking common sense or decency and bringing their cart back to the designed spot. You know, I'll leave it
They
here.
don't
And
have
then,
that.
yeah, right.
I'm just saying they don't have that much dignity and self-respect or discipline. So,
I would lean that
you
they're
know,
ignorant. I think they're just unaware. And once you call somebody on it, then you start saying you just went from ignorant to indifference. Wow, you're a wasted fucking energy here. Now they can give me all the excuses. Well, I'm a parent. No, you're still wasted energy. Well, I have a job. You're a wasted energy. What about me? Oh, interesting. How a self-absorbed person, once they fucking get caught on all their shit, makes it about me. That's a joke at that point. I just don't have enough balls to fucking laugh at them because I'd be thinking, here's your fucking bullet. Be done with yourself. The sooner the better. Now that might seem very harshful and all that stuff, but what else are you going to do at that point? There's already enough of us. You know, one thing is to be an individual, but when most people, when you start realizing it, they're a fucking dime a dozen. They make
when you
excuses
start
for their being. Go ahead.
when you start seeing energy, people become like mood rings. You remember the old mood rings
Yes.
that worked
Yes.
off the temperature of the body?
Yes.
I've
Loved it.
I've developed over the course of time, um, not by not by endeavors, but just by proxy of what I've studied, almost almost can read the person's state by the energy and
Mhm.
almost a feel or a color that they're radiating, such as like a mood ring. Now, I wonder how people would be if their actual flesh reflected the nature of their being at different points in time.
Body language comes to mind. You can
Yep.
read people that crossing their arms, the direction of their legs, if they're leaning more to one or opposed to the other. If you really want to really analyze them, look at their finger gestures, the way they frown their eyes. We're not that complicated to read at all. The question is, in a realm that most of us have become self-absorbed, they've given up those kind of crafts. You know,
It's a
why would I
lost art.
care? Yeah, why would I care about other people? Well, you're just revealing that you're self-absorbed. You know, now people might get offended by that. I said you just validated it. You know, people don't realize it's a continuous pull. It's like getting a math equation and saying, okay, I'm going to show you how to check that same result 15 different ways. For most people, it's just one way or another. You know, it's just, you know, we have many possibilities, Most people can only entertain one or two different ideals at any given moment. Dare not actually expand your capacity and realize you can entertain 14 or 15 different ideals.
To
Now,
me,
ultimately, go ahead.
if I may quickly, it's almost critical thinking in a sense of survival of the predator. When he observes, say, a few gazelle, he's going to critically observe to find the weakest one to take down. And he's going to study that situation so that he has to put forth the least amount of energy and still accomplish his feat. And I think at one time humans had that ability just because environment and the circumstances that they were living under, but they've lost that.
Well, it's kind of.
No, you're fine. I'm done.
I was going to say it's kind of like they've come to some awareness about auras of animals, where humans will say, they say they go clubbing. I'm looking for the weakest woman or weakest person. In this case, they can be a predator or want to have sex. No. The signals that we've had is to remove the weakest, not to take advantage of them, is to remove them, or at least help them become stronger, especially if they're younger. That's why our energies, it takes a while for them to develop. But when you get to a certain age, if you're a weak energy, then what are we supposed to do? Were you mistreated? You never engaged on those energy, or do you have to be removed? Now, people will say the elites are taking advantage of them. They're only taking advantage of the fact that most people are weak. They've chosen to be weak. And when I say weak, I'm not talking physically. I'm talking about they're not using comprehension. They're not using critical thinking, whether for deduction. You can do critical deduction of things so you can realize what you're not. But we end up settling for things that we specialize.
And I think, and this is kind of an obscure take on it, but I think critical thinking in the sense of survival and being able to read humans as potential prey or predator is developed heavily in the jailing and prison systems that are delivered by the United States alone. I mean, not only does it create a higher sense of awareness whenever you're amongst these people, because you're either prey or predator in that situation. So you develop what I call institutionalized sensing or senses. And when you get back out of confinement and living amongst that peer group, I don't think that's something that ever goes away after that.
No, it doesn't.
Because I developed a heightened sense of awareness when I was locked up.
It takes a lot of spinning of something, especially in this case. I'll just use the example, even though I've never experienced in that thing, but I can cross-relate with other things, where once you've been in prison, it reinforces us against them. So when people get out of prisons, you hear some people, I don't like police officers. So you didn't understand that you didn't obey rules. Now that usually indicates that person is usually a psychopath or a sociopath. They don't really know how to, become interdependent with the rest of the system. They think they can do whatever they want. I say, yeah, go ahead, take your chance with nature. But if you're going to be in civilization, there is certain programs and rules for it even to work as best as it can, because getting a whole bunch of people together, more than 100 at any time, is a challenge to make it a community. It's a challenge at best. So these people have this, I hate people. I said, well, that hate you already had before you went to jail. Now you just got caught, and it's a great opportunity to understand that emotion. It's like when a guy finally admits, or I'm going to overgeneralize by saying it's guys usually more than women, where I'm going to quit drinking. I said, okay, so you're going to go to recovery, right? Well, yeah. What do you think that means when you say the word recovery? What are you going to cover up again? What have you been avoiding? Your emotion. Which one is it? And some people will come to the awareness, my anger. Okay, so now we're in kindergarten now. We're no longer in pre-kindergarten, we're in kindergarten. So why were you angry? Were you angry because you weren't getting your way? You're angry because you're seeing humanity being injustice? For most people, because they're not getting their way. They've never fully developed even how to work the self. People that are self-absorbed is one thing. Being self-centered, meaning that you're centered yourself. So you see everybody else around you, but you understand you're centered. But when people are self-absorbed, let me change the word, they're self-ignoring. They're ignoring everybody else. And they're probably even ignoring themselves. How much better would a person be able to be with the self if they understood how it works, what it's capable of doing and what it's not capable of doing? What most people end up doing is they do it with hard effort. They do it for one lifespan. Fuck, I worked hard. When did you work efficient? When did you work smart? When did you ever, even if you wanted to be clever in the system? There is a lot of people that understand how to work around the system, but they first have to study what the system is. But for a lot of people, they're just ignorant of it. So they're trying to will their way. Forget about free will. They're trying to will their way to make everything work. Okay, good luck with that square fitting into that circle.
Right. And I personally have been witnessing that in a life experience, not for myself, but with someone that's very close to me who strong armed their way through most of their life, and with the abuse of substance, and is now in a situation where they're taking everything into retrospect. And I'm getting confirmation of this. My concern is, what are they going to develop into now? Because I'm seeing changes, and I'm seeing them in extremes in both directions.
Hmm. Well, it depends if you're responsible for their development. If not, then it's better just to understand your own boundary. How does this affect me? Has any of this, what they're doing, has anything to do with me per se? It's not, you're being rationally selfish at that point. You're not being selfish. It's like, okay, so it's like if somebody came to me, Access, and said, listen, Dom, I'm going to commit suicide. Okay, have you put some thought? I might be that kind of person. I'll sit down and say, listen, I'm not here to change your way. I'm just going to ask for clarity for you. So at least you can hear yourself. Have you put a lot of thought behind this? Well, yes. Would you like to share some of your grievances that you have? Is it with you or with others? And once they share, I said, okay, this way, if you do whatever you do and you don't fulfill it, don't expect me to fucking drag you to the hospital. My hand's clean. Now they might think,
Right.
somebody might think he's insensitive. I said, I didn't create the situation. I didn't tell him to fucking commit suicide. I put a little effort to intervene a little bit so he has clarity or she has clarity of knowing what they're getting into. And for most people, they've never had that person at least spend some time at least hearing them or asking questions. Most people are trying to tell each other what to fucking do. What a waste of fucking energy. You want to do that? Join the fucking military. You want to do that? Join a fucking religion. You want to do that? Fucking go. Even at least in a pack of wolves, you have to have an order to things. What's your place? Sorry, here we go. Sorry, Access.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say, when I do some of the more extreme research that I do, there's no safety net for me. There's no one standing here waiting to resuscitate me.
Mm-hmm.
There's no one here that's going to dial 911 or, do anything. I'm alone. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm still going at this 100%. And, you really take into perspective, have I done everything I wanted to do? Okay, now if I happen to push this too far, is everything that I'm obligated to fulfilled? And if I do go over the edge with this, am I bound to something that I still owe something to here?
Mm-hmm.
And I do that when I go to those extremes in my research those are things that I take into consideration before I endeavor into that depth of research.
True access. We've had this conversation. We both realize we're always going to be alone, but it's nice that when you're with other people, you don't feel that you're lonely too. It'd be nice that, say you're doing some groundbreaking awareness or works with energy, and there's somebody else that you can bounce it off of. We both know we're going to be doing it by ourselves. Like, we're always going to be in this vessel, but it's nice to know that you're in good company. Like, they've done studies on people that are become drug addicts. You start putting them with groups of people, regardless if they're caring or not, just being in the presence of other people, they'll start slowly weaning away from drugs or some bad habits. Maybe spending too much time on a computer. As much as some of us are trying to learn by connecting with each other, because maybe we're not getting that connection in the physical realm. So we try to get in the computer, but then it just reinforces we're still lonely among each other. We're not really sharing with each other things that we can help build each other, opposed to tearing another person down. How does it serve to tear somebody fucking down? And then they want to talk about, mind manipulation. What the fuck do you think that is? You tell a child over and over again they're fat. You tell a child over and over again that they're the most gorgeous thing in the world. You're manipulating that child. You're not using a correct moment to moment gauging. A child that does coloring and they color everything outside. Well, that's an interesting way, opposed to, oh, my child's the most amazing child. You've worked that child's interpretation of itself.
I've seen it. I have witnessed it amongst my own family, so I know that what you say is fact. That is factual, and it holds relevancy.
Yeah.
And when that child discovers that it's inadequate in an area that you have celebrated or promoted, that it with this false sense of, grandeur, that's got to be absolutely devastating to the psyche.
Oh yeah, and that energy works both ways. You're embarrassing me the way you look. Get the fuck out of here. Or the other one, you don't hear it as much. The golden child. You got to make sure, child, that you're the best and most amazing child. I don't care if it's music, fucking school. Why am I living through your life, or living for you, opposed to, I thought it was my choice. Yeah, but you're my child. Really, Dad? I'm over exaggerating when I thought my dad. My dad's a fucking amazing being in my eyes. His gift was he just didn't interfere with me. He just knew enough. Tom, if you have any questions, ask. But for some of them, they give you this shit. Well, you're my child. I said, Dad, you never taught me how to fucking breathe. You never taught me when I eat my food who does the processing. You never taught me that language doesn't exist when I talk out loud. I don't see it in the physical realm. So how the fuck can you tell me you're my dad? And even that, you're guessing because somebody told you about fucking the sperm and the egg. The fuck is that shit? That's fucking grade 101 child fucking teaching, if anybody understands teaching. But then people like to say, I don't like the schooling system. Yeah, because that's indoctrination through and through. Oh, but don't I do homeschooling? Fuck, you're a moron. Homeschooling. You're going to bring that shit to your home now too? Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Which is a promotion of kind of the odd man out. Well, what happens when everybody's the odd man out and nobody can relate to each other because they never peered together to form that type of understanding or relationship?
Mm-hmm. Well, then
they're all going to feel, they're all going to feel cheated and shortcutted whenever they actually have to endeavor in society.
Mm-hmm. Well, at that point, Axis, a lot of people end up fleeing into gangs. Gangs come in a form of religion, state, fucking science with their flat earth shit, or the globalists, and biology, opposed to what happened to the community. If you don't have a community, I've said this before, maybe not to you, but if you have a tradition, things what'll happen. If you don't question tradition, it's either going to die or it's going to be followed aimlessly. So you should
Yeah.
be able to question something that's been true and tested. You should be able to still question it. But for most people, I don't question the government. Well, then it's going to fucking die, or you're going to follow it aimlessly. I don't question flat Earth or globalists. No, too many people are too. I'm overbeating this record about because there's way too much fucking people wasting way fucking too much energy on that shit. And anybody that tells me they understand one way or the other, I say you're a fucking idiot to no end. You haven't been high enough to prove one way or the other. And just because you see two fucking objects in the sky and you don't see none of the shit down here, I said, you're a fucking idiot. You just don't know it. And of course, some people say, well, Dom, no, you're an idiot. I don't give a shit if a million people watch you. Because there's billions of people that follow religion. Doesn't mean that all of them can't be misled. And
And
if you really, go ahead.
if they what they're talking happen to turn into a religion, are they ready to take that responsibility? Are they ready to take on the concept that whatever's been coming out of their pie hole has now formed into a movement and has established itself off of what you've spoken to become more or less a religion?
Mm-hmm.
How much of that
Once it
are you going to wear?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, once it becomes, my apologies, Axel. Once it becomes hive mentality, you're not going to get the individual that's going to question it. They're better off just leaving because those people have been converted. And I can tell people, which one are you going to convert to? Whether it's religion or science, biology. You want to talk about Black Lives Matter, chickens, fucking lives matter. How does it serve everybody? Because if it doesn't, then it's harming most of us. And in this particular case, if you're in a religion, don't question other religions. Question your religion. Question how it serves you. You don't have to question another person that's a Christian or a Muslim. Question yourself, how does it serve you? Does it make you feel good going to church, reading a fucking book? Because last time I remember, they put a what you call it, a globe, and surprised me they didn't put the Bible in each classrooms. Because eventually you're going to read that shit, or you're going to look at that picture. Question it. But don't question it thinking it's right or wrong. Just question it and then sit in silence. You'll know whether or not it's of no interest. I don't need to follow it, let alone disassemble it. But what most people do is they go in there with a judgment mentality. I got to pick a side. It either favors or doesn't favor my likes. I like to be in a group. Oh, okay, so how does it serve you when you're not in the group? Forget about being in the group. Oh, I don't know, Dom. But yeah, you want knowledge, but yeah, you don't know. How the fuck are you going to apply discernment when you can't even know? And then people wonder why they have to be spoon fed. And you could be 80 years old, still being fucking spoon fed. Don't think it's some sort of reward thinking I'm an elderly. I said, so you're a diabetic. You've had a couple of strokes. So, and you're thinking you're wise? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Unless you can explain how to prevent the next generation from being diabetic and heart attack, now we're learning from your expense. Thank you. I'm sorry that happened to you, but thank you. Outside of that, most people, they peddle shit. I'm peddling shit right now. That's why I call this noise. Because if you're actually doing it or you're being it in this case, that's way more valuable than fucking doing shit. You're spending way so much energy fueling a vessel that eventually is going to perish anyway. So then why are we here? Are we here to do some sort of true works? Or are we here about, hey, I'm going to save a whole bunch of money and I'm going to fucking work at a job that I probably don't fucking enjoy because I don't feel as though I'm part of the team, let alone I don't see any development and all that kind of stuff. You know, you go to school for grades. And if you're not going for grades after, you're going for fucking digits. I made six figures a year. Does that include the two little zeros? You know, but that's the game we play. And anything that I said, I'm not here to rip into it. I might be dark and harsh, just so people realize how many walls that they built. You should be able to challenge those things. Not me. It's a fucking waste of energy, anybody that challenges me. Challenge the ideal. Especially when most people have their own script. Challenge you. Why do you go to work? Why do you take a shit? Why do you piss? Why do you feel as though fucking chemical release from sex is important to you? Why do you think it's important to call a woman a fucking chick when it clearly looks like she doesn't look like a fucking farm animal? So why the fuck do you talk sloppy when you talk? Like
And
guys that will don't go ahead. So go ahead. My apologies, Access.
that's okay, Dom. You're rolling great. That's where my concern is when humans start describing themselves as divinity. Um, you can look at the behavior, even on an individual level, and see that no, what you're displaying is not divinity. Um, it's not even close. And in a larger setting and on a greater scale, it's even more removed.
Mm.
And people want to take on the aspect because they've been taught this that
Mm-hmm.
humans are the be all end all of existence. I find that a shortcut to self realization. I just not buying it.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And more times they're not even trying to sell it. People, we just naturally consume shit. We're consumers of all kinds of stuff. Taken in religion is a consumption. It's part of commerce. Same with state. Liberal. I'm a liberal. I'm a conservative. I'm a capitalist. I'm a fucking Marxism. What the fuck? You print enough money and have military, you can have any fucking ism work. Any.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody tells me otherwise, I said you haven't really studied yourself. Forget about studying the system. Most people, if they're honest with themselves, would they buy into a system? Yeah. And if they're not buying, they're going to consume it. I know I do that. So I'm not going to go around ripping into a government. Anything else, I spend time not worrying about governments so I can see all the other players that are involved. Corporations. And what's behind corporations? I would like to think it's humans, first and foremost. Religion. What's behind religion? Humans, human beings. My issue is more with us as beings. The human part, fuck, it's the beast. It's going to perish. You know what I mean? When you read the Bible, it's not for the benefit of the flesh. It's for what some people call the principalities. It's about our energies.
Yes. Yeah. And that's lost in the mix along the way of ritualism,
Mm-hmm.
practicing of rites and different indoctrinations of, we'll call it traditionalism. Free yourself. Walk away from it. You're better off developing your own sense of directed projection coming from you than you are buying into somebody else's concept of it, because I don't think it's going to work as an effective tool for you the way it has maybe for them.
We do a lot of things. The word retarded comes to mind. I know people can break down the word re and tard, where people get all stucky. Well, people wore a mask. Okay. So you're denying yourself of the breath of life. So now, well, they've never done that before. I said, what do you think they did to Muslim women? What do you think it does when an Asian culture chooses to wear a mask because they live in smog fucking cities? A person doesn't even know how to get out of the fucking rain at that point. We all get caught up in it. Maybe not all, but most of us do. So to think that somebody says, well, I would never wear a mask. You wear a fucking tie, don't you? Women wear high-heeled shoes and they'll turn around and say, fuck, I hate wearing them. It distorts my bodies, maybe not all of them. But yet people will be clever not realizing how many fucking programs that are running on a constant basis when a person's in their waking state. Now, we can call them personas. We can call them behaviors. You can call them characters, call them whatever they want. Anything that's actually going to make them say, you should, I know you do, Axel, but people should have those moments. You're not having a once every fucking 3 years an aha moment. You should have those every fucking third moment. Like, why the fuck?
Yeah, an open receiver.
Yes.
Instead of all the transmission, the receptiveness. I hone in on being the receiver and broaden the perspective.
Mm-hmm. Part of my agenda, Axis, is not to downtalk people, but at the same time, I understand energy. So if most people are asleep That's the stronger energy. I got to live in that shit. But if people start
Hmm.
becoming aware, the energy starts flowing a little bit differently now. I'm not going to say it's better, it's differently. So now energy flows. And when it flows, people are going to have an inspiring thing. I'm going to be able to read that energy. This is why when we communicate, and think about when people live in different countries, and all of a sudden, how did I end up picking up a dialect or a slang or a British accent? Because that's energy. If enough people in Britain all of a sudden change and they no longer start talking with an accent, anybody that goes visit there and live it, it slowly starts moving away from that energy. And this is
You
what
become
happens.
your environment.
Yes. And if most people are indifference or ignorant, that's the energy we got to live in. So I got to tread through that shit on a regular basis. And then when I go to some of these challenges, because I know what I do it for, I'm getting a pulse of humanity. Even though it's a small group, but it's an indication because I'm never going to meet millions of people. I only have to look on a highway or a fucking mall to realize how many of us are walking like zombies. That's not a biggie for me. Now I'm not able to talk to each individual person and say, okay, so what are you thinking about when you're driving a car? What are you thinking about when you're buying the next fucking shoe that you don't need? Especially when you realize grounding is probably better for you, especially when we're getting closer to the age of Aquarius. We're going to need more grounding. And having a layer of shoe between us and grounding is not going to be helpful.
No, not for a proper energy flow and staying somewhat relative to the natural flow of things.
Yeah. And for some of us, depending on our blood type, our cultures, and birth order, if you want to play all that, some people might be able to tolerate that a little bit more. It's not healthy for them. It's like when I used to talk with my buddies. So are we eating our foods based on our likes or health? Most people will say things like, I like my food, but is it healthy for you?
That's kind of a secondary notion unless you're cognizant of that and put it at the forefront.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do it. I know I do it. I'm eating, I'm walking, I'm talking. I'm like, so what happened to the old days of eating in silence? Because it's all about the air, or I'm watching TV while I'm eating. I see my behavior. So if anybody ever said, Dom, you're a hypocrite, I said, leave that honor to me. I know I'm a fucking hypocrite. I'm just willing to talk about it. Other people, no, Dom, I'm going to wait till I'm perfect. Good luck with that fucking shit. And because let's say there's a human being and he is perfect, we'll call him Jesus. How the fuck is the rest of us going to understand him? What's the process? What's the process? Especially when you hear in their scriptures, he was a witness. Let me change the word observer. Oh, but he's the truth. No. Truth is another energy. He was just a witness based on a story that was written. And even that, if people say shit like, well, the victors usually write the story. So am I to assume that the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, Buddhism teachings, the Quran, for some reason, the victors didn't change that story?
Of course they did.
Of course they did. Now, if it was inspired from within and you downloaded it, then you should be able to do it again and download it, regardless of how many times you got manipulated. Energy should always go back to its true energy. Regardless if it's good or bad, positive or negative, it's still energy. Is when people start saying, well, if I think it's good, so now you're doing division. You think one thing is good and you think the other one by default is bad. I love when people use the word evil. It's evil. Everything's evil. Evil world. Evil, what does that mean? Living in a material. I use the word evil as material per se, because I like to play with words. And then I go inwards. I'm like, okay, does that resonate? Yeah, it does. It's like looking at a picture and seeing it from a different position now. It changes the perception of it now.
Yeah, the cognizance of it, the awareness of it. That's why when I was discussing earlier about the three stages of whether you're post, present, or forward, beyond the present, living into what is projected or created. You know, those are three different states of being, three different states of mind, and three different categories of people.
We lost
I,
somebody. For somebody that said they're going to come back after a couple of minutes, I hope he didn't get mugged or hurt. Outside of that, then I'm going to make assumption clever game was being played. But anyway, it is
well,
what it is. I had to put. Sorry for bringing that trauma back in.
that's okay, Dom. We're just not going to contribute to that energy here.
But I do. I'm
And
hoping he's okay because he did say he was going out. I usually lean towards when somebody doesn't show up, like say kids or whatever. I hope they're okay first. Because they might have got hurt or whatever, right? So
right, I think it was just part of an agenda, a personal agenda,
always, which
and
is
we're just not. I'm just not going to. I'm not going to feed that.
yeah. I'm not into personally when people talk about governments, they start giving names. Uh, they're just head pieces, you know. It's the players that are behind it or the players that you never see. That's if a person thinks something needs to be changed, even though change always occurs, but for most people it's a personal change that they want. My life's not going well, so if the government or these people, whoever they may be, if they change their way, why would they change their way? Especially when you realize they put a lot of effort in orchestrating those things.
Yeah, they just like you or I, they worked for that particular state and position, and they to them giving that up would be defeatist against their nature.
Yeah.
You can't ask the snake to sleep with a bunch of mice when the snake has developed itself as a snake and the mouse
Mhm.
has developed itself as a mouse. It's just not going to work.
Especially if nature's pulling you that way. So there's a good chance that people ever discover that whoever they want to call that are orchestrating all that are literally working with the energy. So then what are the masters doing? They're the ones being the fuck ups. They're not understand planetary alignments, understanding that different body parts, different aging process are aligned to those things up in the skies, those luminaries. Now some people say, I don't believe in that. I said, well then you've never grown fruits before. You've never understood how plants work. When they do energy work, when they're changing currency around, they follow that stuff. That's why we have things called retrograde. You don't do certain transaction, especially electronics, when it's retrograde.
Most people don't observe the long cycle of the sun, Dom. I've noticed that there are those that observe, the zodiac, and there are those that observe the moon cycles, but there is a lot less that are aware of or even follow the long count, the solar cycles,
Hmm.
and they're just as impactful and powerful as the short count or the continual count. Houses and modes, it's environmental, and it will affect you because it is your environment.
Hmm. And the thing is, too, Alex, is people, whether they're aware of it or not, they will. A lot of people have lost their knowing their place. So most people aren't going to respect or honor a wise person, whether a woman or a female, and they have a gift reading signs in the sky. What most people want is the me, me, me. I want to be entertained. So I want to watch a guy dribble a fucking basketball. I want to
Or
see people throw a javelin. It's all about entertaining the ego, opposed to know your fucking place and respect the people that once you realize they have a gift, because they're trying to supplement your existence here, whether it's food, whether it's shelter. Dribbling a fucking basketball does not help the fucking humanity outside of entertaining us. And I'm using that as an example. You could be a fucking ballerina, as far as I'm concerned. But I get the ideal of expressing art. Only when it's balanced that we can have all this different stuff. Outside of that, so it becomes a distraction. I'm
Yeah,
not taking
it takes away from um it it, uh it makes certain possibilities devoid because it is consuming.
it. Yeah. And some people access will say, but I don't like this system. I said, okay, so you're going to be one of those children. If you cry long enough and hard enough, you think the demigods are going to let you go? Get the fuck out of here. You're going to be rebooted in another form because you're just a bitch. And when I say a bitch, somebody in heat, keep yapping. You got to work at it. You got to earn it. If that's even meant to be. How many people go into something like the Olympics? There's millions of people. Only a handful really ever have a chance to get to that level. Same in the music industry, like any other industry. But to complain about it and over again, well, I don't like it, I don't like it. Well, then turn inwards. Realize how selfish you are as a human being. You know, that's why I find it interesting. When people make it about me, I find it giggle and kick when I'm reading they're self-absorbed. Why would you make it about me when it's always been about you? Everything else, share you. I'll gladly hear them. But don't expect me to ever fucking agree or disagree with you. That's not me I don't weigh in on that shit.
No, like I said, life is a solo endeavor. You can have a spouse laying next to you, or you can have an auditorium full of people. It's still a solo endeavor, and at the end of it, guess who's there? But that's not something that's even taught. Except, well, they use it as a reward system in religion, I guess. If you were a good person and you did abide by the rules and the laws and such forth, that you're going to be rewarded with this heavenly place. And if you didn't, then you're going to be punished with this miserable place,
Mm-hmm.
which is still conditioning.
That's all conditioning. Yeah. Conditioning. Yeah.
Because I get a lot of flack for being an omnist, but to me, that's the most practical way to approach all of it and be able to catch the full spectrum of. We'll use a parody. It's being able to flip through every YouTube channel that I choose to flip through without restriction, instead of just tuning into these particular two channels or one channel, and that's where my source of being and information comes from. No, 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 no. No, I can't live like that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't grow or develop without having access to every channel.
From my, I call it evolution of it is, I went from when I used to gaming or whatever, and some of them, a lot of them had bot running them or whatever. I found myself more times than not, I like to chat with people. I really didn't care about the gaming part of it. It was interesting, but I realized I'm never going to be like an expert like most of these guys. There's a commitment that needs to be done that. But I found myself chatting, and then I went to play like online poker. Never playing for money. I expended my energy and the internet that I had to spend. But I found myself doing the same thing there. The poker itself was boring. It's a random game, whether the computer's controlling it or not. But I found myself chatting. So I weaned myself off some of those things. Well, I didn't really wean myself. I just found a different thing to be attached to. I would be listening to podcasts while I was playing these games or playing poker. So I'm taking all this information. Even when I went to sleep, I kept on listening to this stuff. Even lately now, when I'm listening to some of these channels, I have background music going on. And sometimes I'll lower the volume on the panel when I'm in like YouTube, and I'll increase the music part. Because I realize it's hit and miss even on the chat. Even sometimes with chat, I hide the chat too. So I'm still doing the process. I'm going through the motion. It's kind of like giving up meat and I'm pretending to eat pretend meat, or giving up drinking and I'm drinking pretend liquor. I already know I'm already in that process. And then finding a channel like with you access, I get to do what I've always wanted to do, just share with each other. I'm not the kind of person that debates with people. For me personally, it's a waste of energy, and it should be done alone with the self, because that's the one that's going to challenge you the most. Nobody outside is truly going to challenge you compared to the self, that program that's been running. That's the one that
Right,
needs to. It's like breaking that horse. You got to discipline the self. Not kill it, but discipline it.
right. And I like to be able to give an atmosphere, at least here, where people can identify with being who they are and not being who they're expected to be, or being a part of some type of culted identity or channel identification. Just be who you are, be the individual you are. You're going to be received. I'm definitely not here to judge you or to condemn you or to direct you. I'm just a person who has some information, and
Mhm.
I have the ability to offer that and extend that platform. And hopefully it gets utilized, because I know that me and you utilize it. And so far, with the guests that we've had, it's been productive.
hmm And I enjoy it. I've shared with you before, Access. I usually do better when it's maybe three people at the most, so I can chill and I get to hear people. And then if I feel inspired to say something, I will, because I don't really like to hold. I've had many hundreds of hours of conversation offline with my buddies and all that kind of stuff. That's why I say for me it's noise. For me to tell people what false flag means, or how the economy works or doesn't work, or in this case, I enjoy energy because I'm growing with that. All that other stuff for me that belongs to somebody else. Let them work with it. If they can spin it a different way, or share with more people, all the power to them. I'm nobody in that equation when it comes to others. When it comes to me, I'm the most important person to me, because I'm the one that lives in this vessel. But when it comes to other, I know enough to allow them to participate. And that might even be the wrong word when I say I allow. It's share. That's my view on it. For other people, they want to argue, no problem. Find somebody worthy enough to argue with. Just don't play these moronic, clever games by asking a person a question when you already know the answer to your own question. That's cleverness at that point.
Right. In the long term aspect, in a productive manner, forward moving, is that we develop a broader sense of conversation and perspective that we can present. And if somebody wants to catch up to that point, those streams I will leave up,
hmm
the ones that are forward moving. And if somebody wants to obtain an understanding of where we're coming from at times, they're not deprived of that opportunity and the ability to check that out and have relevancy to where we're at and what we're discussing at that point in time.
hmm
I think when you start displaying a broader sense of understanding and at least a semi-disciplined mind, it kind of deters people, except a certain breed, a certain kind.
I've always valued the concept of a receptive mind opposed to an open mind. An open mind can easily be flooded. A receptive mind, you'll know things, and then whatever you heard, like say me, you talk about, I'll make it a caveat and I'll say, listen, but I don't own any of this. So knowing that, that person says, well, if I'm doing the homework, they don't have to be waiting for Dominic to say it again. They can go online. There's been a lot of people that have shared information. I might put some of it in a more compact package, But that information is better earned when you start piecing it yourself. And of course,
Y-
using that caveat, how does it serve? Because for a lot of people, they gather information, but there'll come a time when you have to assess it and they have to ask, fuck, I've been doing all this, but it doesn't really serve me. It never meant to serve me. So then maybe pass that on to somebody else then. Pass it forward. Maybe that's the reason why you gathered it. So somebody else can take with it and run with it.
Kind of break their own insanity and
Yeah.
get a get a perspective on the repetitive nature, break that cycle, and start a forward progressive movement out of that type of insanity.
Well, you have to get away from the left-hand path now and go to the right-hand path, where you have to make it about them now. And hopefully it can be returned, and then it can be about a we. It's like, for a lot of people, whether they're aware of it or not, it's usually a one-way street. So they'll tell you about their problem, but it never works both ways. Or they'll tell you about their success, but it never works both ways. So they'll have a family member, like a mother, for example. She makes all the self-sacrifices. So she's doing the right-hand path. Where everybody else, whether they're truly them or they become enabled, they make it all, well, then it has to be about me. I have to be the receiver, because that person's the giver. It's like, I remember years ago, I had this conversation with my mom. My mom enjoys doing a lot of things for people. She has a tough time receiving. I said, well, then how are you going to understand the people that you give to them? You have to learn both. It's like energy.
Yes.
You have to learn negative and positive energy. What most people are failing to understand, they're in neutral energy. They're waiting ever so desperately to get their next fucking hit of crack cocaine of happiness underneath the bridge. You know.
It is dopamine and reward.
Well, hopefully I can ask Jude again, because we went on a walk recently and she broke it down for me. I'm not going to do justice. Sun gazing actually helps with the dopamine in the eyes. So we're probably malnutrition when it comes to our vitamins, in this case, vitamin D. So it's like food, for example, access. If the food is malnutrition, the body doesn't understand that, or the mind doesn't understand that. So they figure, well, if I eat more of it, no, it's malnutrition. So our dopamine could be because we're not getting natural lighting anymore. A lot of it's all artificial lighting.
That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Luckily, I have access to prescription vitamin D that they give me.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I want to perk up that particular part of my existence, then I'll use the vitamin D, because I stay under a climatized lighting, which I'm sure you've noticed, I stay in a particular lighting,
Mm-hmm.
and a particular field of frequency and energy. And sometimes, my body will scream out and be like, I'm lacking here. You're going to be deficient in these functions until you take care of this.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope you got something for it.
The body's kind of like an animal, where actually it is an animal, where the animal doesn't need to know that you're going to kill it and eat it. So in this case, me and you have talked about that. You've done a lot of work, and you continue doing a lot of work on I think it's called transcendental. Maybe I'm pronouncing it correctly. So in that sense, So in that sense, the body doesn't realize eventually you're going to be leaving it. Hopefully coming back, but you're going to be leaving it. But it doesn't need to know that. So for the person that just wants to have the human experience, there is ways to understand how to balance it. Your mind has to be on board. The mental part, sorry, not the mind, the mental part, the emotional part. It's like when people talk about diets. Unless your emotion and your mental part aren't aligned with those, you're going to struggle with one leg opposed to the other two legs. It's not like a Meatloaf song, 2 out of 3. It's the other way around. 1 out of 3 are the one that's actually even functioning when you're having a half decent physical diet, but you're denying yourself emotionally and mentally. Now, I'm talking from the idea that I understand health, but it doesn't mean I practice it. If I did, I'd be a fucking unicorn.
right. And like I addressed earlier, when I take on some of the endeavors that I do, I do a life check and an evaluation. Am I ready to let it all go right now to discover this and go over a little too far with it to the point where I have to leave the body because it can no longer sustain. And I put that kind of commitment into it. And sometimes when I come out of those states, we're talking 2 or 3 days of recovery,
Hmm.
sometimes longer.
That's when a team, like any endeavor, you have a team. I think they've done movies that where people would actually practice leaving the vessel, but they would have other people there to monitor you. When you're doing it by yourself, you might be able to do it access, but for a lot of people, it usually has to be a group effort. Even though I know we're all doing it by ourselves, but it's nice to know that there's other people there to have your back. To bring you back in if need be, or to understand with your health. I know with me when I did fasting, if it wasn't for Judith teaching me what I have to do prior to a fast, let alone breaking a fast, I did this. I did it old school. I just did it dry fasting, not realizing how much I
Mm,
was harming myself.
yeah. Well, I used to do sweats. I used to do sweat lodges, and I'd have to prepare because sometimes I would sweat and not a straight 24 hours.
Mm,
I don't think the human body can actually. I've never seen anybody go 24 hours. Um, it's a couple hours at a time, and that's complete deprivation with heated stones and sage and kinnick, and you come out of it almost feeling like a baby, a refreshed, reborn, newborn baby, just to pollute yourself again later on. But that was that was still pushing myself to reach uh, um, a state of being beyond the norm, beyond the average, and that taught me a lot about what the body can endure, how much it can endure, and how long it's going to take you to recover. And the recovery, if you do the preparedness before you endeavor into the ceremony, your recovery is a lot better, quicker, and what you experience is more um, tangible, we'll call it.
knowing that you're native, um, is the sweat lodge more of a native thing? And if it is, did they also do it with certain types of herbs, like or substances, so that they get into that elusive state?
Yeah, you purge the body and you consume large quantities of herbal liquid,
Mm,
and you prepare the body with complete hydration. Um, depending on who's guiding the ceremony, will depend on whether they determine or not you're ready to endeavor into that. But that's not something to take on lightly if you're going to do it seriously. And if you're going to do it alone, I don't suggest that at all because people fall out in sweat lodge a lot,
mm.
and they have to be drug out. They go unconscious, and you got to be real careful about readjusting the body temperature and bringing yourself back into certain substances that you will ingest because you've completely taken the body almost to an infantile state. And you've got to come back from that. And when you fall out, they pretty much just that's the end of your journey into the lodge.
What's coming to mind to me is maybe because I'm thinking about like a spiritual journey, whirly dervis and Rasta Safarians. Are you people that do the what you were just talking about? the Sweat Lodge. Are you trying to get yourself into a position of getting into a spiritual realm?
To me,
Okay.
it's a renewal
Mm.
of self. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No. I asked a question. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it was. I had become so decoherent with my environment and myself that I needed to renew. And that's one particular way of completely renewing the body, removing all the toxins, clearing the mind, getting rid of the baggage, dealing with aspects of the subconscious and the spiritual as well. And you come out of it kind of like a clean slate. And all that garbage that you've collected is basically sweated out. But there's a spiritual aspect to it too, a high
Mm.
energy aspect. So those are very sacred to me. I mean, my sweat, the times that I did, were profound to me, and I can still vividly hold those images in my head and remember. But that's not, there's other ceremonies that are available that most white people, not being trying not to be too descriptive about race, but
Mm-hmm. Pink people. We'll call them pink. That's pink people.
Yeah.
Or Europeans, more oily skinned people. But yes, I get what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's ceremonies that they're not even aware of, and then there was the ones that were outlawed by the United States government. They feared certain things that we were doing, and then a lot of things that were just kept completely away from modern society and the European or any other culture for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
That a lot of self and individualized work to be relevant and sufficient to yourself, the environment, and your peer group. I'm kind of a heretic at that, now because of the omniism and my acceptance of more than just one channel. I utilize Hinduism, Satanism, my heritage, even Christianity and Judaism. If there's something to be utilized as a tool for my endeavors, then I'm not going to restrict that from my life. I'm going to endeavor upon that regardless of the source.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. You said something on the being fearful. What comes to mind is I think there is certain beings that are aware of things, and then they feed the masses fear. My interpretation of fear is just unaware, and then it'll grow its own legs. Tell a whole bunch of people there's witches or wizards, and you spin it with an energy of unaware, negative energy, unaware energy, and then people are fearful of it, and then they start responding to it, but not realizing, but where's your thinking or your feeling and all of that? Like, where's the critical thinking? Why would I attack somebody just because somebody else called them a witch? Everything else, it should inspire me to say, what makes you a witch? Like, what is the take? Are you working with energy of some sort? What are you doing with these chickens? What are you doing with blood? I just find that interesting that the masses are so quick, and I mean so quick, to do the same old, gotta attack. It's wrong. It's bad. That's why I'm not surprised when they talk about, regurgitating this, these refugees. It's funny when we start labeling human beings as, instead of calling them human beings, they're refugees. They're
Or
foreigners.
earthlings.
Yeah, they're
How about,
Earthlings.
yeah, fellow Earthlings? That's what I am. I'm an Earthling. You
Yeah, you're
know,
an Earthling. Yeah. Yeah. But
uh,
for some
uh,
people, they almost have to classify people so they can justify probably a hate that truly is not a hate. Like it takes a lot of energy to hate somebody. Like really, it takes a lot of energy.
you're right.
Same with loving. It's love comes a little bit more easier. It's receptive. Where hate, you really have you have to work at it. I think it's easy to say the word hate. You might even give the facial expression, but if you look at a person long enough, they'll start laughing. I said, "You're full of crap. Come on, you don't hate anybody. You might have a
Uh,
wound, but you don't hate anybody."
I had at one time, and I won't name the individual, but or the individuals, contempt, we'll call it, for them that I had summoned malevolent forces
Mm-hmm.
upon them to the point where even to this day that that summoning still resonates in my being. I can recall that intense energy and involvement that I had in that summoning, and it was extremely powerful and disruptive. But
Mm-hmm.
it left
Well,
traces of itself within my memory and my being.
if they deserve it or they've earned it, that energy that one sends to them, it will go to them. If it's not meant for them, the universe will say, "Be careful, it's a boomerang. It'll come back." But
Right?
there's some people, whether they want to admit it, it's not a punishment. You've earned it. You act like an idiot. You talk like an idiot, and somebody, the way I usually say it is, don't make it personal with me. What do you mean? Because if all of a sudden I have to put my attention to you, that's a different kind of energy now. Opposed to I'm just talking, same with you, Access. I get it. Somebody should not have to be under your radar. Be cordial with each other, be friendly. A good friendship will, if you can have a couple of them in one lifespan, you've done something. Same with enemies.
Yeah.
I don't have enemies. I would have to work very hard to have an enemy. Now, some people say, "Dom, you're my enemy." I'm like, yeah, whatever. What does that look like? Because if you're really truly my enemy, you'll have to understand what a friend is. It's a very similar energy. And I know with myself, my worst enemy, my best friend, is within me.
And that's the best place to find your best friend.
Yep. Yep. It might even turn around and say, "Dom, you've been ignoring me the whole fucking time." Well, I'm sorry. Well, we'll see in future moments to see if you're truly sorry that you ignored me.
Right. Uh, that's people. People learn, certain people. Um, you know, if I'm going to be your enemy and you're going to address me as your enemy, then you're going to recognize me as your enemy because things are going to happen. There's going to be
Mhm.
energy applied to it. And whenever I come to mind or even to speech, you're going to know my presence.
Yes. Yeah. And especially if you understand how to wield it, the question I would be having inside would be like, are they even a worthy enemy or a worthy friend? One person can say, "Yeah, but I want you, I want to be your enemy." Okay, but are you even worthy? Let alone, am I worthy enough to be your enemy? Because you don't want
Right.
to be with somebody of equal energy. If not, then you must also, I must also jam with you. We've said this jokingly. Yeah, last time I picked up anything, Access, I was a kid, I picked up a bass guitar, and you've been doing it for your whole life or most of your life. I'm going to jam with you? No. At that point, I might as well just sit there and enjoy what you play. Unless you want to teach me, but then again, I would turn around and say, "Am I paying you?" You know what I mean? So some people, they say they want to be enemies, but do you really have what it takes? Because it takes a lot of effort, and you got to stick with it, let alone being somebody's friend. Or it's like working with energy, like you had said to me a while back. You got to give it 100%.
Yeah. If you're going to exert the energy to someone as an opposition, don't half-ass.
Yeah,
Don't
because
don't half-ass.
Then you start misdirecting that energy, and then you get exhausted. Okay, so you really hate. Do you hate your parents? Well, no. Do you hate your sister? Well, no. I said, so then you're pretending to hate. Because if you truly are hating somebody, I'm just using that as an example. If you're truly hating somebody, because most people like talking about love. If you truly hate a person and you're always misfiring, you're going to be drained from it because you're not giving it 100%. Now, it could be in a moment. Say, listen, this particular person, he's doing something, he's forcing me in a corner, kind of like the Chinese art of war. You got to give a person an exit. Because if not, they're gonna come out fighting to the death.
Instinctively with some people. Once that fight or flight has been triggered in certain people, then you better be prepared to go to your demise.
If it's a true battle, for most of them, what they start doing is they start wailing their arms. They start saying all these name calling. I said, your reptilian brain doesn't even know how to fucking direct itself. You're insulting somebody. Like if somebody called me a name, I said, you've never heard me rip myself apart. Whatever words you use against me, not even close. Somebody said, Dom, you're an idiot. I said, get in line. Fuck, I call myself an idiot on a regular basis. I practice those words. Not to say I believe in that shit, but I practice those words. No different. I don't go around going, I don't practice all the time. I'm the most amazing guy in the world. Fuck, how would I gauge that?
Right. And how could you until whenever I realized that the state of damage that I could inflict and became aware of it is whenever I had to start putting boundaries up for myself and understanding that, man, I don't know the limit to stop at until I learn it because I was taking it way too far.
Well, especially access. You work with energy, and once you tap in that they already have damaging energy inside of them, you're probably never going to do harmful energy to somebody that has really well-established boundaries and they're strong.
Right.
You wouldn't need to. But the other ones, I said, no, you would just be turning that energy that already exists within them on them. And they'll say, well, actually, you're punishing me. I said, no, I'm just revealing to you how weak your energy is. Because if a person does have boundaries, they don't do name fucking calling, accusing somebody else. What they are at that point, they're aligned with the thorn in their hand. You do enough damage, once you're recovered, make peace with yourself because you have to be removed at that point. You're useless to the community. And there's a lot of people that yip yap that way. And they're only small. Can you imagine the people that are doing things on a different scale? You hear about people working for big corporations and the boss treats them like shit. I said, you realize the karma that you're creating with that person? Down the road,
exactly.
You treat somebody of a different color harmful. Wouldn't it be funny if you found out you become exactly the type of people that you resented? That's the universe playing a fucking joke on us, but deservedly so. We've earned it. If I hate trees, wouldn't it be funny? I become a tree. I go around eating all animals and I don't give a shit. I don't honor them in their death. Then you become one.
And that's the universal law of teaching. People talk about natural law and want to talk about it in one aspect or in one light. But universal law is just as dark as it is light.
I think the best commandment I've ever enjoyed, I have to post it one time, is the Indian Ten Commandments. Love it. I don't know them offhand, but you treat the earth the way you found it, and you respect nature. You respect your fellow beings.
Yeah, that wasn't actually a doctrine of the Eastern Band Cherokee.
Oh, it wasn't?
That was interpreted not by the Eastern Band Cherokee. It may have been by another nation, but in the earlier days of the Eastern Band Cherokee, one was agricultural. Secondly, we didn't live in teepees.
What? You don't live
And
in teepees? Us Canadians live in igloos. You're telling me now you guys don't live in teepees? That makes no sense.
no,
Go ahead. Sorry, Axis.
no, and that's okay. And we were very much into bartering and trading, especially with the Creek Nation, which was also marched down the Trail of Tears. But and the woman was the proprietary authority over the property and certain conducted business that the white people, when they came over, just absolutely could not understand or comprehend.
Mark,
And so
didn't
they
understand Mother
they
Earth. Sorry, go ahead.
right that they capitalize on the stigmata of our ceremonies and our belief systems, and they you go to the trinket stores and there's mandalas and native pipes and such forth. But to truly culturally experience what that stands for has been far removed from what we actually are and what we actually do.
Mm.
What they portray on television or what most have been told is really off point. And it was more a community, and especially for the Eastern Band Cherokee, we didn't move around a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We were highly agricultural, and we stayed generally in North Carolina and surrounding areas, all the way to Indiana.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect when it comes to certain tribes where the birthing of us as humans, but then the birthing of us out of a vessel and out of the female. So that's the one that should be adorned at least. This is where people forget the private versus the public representation, where Muslim calls custom, where the woman privately should be the one that's running the household. Even Indian cultures, like from India, you
Yeah,
know. Unfortunately, you get the insecure little boys that become men, and then it wrecks it for everybody else. Because if a woman's allowed to raise their children and teach them, you're going to have very caring men down the road. But unfortunately, it's one of those tribal, not even, it's a human trait where once it goes array, that little white lie becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And then people try to justify people's behaviors. I said, why? Have you ever been around a household when you know the strength of the family is the woman? Now, is it about the woman? It could be. Could it be about the feminine energy? Could be. Could it be because because they're childbearing species, that the mind works better through the midbrain opposed to the upper brain? Could be. Those are all possibilities. But once
I
a
think
person's, go ahead.
I think if a person wants to actually endeavor in the study of that, they should go into the androgynous aspects of the Hindu gods. Most of the Hindu gods are of an androgynous
Mm-hmm.
nature, which is both, identifying them as masculine and feminine. And
Yeah.
Hinduism is one of the only ones that I've ran across that isn't a defined religion, but more or less a philosophy and way of life.
Yeah, it's a teaching of more. It's more times not. Yeah, it's a teaching or philosophy. Yes. The thing is, unless a person finds out one of their gifts is they can read things, and then maybe look at things like nature and intuitively insightful or comprehended. But for most people, they need to see in the physical. So they need to be in the presence of a woman showing how a household's being run and how a man is respectful. Unfortunately, men, some of them anyway, they go around thinking it's a bad thing. It's the way they're saying it. Like, oh, don't be such a feminine. I said, you're not understanding. You're rewarding somebody with that energy. It's like looking at the swastika. just because one nation uses it, it actually has a very positive and negative energy to it. But unfortunately, most people skew the idea of what they think negative is. Both negative and positive are coming from the same source.
Right, and if it
There's.
wasn't for Hitler exploiting that symbol,
Mhm.
then it wouldn't be as stigmatized as it is.
Well, again, that's the masses. It's like when Gandhi would say, if you guys do this, I'm going to punish myself by fasting. I said, you're not fucking punishing yourself, you moron. And why are you only spending time worrying about the untouchables as Indian when you got raised in Africa? Because he was a member in the club, helping the transaction of the British Empire to no longer have their presence in India, but still rule it. Same in
Right,
China. So again, this is one of those things where the masses should not be the ones representing each other by saying, well, we don't agree with it. No, know your place. The ones that are leading might be the wrong people, but don't think for 1 second fucking anarchies are going to work with the masses. We still need
ex-
people that are
exactly.
leading. Yeah, whether it's poetry, philosophers, and I'll just shut it down there because I know you're going to share. Sorry about that, Axis.
That's okay, Dom.
Yeah.
You're doing fine. You're not breaking any type of taboo.
I kind of want to hear you,
Um,
Alex. I get caught up because to me this is rhetoric for me. But I'm glad I'm able to share with you, even though me and you share a lot on with our phones. It sounds like they're tapping us now.
right. Cultural infringement by we'll call it cultural infringement by intrigue. A lot of people will find intrigue in like the Hindu culture, the meditation or the yogi, or the enlightened spiritual guru, or the Native American. They romanticize and culturally plagiarize small concepts and bits that they feel comfortable with and relevant to, but to take on a full um, embodiment of a religion, that's a 24-hour job, 7 days a week.
Hmm.
And when you're dealing with one that you're not really on board with, but you are giving it your everything so that you understand fully the nature of that beast, that's where the difference comes in between the cultural romanticism and the immersion into that culture.
I can see it being a full time, let's say, job when it's done by oneself, or you're in a community where most people aren't really practicing it. But once a community, let's say, it's a community of 10 or 15 people, and behind closed doors and their thoughts, they're that is their mantra. They've embodied it. It helps everybody else in that community now because you don't have to work so hard. It's like working in the kitchen where everybody's doing their parts. But when you have a bunch of slackers, it becomes that much more work. So you're better off doing it by yourself at that point. And this is what happens with a lot of us, that the world becomes that much more flowing when we're working together. And people are doing their due diligence. When I'm not in the presence of access, am I having these thoughts? So I'm entertaining the mental status. Am I doing the emotional part? Am I doing the physical part? It's like when a team works well together, then eventually one hand knows what the other hand's doing. You don't really have to look anymore. It just becomes more like, as some people use the word, like the zone, for example.
Or a given.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about, when they do mantras, there's a reason when people start understanding, because, people want to entertain their reason opposed to patterns. It's a bit of both. Why is it 108? Why are the beads 108? There's a reason why it's 108 and it adds up to number 9. And
That's
then you start, go ahead.
no, you're fine, Dom. I'm disagreeing. I totally agree. You know, whenever I decided, we'll take a couple of my endeavors. One was the Mormons, and the other was the Seventh Day Adventist.
Hmm.
Um, when I infiltrated them and got past the front all the way to the core and found out all the information that I could possibly learn without micro managing information or micro observation of information individuals, but the whole. I'm ostracized and excommunicated from the Seventh Day Adventist and the Mormon Church of Latter Day Saints.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't get a watchtower delivered here. I couldn't get a couple of Mormons to show up here. I couldn't get a Seventh Day Adventist to even step on my property. And but that was after they found out they had been, when I disappeared and they were reaching out. Well, they found out what had happened. I kind of exposed myself by lack of participation and interest in it anymore because I found out what I wanted to know. And then I got ostracized, completely excommunicated.
Yeah, you would be a disturbance in their system, whether it's Jehovah Witness, Seventh Day Adventist, damn Scientology, if you want to throw in there. They want, when they're recruiting, sometimes they want people that are going to fuel or fill the seats in their churches or synagogues in this case, even with the Jews. And then they want other ones that are going to be their new recruits. So it's the same with Masonry. Masonry does the same thing. I think we've talked about this. You want ones that are just going to be in the forefront. Hey, you guys are Masons, but meanwhile, there's other people that are going to be the next generations of, they'll call them, I don't know, masters or whatever word they want to use. Honorable master, I think we were talking about.
Yeah, I was out on that. Yeah, they, when every time that I had engulfed and encompassed myself into like the Mormons, I went through all three books, which you get to a point where you become a paying customer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Kolob, God's wife's name, them baptizing the dead in Salt Lake City, and what that temple's all about, the whole 9 yards. And then you just disappear and walk away from it. They notice. And that's been my observation and experience with damn near every group that I've infiltrated to the core, is once you're absent and removed from that, they want to know and keep tabs on that information that you have about the core of what they're producing and what that religion is all about. Most people don't understand that the Pearl of Great Price and the writings of Joseph Smith are, required reading, along with, a card, because you're staying in good standings with the Mormon Church. That means you're paying your money, every time their donation boxes, and they keep track of each individual that's in good standing, and you're a card carrying Mormon then. And they don't like that information to get out there, especially, the fact that they discard the Bible and even, the Mormon, the Book of Mormon, and immediately go into the Pearl of Great Price and the writings of Joseph Smith. And then you start getting to the core of that religion.
I think it's because you've been even in the industry of music. I know in books they probably do the same thing, where I don't think the ones that are, we'll just say they're the puppets, are really after the one that's we don't understand. I think what they do is, even religion falls into that, they have a tested program. So when you read a book, the system itself already understands we have our clientele. We know exactly the type of people we're going to promote stuff. Now, if you have something special, we'll try to buy it from you. If you don't, we'll just overemphasize on the people that we already have, and we'll make so much noise they're not even going to know your music or your book even existed. So it's not a really big accomplishment to think that Watchtower have you under their radar. Now,
Right.
there could be another energy that realizes, but he's harmless. What do you mean? He's not going to make an effect on this system. We're about anchoring this system. It's not about personal. That's usually the ego that gets caught up. Well, it's all about me now. They don't fucking care who you are.
No.
If they did, why would they care about all these little fucking Walking Dead people? Because they got a system that works, and they know out of the thousands of people that are going to be born every day or every moment, we're going to catch fucking 900 of them easily. The other
Oh, they know
40,
their percentage.
yeah, whatever that may
They,
be. And go ahead.
that's what every pretty much every religion and society and organization that I've infiltrated, there's always been an understanding of a percentile. That even goes to those that will stay in good standing, those that will continue paying their dues, and those that will keep a card carrying status, and those that are passing through and they just kind of brush that religion or that society, or they're aware of all the statistics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because most people that will, I don't want to offend the poor creature, but most people that act like, well, they use the metaphor of the sheep, don't question things like, how does this serve me? They follow church, they follow whatever state. You give them a little bit of a pushback, bang, you'll see defense and attack.
Yes.
Because they don't want to question themselves to think, well, maybe I'm stupid. They don't even think that way. They don't realize that they've implanted something in you. It's kind of like being under hypnosis. And the very first time that person says those magic words, you're already on your knees defending something. At that point, you're wasting your energy. Whoever it may be, they're wasting their energy. Now, somebody says, well, it's wrong. I said, there's your program. You think this is about right or wrong. Just observe it for what it is. The way the watchtowers work, they're all club members, club associated. Scientology.
That's Jehovah's Witness, the Watchtower.
Yeah, and they're salespeople. The ones that come knocking on your door, they're selling you the latest fucking Amway product. No problem. Give me your literature. No sense of telling them, how you read it right hand opposed to the left hand. Do you understand Revelation? Do you understand the Bible? You already know what they're going to tell you because I'm sharing only them my perception. The only difference is I'm not going to make a fucking literature about it. And even the people that they gave me the stuff, I said, and you're not even going to fucking write the literature. So who are the people in the Watchtower? Find out about all. Because I read a lot of these different magazines. I'm like, so Dom, it just taught you how to read. How does it serve to know that evangelists, they're just going to be replaced by a bunch of, if it's not Jim Baker, it'll be fucking Benny Hinn. Now the people that are in those churches, who knows? They might be paid. It's like going to a college football game. Most of the students there are watching a game. So it looks like if enough people shows up, it must be valuable. How do you not know that's not all being staged? Just because the guys. Go ahead.
If I can, I want to address anybody who sees this and anybody who's watching. The power of the Catholic Church. Now, the people that go to the Catholic Church, you have those that pay their tithes and such forth, but the communication, when you go into the confessional and you start confessing all these things, everything you tell that priest can go to the diocese, and from the diocese it can go to Rome, and directly to the Pope from Podunk anywhere, just because you spoke in a confessional. That's how extensive their reach is.
Yeah, well, again, if a person's a Christian under the disguise of Catholicism, and they read the Bible and this Jesus guy, why was he toppling all the money changers? Well, because they were outside. In the Catholic Church, they're all inside. You know, you ever notice a little basket, how big it is? You know, I mean, come on, guys, fucking, it's all about economics. You know, your cardinals are senators. You know, now that takes a person to do a little research. That's all that is, and it's not research for the think. Well, I'm going to go there to prove them wrong, or I'm going to prove that Dom's lying to me. No, you go in there with a receptive mind. If that energy understands that, they'll give you that information. But if you're already making a decision, then why are you asking the fucking universe to give you a fucking answer that you already know? That's a clever being. Why would I give you the answer of this realm when you think it's all material? You want to be stuck in the evil fucking world? Keep living it. Maybe you'll reach 70 or 80. Fill your fucking boots. You know, when my buddy said, well, we're living longer, but are we living healthier? And for what
And what?
intent? Right?
What do you identify yourself as living? Are you alive? Maybe, yeah. But are you living?
Yeah.
Two different things.
Yeah. The media is talking about my vessel's living longer. Okay, but that's not who I am. It's like when, you know, people talk about birth certificate. It only works if you think you're the fucking vessel.
Right.
You know, dare not tell somebody, do you think you were inside that vessel? Well, what do you mean? So you're trying to tell me they're spending an enormous amount of time when you're born, the day that you're in that form, is it 9 months prior, or when it gets birthed and you jump in it? That's why we have things called like horoscope or astrology. You're a spiritual being. How could you be contained inside of a vessel like a human, like a woman? It doesn't work that way. But people say,
I know.
Go ahead.
I don't mean.
No,
I know when I access, not cage.
My apologies. I caught myself with cage. My apologies.
That's okay. Whenever I converted over to living under a lunar cycle instead of the Gregorian calendar, is whenever I started applying the in utero to an age, a person's age.
Mm.
So even my perspective of a person's age is kind of skewed to the general populace here in the States, as well as the fact that I live by a 13-month lunar calendar. You know, that was that kind of like an accessory that came along with us, an awareness, being aware after changing to everything changed for me when I went to a lunar cycle and a 13-month calendar.
Yeah, I'm with you. 13 and 28 days. Again, even that concept, like if we're aging or these vessels are aging, that's one thing. When we start putting calendars, now we're talking about days, months, hours. And that this is when we bring a numerical number. But an aging to a tomato, it's usually through observation. The tomato's aging, it's going to go to seed. It doesn't need to know what is the purpose of the sun or the moon. It might actually be following it, but it doesn't need to have man-made language on top of it. You know, I get it.
Right.
That's why they can play let's have the Georgian calendar or all these other different calendars. Like there's so many, and you're probably aware of it, so many different calendars are running at any given moment where we're here. So now, is one right and all the rest are wrong? No, the whole ideal of using numbers on it is the deception. You know, the moon moves, the sun moves. They're not. We go with series where they've talked about a 10-day week, but that's under the premise that it's always here on the earth. There's a good chance there could be other planes and they deal with different aging process. The further you go away from the core, could the aging process change? We would have to be aware of that, or maybe we're not designed to remember. We lived somewhere else before, like Germanica or Odin, and then because they have a different ley line or whatever, their aging process, what you call 80 years, for us is 400 years.
Right.
You know, it goes back to the trees. Trees, why are they categorized aging different than us? Same with cats, same with dogs. You know?
And they'll apply that to any outside like dog ears, or you know, whatever animal, or the cycle of a tree or something, but they won't ever observe the natural system of precession that's right above them, that will bring them into a harmonious um, rhythm.
Hmm.
You know, and your whole take on things changes. People come here for my in-home services and my case managers and the mental health services. And the first thing they complain about, one, is there's no mirrors in my house except for one in the bathroom.
Hmm.
That's because I can't rip it off and get rid of it. I'd get in trouble. The other is the fact that they can't see in my home. That under this lighting, is they're almost blind. And it's dealing with people who are going by that Gregorian calendar, or the average 7-day work week, is when they comes to me, has been a challenge, a massive challenge. Just a few of them that's actually been able to comprehend and understand that I don't live under the same guidelines that you do to understand time, or the concept of time. There's something that I apply myself to, you probably would never be able to adjust to or understand unless you give yourself over to it. So
Yeah,
there's some cons to it.
I think that reveals sometimes access. I've heard people say, Tom, I don't understand you. I'm like, okay, well, there's your first break. You just revealed the word understand, but you're pointing it to the wrong person. You've never understood you. So for them, when they come to you, access, they might say, well, I don't understand how you live. I said, no, no, it's just revealing how much you don't understand what you call familiar. Do you really know how the sun works? Do you really know how the moon works? Well, not really. I said, so you take it for granted. So you're unaware. Okay. But let's say you did know. I'm going to give a hypothetical. You did know. How would you discern the difference now? And how would you live in one world opposed to the other? Because it is, we're just playing with numbers. So what does a calendar really mean? Especially if a person says, okay, Dom, I've never gauged my age. So how old would I be? Does it matter? Again, that's a celebration of an entry point.
Right,
You
it's
know,
it's relative.
yeah, and it feeds into the ego. That's what it does. It feeds into the program. That's all it does. It's feeding into the program. So I need a pivot foot. I need a landmark. Because if not, but then again, okay, let's say you have a landmark. So how does it really work? The sun travels what, 364? Let's go 364 on the leap year, 365 or whatever. How does that work for you to age? And then once they start breaking it down, I said, now the question is, do you actually age? What do you mean? Well, people talk about parasites. Does a parasite really affect you, or does it affect the vessel? It's like when people get attacked. They'll see somebody else getting attacked, but they actually think they're being attacked. No, those are two different things going on. You're observing something else being done to another person. You'll call it an experience, but you're actually observing it. They've done those kind
Right.
of tests where people see through a mirror or whatever of a hand or whatever. It's interesting you talk about that because some customers, they don't believe in having statues in their house because energy can be captured in that, or same with a mirror.
I know what can be done with reflective surfaces. I
So
know
you do
what,
know. Hold on.
yeah, and I know what I'm capable of achieving and doing with a reflective surface.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have mirrors around me, nor clocks.
Mm-hmm. It's no different when people, let's say people that do voodoo, they catch a lock of a hair of somebody. Either you don't have strong boundaries or you've mocked it. Either way, you revealed how that energy that you have within you is weak, and they can take that energy from that hair and use it against you. But it's your own hair that they're using against you. They're not doing anything amazing. They're just tapping into energy.
Yeah, Santeria. is is a combination of voodoo and Catholicism.
Mm.
And my research into to voodoo is you're talking about a stigmatic um, religion, or if you want to call it a religion, way of life, is really the superstitions, the um, the fear that they have of the environmental powers that are unseen. It is profound. These people, when they go into actually projecting in ceremony, these people are wielding some energy. And when I look at their origins, this is, I'm baffled almost how this developed through, Catholicism and voodoo and African um, taboos. And they brought it here to the States. And these people are just as convicted as, we'll say, a devout Muslim.
Mm.
That's just, you brought up voodoo, and I remember my endeavors into
Mm-hmm.
trying to understand what voodoo was and where it come from.
Yeah, there's
Sorry,
so many practices. No, no, go ahead. I'm just saying there's so many practices, whether abracadabra or the whirly dervis, bloodletting. There's so many things that it's either the fallen ones. I'm going to speculate the fallen ones giving a whole bunch of alchemy to people, or we've just forgot a lot of these crafts and how they intertwine with each other. It's kind of like using tarot cards for your own personal gain opposed to being of service. One is more for divination. You're doing it for more selfish usage opposed to trying to be of service to somebody or humanity, or relying on whatever the unknown's going to do. You're not trying to force it. So you're going to have a more receptive spirit opposed to you want to force it. Okay, so we'll give you exactly what you want, but don't bitch and complain when we told you be careful for what you ask for.
right. Now, whenever I was endeavoring into uh, learning about Santeria, the and like I said, these people are convicted, and they take themselves very seriously. Um, Eggs. They were putting eggs uh, around my car, in certain places where I would wind up cracking an egg or break it, which I didn't, you know. But this is in the heart of the city, and this shit's happening, and all I'm doing is researching because, I'm not going to participate in animal and blood sacrifice and rituals, even though they say it's protected by law. You can still animal cruelty and such forth. So, but just getting close enough to it to understand it, they were putting weird shit around my car, on my property, and I was aware enough to catch what I did. I don't know what got past me, but I went through some shit with them. That's why I speak so diligently about their conviction.
Once again, Max, this is one of those things. Is like, so I'm going to try to understand this. Humans kill animals, and they eat them. So if that's not a bad thing, but yeah, people saying that if you have animal blood and you're drinking with it, and now you're saying you're making it a law and bad, there's something suspicious about that. Is there something that they're not sharing about the value of blood out of animals? It's like when a dog, supposedly, when a dog tastes human blood, you have to put him down because that dog will chase nothing but that blood. It's kind of like the lion chasing the marrow or something in, it's like in the Cracker Jack box. It's not interested in the flesh. It's interested in something else. So there's a good chance the blood is probably what some people call life or whatever, or life essence. So maybe some people that end up able to harness the blood of an animal, it's kind of like some tribal people would find out if certain Indian kids or certain tribal kids, that's probably the better word, tribal kids, they would get them in an elusive state to find out if they had a certain gift. Could they see the eye of a hawk through through a hawk or through a coyote? So I'm kind of suspicious when I hear that, because why would you make it wrong or illegal to be able to consume, let alone have animal blood? Because the pagans used it a lot. The Jewish use blood a lot.
Yeah, and even the Hebrew God demanded blood at certain points.
Mm-hmm.
I've encountered three different uh, religions. We'll just call them religions. I identify them as something else, but we'll call them religions that practice um, blood ceremonies, and they're definitely not out in the open with it. This is something that is very concealed, private, but the people that are involved in these three different religions are truly convicted by that blood and by that sacrifice and by the ceremony, more
Mm-hmm.
so than any Christian I've ever met.
Mm-hmm. And the ceremony, once again, how big of a part does that play in all of that? When people hear about, and I think it's kind of a psyop, a distraction, spiritual cooking. So either A,
Right.
they're showing us a limited view on spiritual cooking, such as if now you start consuming gold, blood, urine, and all that. But what about the masses? What happens when you're doing material cooking? What the fuck does that do to you? Because people always want to say, well, that religion is wrong. I said, but no, question your own practice. What does it mean when people do material cooking? One thing is to eat an apple that comes off a tree, but people are literally either killing an animal or somebody's doing it for them. You're eating material. What does that really do to you? You're a human being. It makes sense to me if you eat another human being. You're picking up their energy, but you're eating an animal. You're eating a pig, even though they're smart compared to what? You're eating a cow.
Exactly.
Compared to what? Now, if there's blood in all of that, what happens if we're all very similar beings and it's more or less in the blood? It's just some people are born that they can't speak. Some of them don't speak English. Some of them don't speak cow or cat. But yet we don't realize we're killing one of our own ancestors that happens to be in a cow or a chicken.
The Hindus are very convicted by that notion.
Yes, very much so. But then again, I think a lot of that gets lost in the message, and then they end up worshiping the animal opposed to what is it supposed to what's the symbol for it? Is it the animal itself or something got rebirth within that animal?
Right. And as far as taking on energy, all you got to do is look at the law of thermodynamics and entropy to know that what you consume, you become.
Yep, I'm with you on that. Yeah, yeah. I've done a lot of
So,
damage to my
yeah,
body. Mm-hmm.
yes. Yeah, I'm guilty. Very guilty.
And then when you start
But
factoring in our outer bodies, whether the auras or whatever, because our body, from what I've learned, we consume a lot with sun's rays, or when you hear the people that go on and on about these are offsprings of flat earthers, or vice versa, where, well, you shouldn't drink fluoride. You shower in the fucking shit, buddy. Your organ, fucking your skin takes way more through the organ of your skin than you do in your mouth.
environmentally, too,
Yeah.
that's where frequencies, waves, um, energies, Just because you're not chewing on it and swallowing it doesn't mean that it's not infiltrating your carcass.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, a lot of energy is always triangulating around us, whether it's liquids or it's Wi-Fi or electricity. I'm an electrician. Fucking, we align commercial buildings and residential building with all that conduit. So now we're in this big fucking electrical wave of energy, and it's done
Tom,
so
what
subtly. Go ahead.
what did you learn about 60 cycle? Um, what I call it 60 cycle hum because I'm a musician, but there's something to that 60 cycle vibration in the wiring and the transmission of electricity through that wiring at 60 cycles. Did you ever study anything on that? Being as close to electricity as you are and energy, you
I've
know.
always enjoyed energy. I've always found it's come across my, visual when it comes to when I had to study electrical. I found electrical in general very dry. So I wouldn't do justice. I know I've seen people on YouTube talk about the different hertz, that you playing in an instrument, you probably understand it and be able to explain it. For me, I'm just surprised we're not doing wireless electricity. So there's a part of me that knows that the information they give us to me right now is very dry. So, and it just never stuck. I enjoy the application of electrical. I like using my hands, but when it came to the theory, I usually fall asleep. So I wouldn't do justice when you're asking me what I know about 60 hertz. I've heard about it. It's come across my visual, but I never really focus in how it can affect us. How does it work, especially when you're dealing with different cycles opposed to 60 cycles. But if you want to share, please. You'll probably present it in a way that will intrigue me.
Well, the only tangible evidence I have is because of music. If there isn't a proper grounding, then your amplifier picks up that 60 cycle hum. And if your amp isn't projecting music from your instrument, you can hear that. So I know it's in the air surrounding me, and I know I'm being exposed to it environmentally and basically um, completely immersed in 60 cycles around me. And even when recording, and I think everything is deadly silent, that 60 cycle hum can be identified in the background.
Mm.
And I have to use filters to filter that out, especially when I'm recording music, because it's that present. Now, its effects, I don't know. I've observed certain things, and it usually has to deal with sanity, being under high tension wires. Um, there was a particular family that they had high tension wires next to their house, and all of them slowly started going insane. I didn't
Mm.
know, I'm not going to say it was the high tension or electricity exposure because I don't have much comparison other than that one particular family who lived underneath those high tension wires. And if that was the case, that was the source of them all going completely batshit crazy, then what is this 60 cycle hum that's coming through my amplifier and my recordings and that I'm immersed in, that I have to filter out? What effects is it having? It's got to have some type of effect. And
Hmm.
they had to have known whenever they chose 60 cycles that was what they were going to base that resonance on. They could have changed that to a higher or lower, but they chose 60 cycles. I don't know if that's because energy flows better, electricity flows better at that rate, or if there's something else to it.
Well, you use the word grounding, so they're picking it up in the ether. Now, this family, whether they were aware of it or not, there's a possibility that energy works one way, but there could have been something so in depth underneath them that plays a major role. This is why we have energy above and below. So, people try to gauge it to have a steady, this is where order out of chaos comes in. The order might be, some people are going to try to harmonize it, so now we gauge it at 60 hertz, or musical instruments 432 opposed to 440. But the chaos itself, to the average being, it would come across as chaos. But once you go beyond that, then you realize, no, that's harmony actually. That chaos is what you want to be in. That order is very restricting. So musical instruments to the ear can only be perceived. And again, 432 or 440, they're just playing with half full, half empty mentality. They're trying to so desperately get people to say, do you see the glass half full? Most people will say, well, I have to pick one side. So they took you from duality to singularity, opposed to realizing there's so much energy going around. Why would you want to gauge it to 440 or 432?
Yeah, I generally keep my recording equipment at 430 seconds.
Yeah, for musical, especially when you want to entertain the masses. 432, time, trinity, duality. Number 9, spiritual meeting the material. That's why that energy works. But if you had the masses were higher energy being, they would say, don't play that fucking shit 440, 432. It's just fucking shitty. It's shitty energy. Because we've been indoctrinated, even with the instruments, how we sing, our tonality out of our own voice. It's very limiting. It's actually anchoring us here. But what people do is, well, one's better than the other. You're playing right and wrong again. One's right, one's wrong. Fuck it, those are both pious position. The fact that we're gauging it with number gives it away. What about if it's 621? 6, 2, 1 adds up to number 9 again.
Right.
Again, this is the energy that we're in, so there's a reason why number 9 is the energy for spiritual meeting the material. Number 8 is the material number. Number 7 is the spiritual number. These are all energies behind it. Same with colors. Each color is probably, you can even correlate it with, let's say, numbers.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. I'm using speculation. You're confirming it. So, like I said, I'm about sharing awareness. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I can even describe it. I mean, there is a mathematical equation to each color. That's how I know that each color in your description is effective that way.
Mm-hmm.
You were rolling, man. Let's go ahead and continue. I'm sorry for the interruption, but I wanted to,
You're going to break it down, Axis. I appreciate that. I have no problem stepping aside when I know I'm in the presence of somebody that can break it down, because I put it out there and with ceremonies, with some friends or with my wife, and what I put out in the universe, I want to share awareness. That's what I put out. That was it. It wasn't about teaching anybody. It wasn't about right or wrong. It was just awareness, and that can come in many folds. How a football game gets staged, how a concert stage gets set up, how does currency work? That's just awareness. What people choose to do with it, how they do it, that's on them if they choose to take that information. I can only ask people, make it noteworthy, maybe note it, maybe one of your chakras are blocked. I don't know. I'm guessing when I say that stuff.
Right. And that's, kind of the relevancy that I want to keep, especially with interaction with other people and guests and the chat is, we're not gurus trying to show you how to live in a certain way. This is just expressed information that you can take or leave at your discretion.
Yep. Now, if you're going to show somebody and they're asking you questions and you ask them, so how does this serve you? I'm just curious. You're better off talking to me then, because I'm going to show you awareness where you're going to waste access's energy to explain something to you that you're not even going to apply. Then just
Right.
pass it forward. That's a waste of energy. You're wasting the person that's able to break it down for you, and you're wasting your own energy. Where for me, I'll gladly tell somebody. I said, so you want to be aware how the economy works? Yeah. But if you're going to ask me, well, Dominic, can you do something to change it? Now you're talking to the wrong person. It's of no interest to me to change the system. The system is in place the way it is. And if we're going to change anything, we've got to change the mindset of the masses first, if you're going to make that kind of change.
And that's, to solidify that, in my earlier introductions into chats and social media, I used to use the catch influencing the field. And that's back whenever I ran with the Cult of Axis. And there was a group of us that would go out because we would do focusing. And we would together focus on one particular thing for a result. And when those results started manifesting, then I started using the tagline, the Cult of Axis, we influence the field. And now that, the Cult of Axis still exists on Facebook and is still an operating community, they took it over and it became its own entity. And I was able to step away from it and continue with what I do. But it was an experiment that is repeatable and provable. So, we're hitting on the proper cylinders, I'm sure. But it was just I don't really use that anymore unless I'm using it as an application on a channel, a person, or in a certain situation. And I just as easily, grab up 4 or 5 people from Facebook that are in the Cult of Axis, and the focusing starts, which changes and influences, actual tangible changes in environment, statistics. It's limitless once you learn to group focus and project and manifest that transference of energy and combined agreement.
Yeah, I think access, when it comes to like smaller groups, whether people, they all put their hands on a different part of a person, they can lift them up, or as you're talking about, you guys working together with the access. There's so much room for so many different types of energy in this realm that some of them, what happens is, hey Cage, for some people they forget, because there's so much energy. If it was easy to change, then we should be able to go to India and get everybody to speak a different language. There's so much, these languages, energies that are honed in on, and it's anchored in. So that's why certain parts of the world has certain types of food, other parts of the world has certain types of languages. And when people realize that, then they see the abundance of energy that's here and how it can shape shift, or in this case, not even shape shift, that's not even the right word. In this case, it's just how it works in all these different areas. It's just when a person thinks, I've done it in a small experiment. It could be hundreds of people, but it's still small, because we're talking about there's many different types of beings here, and it's not just limited to the human species. You're not going to be able to have 100 people ask a sequoia tree to bend down, because the sequoia tree is way stronger than 100 people together.
And that's the constant. The 100 people are the persistent.
Yes, thank
projecting
you.
And then the tree being stronger than the influence is the constant. And that is the solidification and underlying code that operates this particular state of existence. You know, like I
Yeah.
said, you can bend it and you can play with it, but altering it is just it takes a lot of energy to manifest or to project onto something to get a result that defies the constant. Hey, Cage, how's it going, brother?
Good, good. Thank you guys for having me.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
To add on to what you were saying there, yeah, and like the Hermeticism, what they say is you can't break natural law or the laws of the universe. You just use one law against the other, so it looks like it's being broken, but it's not. It's just being influenced by using one law against the other, or playing within it.
Yeah. There's a verse in the Christian Bible that says who can I think it's who can make straight that which God has made crooked, or it's who can make crooked that which God has made straight. Basically saying that the underpinning source of reality we're not capable as the state to alter and bend that depth of creation. We
Yeah.
can go
Sorry,
ahead, Dom.
I get
No,
it.
you're fine.
Yeah. What people usually do is they use language to manipulate words. So when people talk about laws, aren't laws. When they talk about commerce, laws are, I like to use the word land, air, and water. It presides over top of what's called nature. Nature to me is wild and untamed. And we are designed to be wild and untamed, but it has boundaries. It's like you raising your kids, you make sure their environment is safe. So that's why laws just, they don't need to change. Now, if humans are misbehaving, they might permit water to go over top of land. But then again, land is the absence of water. So there's already been a manipulation done prior to it for us to have what's called Earth. So it's not a big leap that when humans say, well, humans are manipulating Earth. I say, well, we're doing what the gods have done. They've manipulated things, putting two objects up in the sky to rule over the day and the night. That's a form of manipulation. In my interpretation of the word that we use, if I'm speaking the God's language, who knows how that would sound like, let alone would it even be a sound? Would it just be, I think me and you are talking about that axis about certain frequencies, probably the senses don't pick up.
Right. And wow, I just had an incredible nugget there, but it got lost in the mix. Maybe it'll come back to me. I hate when that happens. It seems to be happening a lot to a lot of people. And you have a really profound thought, and almost instantaneously, as you go to voice that or present that thought, you lose it. And I've seen this being more persistent here lately than in the past.
It happens to everyone.
Cage, what have you seen it? I mean, I've noticed here recently that it's become more of an issue than any time in my prior existence. Are you noticing anything like that, or the changes in people's cognitive expression?
A little bit, yeah. I can kind of know. It's happening a bit more often now, yeah. It
Well, I
happened to
thought.
me the other day too.
So they're probably subjecting us to a frequency that kind of nullifies. It would be hitting the well to a computer it'd be RAM. To us, it's just random access thought.
Yeah. You know what? Also, I've noticed. Like when I've actually said something which I probably shouldn't be saying online, like a bit too deep, and like the internet just messes up, and I'll go back and it's all distorted. You won't be able to hear what I'm saying. It's crazy. Like blocks it or something.
Yeah, I ran into it today. Me and Dom had a conversation, and when I went to get back on a panel, and even whenever I fired this one up, I had three devices that were conflicting, and it wasn't until about a half hour ago that my red light for my security went down. It was peaking for the first I'm gonna say 3.5 hours.
That's weird.
Yeah, yeah. So Dom's waiting to see what his experience is with it and whether it starts revealing itself. Which I think if we persist with this type of conversation and even in private, I think Dom is going to eventually see that there's an interference. We'll call it that. How about that? Just an interference. Maybe an observer. But
There's someone going
this,
on with it.
yeah, and like I said, today was a real solidification that the ones who are actually in control of the platforms and the information are they're the ones with the total control and power, and we are just basically we're gifted this. So I'm sure they're benefiting from it some way, whether it be researching us or the algorithm picking up metadata, you know. But it was made clear to me that this is a gift that they're benefiting from by the algorithms and metadata, but we can take it away from you just as easy as we gave it to you.
Yeah, what do they call it? They call them spiders, right? Like a web crawler or a spider.
Yeah, seek and destroy um, communications, denial of service. There's a lot of things they used in the past that the FCC and the FBI and those guys were using for a particular type of information. But apparently now, if you speak in a particular way that generally isn't spoken, that draws attention now. They, they're monitoring it from
Maybe
my
keywords and that.
observation.
Yeah. If you use specific
So
words, they'll pick it up, kind of thing.
something, there was something to it, because I'm
It's
going
called
to have to
spider.
tighten.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's also known as web crawling or web scraping. Is a process of automatically extracting information from websites using web crawlers and spiders. A web crawler is a bot or automated script that systemically navigates through website's pages, following links and gathering data. I bet they have something like that on YouTube, right? Like for voice.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. That's what, me and Don was sitting back waiting for to see what was going to happen. But like I said, my signal just went down to the yellow and the green spectrum about a half hour ago, but it was peaked out for the biggest part of this stream. So that was telling me that somebody was trying to interfere with my system, whether it be collection of data, monitoring, or they were trying to deliver something, a frequency, a signal, whatever. But I have no doubt now I don't even question it now. I'm just going to have to take precautions against it.
Mhm.
And I hope people that hear this do the same, because I have ways to monitor my ports and my access to the internet and the web. And if there's any disruption whatsoever, my program will pick it up. It keeps me from being hacked, and it is a firewall and a defensive shield. So take precautions. That's my suggestion only.
Yep. Yeah, I don't really use the computer very often. I only use it when I'm streaming or I want to play a video or something while I'm streaming.
Right. I think Dom didn't in the, I think it was the last stream we done. You know, there's a trusted user even in the phone, whether it be a phone, an iPhone, or you know, an Android or your computer. You have to manually shut that down, and you got to put your phone in developer mode to actually get to that back door that they have automatically set up.
Oh
So
yeah,
that's some
yeah.
information for everybody there.
You ever jailbroken? Yeah, I used to jailbreak iPhones and unroots or roots or whatever it's called, Androids before, rooting, kind of like that. Eh?
Yeah, and you know, it was several years ago that I learned about the trusted user, and because I'd taken my computer in to the place that I bought it from, and they were supposed to take care of my problem after hours, and I got to thinking, well, I didn't give them any information about my computer. How are they going to do this? You know, and I
Mm-hmm.
got to researching into it, and I realized and found, yes, there's a trusted user access. Shit, you know, they don't publicize it. They don't let you know it's there, but it is, and you can manually please shut it down.
Yep. On the phone, it's rooting, right? It allows you to install non-standard apps, which can help you modify hidden settings, remove bloatware, and control storage.
Yep.
You get directly into the system files. You can delete that access port or whatever. Right?
Right. Right. You know, that technology has, and where it's headed, you know, we were discussing earlier, is information going to become the next commodity beyond currency? You know, just the flow of information itself becomes a resource for sustaining you economically. Kind of like the guys who get paid to play video games. I don't know if you're aware of those guys, or even, but there's a bunch of people out there that get a damn good pay for just playing video games. So any type of true tech research, or anybody that's an operator, a systems operator, or knows anything about the shell and the kernel and the systems and the systems files,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
You can even completely put your own operating system on it, turn it into a Linux device like Manjaro or something.
Yeah, I got a laptop. It's running on Linux.
You can do it on your phone too.
Really?
Yep.
I once I shut everything down and installed a monitor, I haven't been in developer mode to do anything of creation or alteration to the phones that I have, but I've got several phones. Some of them are activated, some of them aren't. They're just running off the internet, and they're basically monitors. But I had to shut
Yeah.
all the ports down in them. What are you on, Dom? Are you on a computer or are you on a phone?
I said he's gonna be right back. I think he went to do something.
Oh, how about you, Cage? Are you on a computer or a phone?
I'm on a phone right now. An
Okay.
iPhone. So it's a bit harder to get into.
Right. There's a trick to getting it to switch over to developer mode. You can dial it into YouTube, and
Oh
it's
no!
easy.
I used to jailbreak iPhones. I can do it. I'm saying it's harder for a hacker to hack a iPhone.
Right.
Like you'll have
Right.
to. Yeah, most people won't know how to do that.
No, not at all. That's why Pam, she sometimes comes up here and we get a little techie and start talking a little bit of tech. But I'm impressed, Gage. I didn't know that you were aware of the operations of systems and system structure and the nodal points and access points to an operating system of a phone and a computer. Obviously, you got that down too. That's pretty good, man.
Yeah, I like looking into things like that. Especially like the old life I used to live. That was like number one thing is cybersecurity. You don't want the fucking feds going up in there.
Right. And I after my last study of how many bots are actually operating in the YouTube environment, it's a 60-40 ratio, and it's a 60% in their favor, the bot favor of presence in YouTube. And just by accessing YouTube, they're accessing you. You can physically, well, it's not really, you can metaversally shut those ports down physically on your device. Um, it would be metaversally, I guess, is the word that we'll use so people can understand. They lose access to what you're doing, except the interface that you have with that particular system, such as YouTube or Facebook or whatever. I didn't. I had no idea. Okay, I'm impressed that you were able to free phones, and uh, if you could do that, then I know that you understand how to access.
Yeah, I was young when I was doing that shit. I was like 16, 17 doing that. But I haven't really looked into it much since.
No, that's good. That's great skills, man. I mean, those are survival skills in this day and age.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's
Search up
practical.
pine64.org.
What was that?
Pine64.org. You should look into it.
Okay, because I get a lot of my information from IBM. Um, Believe it or not, IBM is still state of the art and cutting edge. They're just not as advertised as, we'll say, Zuckerberg or, you know, Gates or Musk. Well, IBM is actually right up there with them in a competing arena for technology advancement. And I keep a tab on them because they're actually in control of the first quantum computers. I know that, you know, what is it? The developers at, I can't think of where Geordie Rose was, the D Wave, they take credit for it, but it was pre-developed by IBM.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that's another. You throw that out there for the audience. Hold on, we've got someone in the back here.
Yeah, the Pine64.org thing is like they sell different devices like laptops, tablets, even just like the actual processing chips and like and phones that are on de-Googled, as they call it. They're not connected to Google. They're not connected to the App Store or any of these things that are preloaded onto your device. So it's like they claim they're
Right.
pretty much like very difficult to hack into, and that
Right, but they can always access it from whoever the distributor or whoever your carrier or provider is. Hello, how are you?
hey Beth, how you doing? You're muted, by the way.
Hello, friends. How are
There you
you?
go.
I'm good. I'm good.
Right.
Welcome, welcome. We're talking
Have you
boring
been
computer talk.
Yeah, uh, everybody's got one, but nobody seems to quite comprehend the workings of that mysterious device, whether it be a phone, a laptop, or a tablet.
Yeah, the Pine phone too. It's like a mini computer. They have like a connection port for the monitor, so it's like pretty much like a portable computer.
Wow, I've got a USB adapter that I thought would work, but the Android that I'm using as my proprietary source of communication, uh, you can't connect it to a monitor because my eyes get strained trying to read comments or when I'm focusing in on pictures. But I'm sure that, fuck man, I got state of the art phones here that aren't activated that I'm sure I could work with. I just got to actually apply myself to it to get something done with it.
Yeah.
How long have you been hanging around, Beck?
Off and on throughout the evening, I took a phone call. Just one second. Just a second. Sorry, I just
Sure.
had. Okay, I took a phone call. Sorry, I'm just gonna get. Okay, there. I'm just gonna close that. Yeah, I've been in and out throughout the evening. I took a phone call for a couple hours. And was kind of popping in and checking in on the chat and listening here and there, but not all evening.
Awesome. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. So, what do you think? Um, is it a inviting platform so far?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I
Cool.
really appreciate it. Yeah.
Cool. Well, we're glad to have you. And Cage and Dom is kind of my partner in crime right now. And we get down, and we had a visit from Snafu, but that didn't go over too well. He didn't come back. He said he was going to come back, but he didn't. I don't know what happened because I figured he would. Out of anybody, I figured he would show back up, but he didn't.
He's not here.
Oh, not that I know of. He was earlier. He actually come up on panel earlier. So I'm not sure. Did we just lose Cage?
Yeah, we did just lose Cage. Sorry, I misunderstood who you were talking about. Sorry, who was here earlier that you thought you'd come back? I heard Dom because I was like, but Dom's right here. So obviously I was I misheard.
No, it was Snafu.
Yes, Snafu. Yeah. No, I actually did.
Yeah,
I saw that. I hop, skipped, and jumped through the stream and saw that. And earlier, actually, when I was watching and popped in and said hi, it was shortly after that. I actually popped in initially just when Not Know was saying goodnight, as well as somebody else was saying goodnight. Two people were just actually about to lay down and disengage from chat. Maybe Jeebus. but I had peeked in
Yeah,
to see,
Jeebus.
I usually peek on a live stream to see who else has been there.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
You're a lurker. What happened, Kate? Did
No,
you
if
get
I'm going to
kicked?
join no, it's more about joining the conversation. In some of the other panels, it can be more about, no, if I'm watching, I'm watching. If I'm hop, skipping, and jumping through a panel before I join, it's more just to sort of see what's happened. On some of the fast paced panels, it can be important to see what you're jumping into. On a more casual and relaxed conversation like this, it's just nice to see who else has visited in case there was something that happened. No,
Well,
for
you guys
me,
want to
Right.
start?
lurking is watching and not really letting people know you're there, which I don't typically do. I'm not usually a live lurker. I did early in my truth or rehab days, but typically if I'm somewhere, I'll say hi, or drop an
I,
emoji. Yeah.
I love it. The Beck's 12 steps to the internet. you got to write an
Well,
ebook. It's only right that you write an ebook of Bex's 12-step program to the internet
Well,
or
it
to
has
social
been great for
media.
me. I can really see how other people take breaks. I know I've been accused of being lurking when I'm taking a break, which I did way back then, but I didn't even know it was lurking. I didn't understand that that's what that was. And now it's sort of like it's interesting. I've had a few people be like, "Oh, you're not taking a break, you're watching." I'm like, "Well, that says more about you than me." And in fact, like it really does, right? If someone's accusing you of doing something, secondly, there's no rules to how somebody chooses to disengage from something they're doing too much of, like interneting. You know what I mean? Like there's no rules, right? So anyone can choose how they want to decrease their time spent doing something, right? So I just find that hilarious when people are like, I know you're around, I know you're watching. It's like, actually, there's a lot more can be garnished. I find a lot more can be garnered or whatever from live streams after they've been published, because you can hop, skip, and jump through and get the whole gist of it. And I can get, out of a 12-hour live stream, so much happens in the metaverse. I'm not saying you get all the juice from it, but I'm just saying, like, I tend to like to hop, skip, and see what happened in chat, and then stop and see, based on what's happening in chat, what's going on stage. But yeah, it's just interesting, right? So it's funny. It'd be one thing if someone was like, "Oh, hey, I'm leaving YouTube and I'm not going to be here for 2 months." And then obviously you're around everywhere. That's a different thing than being like, "I've been slowly disengaging from this phone in my hand, which has been in my
Hmm.
hand for 3.5 years." So it's funny to see how people interpret what it means when you're saying you're changing your habits or something.
Well, people don't.
But for me,
Uh,
the main thing I saw that a lot, at least for me, I've been a long time addict of the chat, right? Of the chat engagement long before I paneled. And so I thought I was substituting socialization, but with everything with the way my season 1 through 5 occurred on my channel, I'm just really enjoying being out in the world, right? Like I really am, having conversations with people at bus stops, and it's nice to be applying some of the skills I learned online to real life. It's
I'm
been
proud of you. You took my advice, kind of. So get the fuck outside.
yes.
Get the fuck. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Good for you.
that's awesome. As long as it's beneficial to you and enhances your experience of living, absolutely. You know, I technology is my it's a part of me day to day, because I incorporated it to be such. I don't participate in society nor with other people, and generally in real time, unless they're my home health services or case managers or psych evaluators. Outside of that, everything is metaversal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was recommending because she lives in such a beautiful area too. down there, right by the ocean and everything. So,
Wow. Yeah, see, it wasn't till I was introduced to Bex that I started looking at the that would be the western regions of Canada. You know, uh, fuck, that was foreign to me. It's like looking at an alien map there for a bit. But she drew that to my attention because of her location. So how
Yeah,
much
it is
of
beautiful here.
yeah? Go ahead, Bex. We're we're receptive.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it is beautiful here. It's and it's nice. Some of the responses, like, that can happen on YouTube, like, and I can understand why people think people do things just for optics, but I was subject to quite a bit of criticism. That's a kind way of putting some of it. But I will take the best. Criticism from one person who doesn't like you is way better than 100 platitudes from admirers. I don't even mean
Yeah,
criticism from someone who doesn't like you, but I just mean even with malintent, right? Um, don't discredit what criticism can do. So, like, I lazily didn't insure my car in October. And then I was, sort of, like I said, I'm going to politely call it criticized for a lot of things. And, I just got out and started walking. Right. And so those two things combined I'm still sitting with a perfectly good car uninsured. I've spent $25 on $5 bus passes in 4 months. I walk everywhere, and I've always had a car. So, sometimes really good can come out of, like, I know people be like, oh, you could just go out to prove to YouTube that you're going out, but actually I've been going out so much and getting so much done that's why, like, I'm not lurking, right? I'm like living, and walking places. And today I went way uptown on the bus, had an appointment, but I hadn't been to that end of town in years, and usually I drive everywhere. So, out of ashes and crap, the best things can come, right? So I'm just really happy that that's the way I've dealt with a lot of it, is to take what I can and see it for what it is, and make my life better,
and you cleaned up
so.
too, didn't you?
Pardon me?
You cleaned up also, didn't you? And you're going outside.
Yeah,
You're
my
ticking all
house,
the
like,
boxes here. There you
yeah,
go.
there's a few, there's still some furniture adjusting that needs to go on in my house. And my walk-in closet kind of became a shove zone for a lot of boxes of stuff. So there's still some things that I need to do, but I had my carpets cleaned and everything, like, in December.
Oh
Like,
wow,
it's,
really? Nice.
yeah, yeah.
Good
And
work. Good shit.
yeah, I mean, and my house is really nice. It's not, like I said, it needs a bit of feng shui done, and some decluttering, but it didn't take me nearly as long as I'd procrastinated thinking about it. So, and there's
Once you get
still,
in
like
the
I say,
groove, right? Yeah, once you get into the groove, it's easy. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so, that's the funny part. It's kind of funny, people can make memes or, comment about optics in September, and, and then 100 people can run with it. But, the jokes on people that are stuck on, a picture 6 months ago or something that happened 4 months ago. And, it's interesting because I've really grown quickly, and I love that pace of what started on YouTube and then happens in my real life. Like, I feel sad for people that can't see change in someone. And not because I care what people think about me, it's that I care, and that's growth in itself. You know that, Cage. You guys all know that about me, actually. But what I find is it's what they reflect about themselves or project about themselves when they say that, right? Like, I know you can't change. It's just, I won't even say who says what, but just recently, yesterday, it was said to me like, oh, well, even if you got thin Bex, it's not going to change who you are, right? And I was just thinking, like, who the fuck are you, Nimwit, on the internet, right? The fuck, you know? That's such a statement about themselves, not about me, you know? And I love that that's where I'm at this stage, you know? Is that I could take the criticism and even be like, well, maybe that's the case. But A, who said I wanted to change that? And B, shut the fuck, internet stranger. Shut the fuck up. Right? Just shut up, you know? And I mean, that's
I
just my momentary thought, but, you know.
I think a lot of people would benefit from stepping away from the internet for a particular amount of time. I know that Dom recently did. He took a vacation from the internet. I took a hiatus because I was in research and studies. Um, but there's some that this must be worse than heroin to some of these people because 24/7, man, they're dedicated.
And is there something in the air this
Well,
week? Because
that's what it was designed to do. It was designed by hackers, really, and it's an export of the human mind. It's a feedback loop, a dopamine feedback loop, and also like what do you call it? What's that word to speak me now? What's that word to use for, uh, to get approval from other people type thing? That
Oh,
social validation loop too.
yeah,
Yeah. Social validation loop. Yeah. Sorry,
yeah.
Bex, what you said?
me and Dom
Um,
earlier were talking about how when you interact with a computer or a smartphone, you're actually interacting with yourself, and it's a projection and a reflection back. And once you start, using, I guess we'll call it, to identify it to something else, another substance, it becomes an addiction, obviously.
but that's where I think sometimes, you know, putting it on brain chemistry, uh, it kind of takes away a bit of free will aspect of it. Like I do understand that, you know, obviously people are going to free willingly participate in. I just think all of that stuff. People love to like blame the technology, blame the biology, or attribute it to the biology, or you know, born that way, like all that kind of stuff. You know, it negates that free will. So I do agree that I'm not trying to discredit that there's biological dopamine. You know, it's been studied and it's true. People can see it, right? Serotonin, dopamine, whatever. But there's also the social aspect of it that I think a lot of people. I think there's a lot of people that a lot of us that it's not just because of 2020 that kind of social that need for that level of socialization was you know was there, right? So I think sometimes it's actually just that. It's sort of that Stockholm shock effect, living a lifestyle where you're not necessarily engaging with the population the same way most people do, keeping the same hours or what have you, and that there's this one thing about this community that exists, whether we love each other or hate each other, is we really in you know for me it's only been 6 months since I started my channel and 9 or 10 months since I started paneling, but the inside jokes are insane. You know, the pace at which that 10 months have gone to build relationships, even if they're just based on vapid, stupid fucking drama or whatever, you know, it's hilarious, you know, and how do you
I
find that in the real life, right?
I gave myself one is it's for me environmentally it's safer to have a social life on the metaverse and social media than it is in real life. Though I have my in-home help, my case managers and psych evaluators that drop in, that's a small temporary necessity that I have to deal with. Outside of that, no socialization in real life other than the metaverse. Occasionally, I talk to my mom and my daughter and my son. I text him, but this is, this is my fulfillment of my social needs.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like for me, I had to cut off most of the people I grew up with and my friends and that I grew up with. I had to cut them all off because they're involved. They got involved in certain things, and now they're all dropping dead, going to jail. So I kind of had to cut them off like that. So I did lose like the main group of people I used to associate myself with on purpose, though. Like, because I'm not trying to end up like them, you know. So, but then I still have a small group that I keep around, a small circle, yeah. But then we're all busy. We all have our own lives. We're all busy doing our own shit. So I just
Still
like coming on here to
productive.
multitask. I like multitasking over here. Like right now, I'm watering.
Yeah, I know. For you, Cage, what I've understood is whenever you're doing your agricultural endeavors, you generally resort to the metaverse. I I figured it was to keep you from, uh, I don't know, it gives you an out, a sense of companionship where otherwise you'd be alone and having to talk to your plants, which isn't a bad thing.
Oh, like it kind of yeah, it's like if you're working, right? If you're working, you have someone to talk to, it goes by a lot faster. And also like, yeah, you get it done better in my opinion. I don't know. At least I do.
Yeah, I noticed a pattern with you on your. I can pretty much identify the stage of your plants by your activities on the internet, and that's just something that was a residual effect of interacting with you. I was like, wow, man, because I remember your last harvest. Are you with us?
Oh yeah, I was just muted because I'm making noise. But yeah,
Oh,
yeah, you can tell.
okay.
You can tell. You can tell the stage of the plants when I'm on here most often. It's, it's true though. Yeah.
Right. I think that's how the reproach with you, Vex, is people are examining and exposed to your lack of I guess conformity to what would be considered the user or panelist or conversationalist in chat, and you are multiply diverse in your approach at times. It's kind of like Cracker Jacks. You don't know what you're going to get as a prize at the bottom of your Cracker Jacks. And that's not a bad
Yeah.
thing. I'm not insulting you. I'm just
No, I don't. I don't
expressing
take
the
it
obvious.
bad way, and honestly, I don't mind criticism. What I don't, I just don't mind criticism. I've been just reflecting a lot about people who can dish it out but can't take it, and people who can only take it but can't dish it out. I think I was, and the sense of injustice that people who can take it but can't dish it out, when they do finally blow, it typically is from a place of a sense of justice. But people that can dish it out but can't take it, which are fucking in abundance, okay? What I've learned as I was going around YouTube as Zero, which was my other account. I had the Bex Factor down, which I actually decided to just resurrect. I'm kind of glad I did because I know I was going to leave it down for a few months, but I just tired of being in chat and people don't know who I am or not going places because I don't want people to think I'm trying to find a new channel. And plus, I've never been one that had sock accounts anyway. I've never been fucking around with anybody. So I don't really care what other people do. I'm just saying that's not my game. Right. So
Right.
I just found it was just too complicated, right? So I brought back up my channel, and what's kind of neat is it takes 3 or 4 days for your subs to come back. So I did a little live stream to nobody last night, which was kind of neat, just 20 minutes talking. I've been blessed to have people waiting for me to start a channel. So I never spoke to nobody, even if it was just somebody who's always taping what I'm saying, you know? So
Really?
it was fun. It was really fun. And, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say is like with each passing month, I become more capable of criticism. I also become more capable of dishing it out. And what I found is like when I was running around as zero, you know, I just had to say a couple words to some people and they would block me. And I thought that's hilarious. You've been dishing shit out about me for 6 fucking months, little chatter, right? Playing duplicitous nature. And I say one thing to you and you're like, man, they go running. I'm not a troll in chat. I'm not an instigator of bullshit in chat. I learned a long time ago that I actually have to be careful what I say in chat because other people streaming me and criticizing me and pathologizing me and psychoanalyzing me, which like 250 people have done, right? And I don't do it back to them. You know,
What do you? What do
it's a
you?
reputation that precedes me, and so if I say something in chat to a bunch of people that have already been around watching people criticize, psychoanalyze me, and pathologize me, you know, people will interpret that differently, even if it's amplified by the fact that I can talk too long and say too much, blah blah blah, all those things that are true, right? So it was fun for 10 days just being able to be even more myself than I feel like I'd allowed myself to be on my own channel. You know, like
Why
Yeah,
do you
I
think?
have a line I draw. It's like, yeah, people will say whatever they want, talk shit, do whatever they want on the internet. That's fine. Okay, I'm not gonna do anything or play their game. But if they want to take that shit physical or they want to do something like involve family or do some, there's like a line. If they want to actually, mess around, then
it's a good point, Cage. And that's where I'm going to say, like, yeah, 10 or 12 days ago, that line got drawn pretty harshly for me, you know? And I'll
What?
safely say I
Why?
don't really give a fuck about anybody out here. I don't give a fuck what they think about me
yeah, it's because
or
I
anything.
don't play into it because I know what I'm capable of,
Hmm.
and I already know they're really fucking eviscerated if they try messing around. It's like
Hmm.
I don't want to see that happen. It's like, it's yeah.
95 people out of 100 out here are shits. Clip that and hate me for
No,
that,
it's because
right?
like you can
Find
go around.
another
You can go
reason to
around.
fucking talk about me. But I mean it.
You can go.
95 people out of 100 are likely shits. You know?
Well, it's like having a weapon and no one else has one. Now you're going around trying to pick, going around looking for problems just to use it in self defense. So it's like there's no, not a really good way of going about it. I know, I know what can happen. It's like,
Mm-hmm. Well,
and
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 just because I
uh,
said that doesn't mean that I'm saying don't be shitty. Okay? You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, it's apparent on the, you know, it's easy to see the duplicitous nature of people on this app. So just to be like, I should actually say 95 people out of 100 in life are that duplicitous. And yeah.
let me ask you
So
this, Bex. What, in retrospect, what do you think is motivating these people as the underlying motivation to, we'll call it super fans, you know?
mm-hmm.
You being the topic intensely. What do you think the underlying cause for that is?
oh, they think they can get away with it, and they're feeding off of their energy, and getting a response out of it, and they think there's no repercussion for it. I know you didn't ask me, but that's my observation.
Mm-hmm. I would
No,
say
that's
definitely
fine, Cage.
initially. Mm-hmm. I would say definitely initially, that would I was definitely good for that because I would react and I think the unpredictability of my lack of reaction or how I'm going to react now could be something that's intriguing to some people. I think the internet has shown me a lot about predators and prey. And I think most people fall into those two categories in this kind of app. And I don't mean to make it seem so malicious or so,
But it
animalistic,
is.
but it is. There's predators and there's prey. and yet we're human beings, not animals. So it's not like wolves on rabbits. It's still human predators on human prey. And I'm a very intelligent person who understands the nature of the app and understands very quickly how deep the fakery can go, and and really started studying that.
But yeah, they
You
go
can
after
almost
easy targets. Like no one's ever gonna do
Mm.
fucking videos on me because subconsciously, even if they don't consciously know, they know something's gonna happen to them. You know, at least that's what
I
I
did.
believe. You know.
I did a video and a song on your cage. And
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
still
that was
alive.
awesome though. That was good. I like that.
Cool, cool.
And then if I were to really put it into my belief system axis, I would say
but access
something
that wasn't
had
it
to
wasn't a
help me grow.
malicious. It's not like a malicious thing. You know, it's just
Oh
like
no, 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 no! It was just a spoof.
just art, bro.
Hmm.
Allow it. You know, it's like it's awesome. I play it sometimes.
Yeah, I did the same thing to Bex because they were making her gender such an issue, and what people didn't catch was how irrelevant it was to a vagina because it was a fish.
It was
That
such a good. I made a fucking thumbnail out of that, man.
yeah, and the response on that was amazing because I don't know how many people actually caught the underlying profoundness of what you're doing to Bex and what's happening here with the genitalia thing. And I'm sure you remember when that was going on. I had to spoof it. I couldn't help myself.
Well, that's why I think it's yeah. I think it's quite amusing. I've wanted to make jokes about my gonads ever since Stiffy started going off about them. I find it very strange that he's so obsessed with my body and my genitals, or lack thereof, or whatever he imagines. It's like it's bizarre. It's bizarre for such an intellectual group of people to think it's so base to drag somebody whose body they've never seen online and who I said was fat, right? So the irony of it all is that when I see the women that have shown more of their body than me, even if the angle of my camera didn't optimize,
All right, yeah, but
it
these
didn't
these
didn't show
people
my beauty.
these people
It's
trying
like
to talk shit about that.
I handed people this base level humor. Okay, I handed them my fatness. I handed them McDonald's, and they ran with it because it's low hanging fruit because they have no substance or content themselves.
They
Right?
probably came and
So
fucking jog a mile or do 10 push-ups and then try to talk about other people's fitness and shit.
yeah.
Okay.
So they
Yeah,
think
yeah.
they're getting to me, and the behavior itself, I do find base and low hanging fruit. But the irony of it is I gave them that, right? So dig deeper, fuckers, And so, I would say if I were to actually ask what the motivation behind the super fanatical, behavior or whatever is actually, I am a faithful woman, right? So I know that 6 months or 8 months ago, I was so naive and idealistic, and I thought I was speaking my mind, and yet in 6 or 8 months, like the trajectory of growth and maturation of myself is like nothing I could have paid for, So I would say it's a gift from God, and I'm just saying, like, for my own growth, I could put this phone down today, never come back here, and be a way better person than I was 8 months ago in terms of effective communication, controlling my emotions. I flew
But
into TML recently.
metaversally, while you're away, you could actually go viral because of somebody else's views or interpretation of you. What
Yeah,
that would
although I
be.
find that viral trajectory, it's already taken place. And so if it were to take place in a different direction at this point, I could care less. People had that opportunity. I don't give a shit. I'm
Right.
not trying to say that, I'm not trying, have at her, get famous. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like that's the trajectory people could have gone on from the beginning, but that's not what people want. And I'm not here to tell people what they want or what to do, I'm just here to better assess the kinds of humans I want to associate with, you know?
Okay.
And they themselves and them too, right? Like them too, whether they love me or hate me, you know? That's for them to pick too, you know? So to each their own, you
Well,
know?
people get too comfortable behind the internet. You know, they think they're all safe behind their screen and that acting all crazy. Let's see everyone in the same room. How different the dynamic would be. I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
You know, put them all in the same room. Let's see what happens. They'll all shut the fuck up. They'll be there saying nothing, all respectful. It's fine. You know.
And I think that's the
Well,
part that I don't model online that I have modeled in my real life. I walk away from shitheads in real life, you know? I don't like to be brought back to a place where I'm yelling at people, you know? Now, that being said, I socially isolated myself too far and realized that one of the reasons I was being so reactionary online was because was out of practice with any kind of communication. So as much as one thinks that they'd gotten their emotions under control, I just wasn't putting myself in a position to emote. I was so
Yeah,
protected and isolated,
like
you
yeah,
know?
the people I know, the way you grow up, you talk shit like that, you're gonna get yourself packed. You know, you're gonna catch a hot tooth, guaranteed. Like, I don't know what kind of warped reality people are living in, but you know.
I
Mhm. But, you know, there's moves that people have made that, you know, I wouldn't talk about online because of the way they've happened offline. But if some people were to understand some of the bait and switches that have been done on me, I don't know that they would be fraternizing where they fraternize. It was a game, and I played right into it. So people can infer what they want based on my overgeneralization right now,
And
because
you
it
never know
probably
who you're
applies.
dealing with. Like one time I
Yeah.
had this waitress, right? And I noticed like all around her neck, like upper chest and stuff, it was like all peppered up. I'm like, what the fuck happened there? Like all scarred up. She's like, oh, I was downtown and somebody like almost hit me with their car, so I pulled them off. I said, like, go fuck yourself type thing. And the girl, there was a woman who did this. Another woman got out the car, went to the truck and shot her with a fucking shotgun in the chest. Luckily it was a bird shot, so she didn't get killed. But if it was anything, if it was like a buckshot or a slug or something, she would have been dead. Yeah, you never know who
damn.
you're talking to, who you're dealing with, right? And you got to be careful with that. Even just another random woman. Some people don't give a fuck, you know? They don't have anything to lose. So,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Especially if they're running around inflicting kinetic energy on people.
yeah.
I, you know, I made the internet or social media um, dangerous, but I took that away completely. Um, I had to deal with certain entities and circumstances because that was not well received, and the message was completely lost. So that stigma is kind of a part of a what do they call it? They've got a word for it. You're um, lure. Isn't that what they call it? Your past history of uh, credibility, or something that was significantly stands out in your history on YouTube or social media. Your lure.
Lord, well, your repetition. I don't know. I'm not sure what word you're trying to refer to. Kind of like a reputation. Not really.
Yeah, I think it's they use it as an identifier to who your personality or personification is. Many people on the internet I do know aren't the same person they are in real life. That they're putting on such a facade and such a front, but the internet makes it easy to do that, especially social media.
I'm different in real. I'm pretty much the same, but I can't. I realize I'm on the internet. So, if anything, I'm toned down a lot on the internet. You know,
Yeah,
everything's being recorded.
yes, yeah. We were talking about that earlier. Is how they're monitoring and collecting the data, and I ran into a nasty situation here recently with the internet and telecommunications and what was being relayed and expressed over it. So drew attention, definitely drew attention. But how does it feel to be kind of identified as a kind of a metaversal star, Vax? Maybe not in a positive way that most people would consider to be a star, but you do have super fans.
Honestly,
How? Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I mean, how do
I
you
think they're
take that?
fucking weirdos. I think they're fucking weirdos. And to be even more honest, like that whole thing preceded my channel even being created. So I don't really know what to say about it. I'm grateful to have had the exposure on other people's channels, to have, been, to have these people interested, I guess. But, it is deliberate and active free will of certain characters to do what they choose to do, and to have done what they chose to do a month into my channel being created, under 3 weeks into my channel being created, to be honest.
So you see them as
So, and
predatorial.
it's the free will choice of those people to go and consume that behavior, and to laugh at me for that behavior instead of themselves. But I guess, that's just the different nature of people, right? So again, we're back to that, there's people of all types. So who am I to tell people how to be, just because it happens to be me?
So you see
You know,
these people then as kind of predatorial. Is that what you're kind of getting across? Is
yeah, self-serving and predatorial. Yeah, putting a bow and some makeup on sociopathy.
that's a pretty strong outlook on your super fans. I
Well, I
I
mean,
got that from
we could focus on just Stiffy, so nobody thinks I'm trying to double speak to anybody. I will say that Stiffy represents the most intense of them. The precipice, the peak. So for anybody that might see this in the future, or anybody wants to infer anything about it, the strong energy comes from that pinnacle behavior,
are
right?
you
So
still associating with um
King
I forget
Syphilis.
I forget the name of his channel or his personal name because
No, I haven't
he's not.
watched him. I mean, when somebody talks that much about you, you can't help but hop, skip, and jump through to see what the pattern of their behavior is. But I made a live stream maybe a month ago called I Broke My Own Rules, and I'm not going to do it anymore. I don't watch Steven. I haven't watched him live. Um, there's the odd time where someone will
Yeah,
message, oh, hey, so-and-so's over on Stiffy's, you should check it out, or whatever. So I'll go
he's
check that out just because it's
yeah.
interesting, but
I talked to him
I don't
once
pay.
on your channel. You remember that? And he was,
Yeah, I
and
do. I do.
it wasn't a very good interaction. I didn't really say
No,
anything
I
to him,
know.
and he was calling me a rapist, threatening to call the police on me, and also summon demons on me for no apparent reason. Very odd.
Yeah.
I'm like,
So
buddy, you don't know who you're talking to. You're in Canada too. You should be careful.
So if we want to call that kind of abhorrent behavior super fandom, we're just being polite. It's disgusting. It's juvenile. It's trivial. It's base. It's immature. It doesn't deserve the aggrandizement that it gets. But again, he's got his he's got his people, and he needs people, and he needs content. And clearly his content has been to drag people. And I was over there. You know, um, that being said, it's insane. It's literal insanity. But he's only been doing that for 3 months, right? There's other people who have been talking about me nonstop for longer. I wouldn't say nonstop, but referring to me regularly or making content of me. He's not the first person to he's the first person to talk about me for, refer to me constantly in a live stream for 12 hours. But there's another content creator streamed me for 9-10 hours a day for at least 4 times, So, and I don't call that, again, I'm being vague on purpose, like I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but each person has a different place in my experience,
But
whether,
most communities are,
whether,
and we're doing it right now too, technically, which is fucked
mm-hmm,
up if you think about it. But
mm-hmm.
yeah, that's what 90% of YouTube is, because that's what gets people to click on it. If you just stick with actual information, no one really wants to learn. They just want to talk shit about other people, like it's like some elementary
Mm-hmm.
school. It's fucking weird.
Well, yeah,
And
and
it's not
and
just here. It's not even just this community. It's all communities,
exactly.
YouTube wide. This is where
Well, it
it's the
happens
same
in families.
behavior
It
over
happens
and
at
over.
work.
Yeah.
It happens in life, right? So, when I, like I said, if I just to be clear, just in case somebody decides to soundbite this and send it somewhere, which wouldn't matter because they'll take what they want. I've learned a lot from these experiences, and had the first video not been made when this shit hit the fan with Stiffy, I wouldn't have been mentally prepared for it, right? So, in essence, when you look at the stepping stones from so and so talking about me to so and so making a video about me, to so and so being a fan and joining my channel regularly and also streaming me regularly, and that particular so and so and I had some great back and forths, right? Some both back and forth spurgs, back and forth builds, to then
Let me
get to
ask
the
you.
point where we get to this Stiffy guy, like I said, I wouldn't have been able to. I should, I should have known better tucking myself under his shoulder, during Truth or Rehab, because I was feeling, bullied or whatever. So I went to just hang out and laugh at somebody who was laughing at people, and I found it very
I
easy to laugh at people I didn't know, So I just
let,
never
let
thought
me
that
ask,
he would switch on me.
let me ask you this, Bex. I
Mm-hmm.
suffer from psychological ailments. Um, and I know that you've specified that you have some of the same.
I don't suffer from any
Do,
psychological ailments, though. Like
oh,
just to be clear,
okay,
I have been depressed in my life, never clinically depressed to the sense of being institutionalized, and I've never been in the care of a psychiatrist, save for
okay.
when I was 18 and had an eating disorder. So, I have had different diagnoses given to me until they discovered I was neurodivergent, and most of my suffering came from not being appropriately understanding myself, regardless of labels. So, and I'm not trying to discredit people who have been institutionalized or have needed help or have been on psychiatric medication, but I have been cleared to not be, at every time I've gone there, even if I've
Okay.
been given a new diagnosis. So I don't, whatever mental health issues that people might want to project onto me based on stories of sadness and using terms like depression, that's only because I was clinically depressed as an anorexic person at 97 pounds. At 97 pounds, I almost died for lack of food, right? And this metaverse, wants to make a victim of Jason Bashir's victim, but they don't, but they want to pick on the weight of a woman who actually almost died for lack of eating, So, and I don't play
So
victim to that.
what would you say then is the source or the motivation behind your heavy projection? You
My
carry a
head.
heavy projection, you know that, and that's not foreign to you, and it's not
You mean like
unrecognized
the
by you.
depth of sadness? Like,
No. Your presence, your your presence is we'll call it heavily projected. You're a lot more heavily projected with your presence than a lot of people on YouTube, and you express and try to allay things with a heavy presence. Is that just natural then? Because I suffer from mental illness, and I have been institutionalized, and I'm under psych care at a different period, and
Mhm.
have been. Um, I know that some of the things that I went through and dealt with online, I had to also deal with my state of mind, my illness, and address it.
Mhm.
But
I think
this is
I
just
think that um I think that's your interpretation based on my language and my ability to authentically emote, even if that authenticity was naive, lacked control, emotional control. Like I love to cry. Okay, like I don't mean I love to cry out of sorrow. I love to be able to cry out of joy or out of sorrow. And so, if you want to be moved to tears from things that bring you joy, you have to be willing to cry. So I don't know that other people would perceive me as heavy projection that way, as much as maybe the words I've used and the experiences we've shared while you've listened to me allow you to reflect on that. And nor am I trying to say that my depth of sadness wasn't as deep as you might have picked up based on what you listened to me say. But I can also say that like I've never been suicidal. Never.
really.
Never. I've
Has
never
been
been I can't imagine harming someone else physically. I can do it with my words, no problem. And not to say I haven't pushed a girlfriend away from me, like, and I don't mean lesbian girlfriend. I just mean like in high school when your words aren't working and you shove your friend or whatever.
right.
But yeah, I have no suicidal ideation. Um, and that's not to say I haven't been sad enough to want to stop the world and get off or whatever, like, but I don't have I can't even contemplate. I couldn't even wish somebody else death, even in my most angry, I'm not a harm to anyone or myself and never have
Okay.
been.
Right. Right. And I
So
understand, where you're coming from with that and why that's being pronounced and projected the way that it is. It's a self-preservation thing with you. I do understand that because
no, but I'm
I,
actually stating it as a fact, right? Like, I remember my stepmom making me so angry once. I wanted to wish harm on her. I wanted to have time with my father where she wasn't around, and I tried so hard to be like, I wish she would just, die, right? But that didn't feel right. And so then I thought, well, maybe if I just wish her untimely death, like she's way younger than my dad, so she should outlive him. And I thought, well, maybe if I just hope that she'll pass before him. And then I imagined my dad being like lonely and incapacitated, with a 14-year younger wife having passed. And I wouldn't wish that on my siblings or my dad. So I actually invented the uninvitation to the funeral. I wrote my own eulogy that at the time I had a lot of friends in my real life. And it basically started out with oh, Bex is so happy that you're all here, celebrating her life. She's really grateful for all of you and all the love you showed her. Would the following people please stand up? And there was like a short list, right? So most people wouldn't have been there, but like an old boyfriend from university that I drove down to see. Anyways, an old boyfriend from university, my stepmom. So she would have been the only one that actually stood up in the room. And as she stood up, thinking she was going to get extra praise for loving me, the next line was like, would the following people please stand up? Yeah, you need to leave now, right? Like, you have to get out. Like, I was kicking people out of my funeral in my eulogy. That's the closest thing to harm I could wish on somebody.
what do you practice metaphysics at all? Any type of metaphysics?
Like, what do you mean by that?
I'm talking esoteric practices, because by you actually physically writing the eulogy and the procedures of the funeral rites, you're kind of creating that reality to come to pass in a metaphysical realm. Now,
I
whether
never
you
wrote.
put
I
that,
never wrote it down. It was just in my mind.
okay, okay,
Yeah, it was just a
because
story in my mind I wrote.
because
But
I
yeah, I
know
would
some.
never. I would never. I thought of initially. The stage I missed was writing a letter to my stepmom saying, Should I die before we reconcile? Don't come to my funeral." Right. And definitely I wouldn't write that kind of stuff down, Axis, because I actually don't believe in death. So it's ironic, and that's one of the reasons why I could never contemplate suicide, is because I think that there's a point in this game we're in where you don't have to die to live eternally, and I will believe that is going to come to pass before I die. Until I
All right.
die.
Well, a lot of these things happen because people are kind of, like you said, some people are predatory out there. So what they'll do is they'll take notes on everything you say. First of all, so you came on with your name, your entire name. We told you, even me and someone else on my panel there, were like, you change your name. That's going to come back and get you eventually, which it did. And then, you bring up these personal things, and people will be, okay, weakness number one. Okay, she said she was anorexic and had an eating disorder when she was young. Okay, I can use that. That's a trigger, right? I just got to bring up weight to her, and that's a trigger
Yeah,
for her
but
to fuck with her.
here's the thing.
And then there's,
But just so you know, Cage, I
yeah,
never brought up anorexia till after everyone had
until
dragged my
after.
body.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, maybe. Okay, well,
So
that's just one example. But for other things,
no,
you know what
I
I'm
already
talking
told
about,
you
though,
why
right?
people fucking triggered the weight thing, because I gave it to them. And because they have no content,
Okay.
you
Well,
know?
that's not the point. The point is, yeah,
Yeah,
people
I
will
do
listen to
understand what
you,
you're
and
saying,
then
but
yeah, so they'll figure out how to push your
yeah, but
buttons and how to fuck with you.
even if I'd been
That's
more
all it is.
guarded with my information, though, this app is designed to have people not be authentic. It's already hard enough for people to be their authentic selves in this world. I know we're at a point where you should
Well,
be
no,
more open to be more authentic than you've ever been, but for some reason, unless you're gay, people feel like they can't be. So I think the thing that people
well,
find most intimidating about me is my authenticity.
I
yeah, and you're
I
also pretty fucking smart too, and they probably might feel intimidated by that. But it's like, yeah. Sorry, Access, what you saying?
no, I was just about to say, and you were there, Cage. Is I'm still the same personification of what I am way back whenever you know we'll just use time. A couple of years ago, you're still dealing with the same personification and the same character that I am as 2 years ago. I didn't. I'm still me,
Yeah,
and what you see is what you get. And you were there, Cage. I mean, that's where we met. Was on We Are Awake quite a ways back. But I'm still that
yeah.
same cat.
I haven't seen you change. Have you seen me change? I don't think so. Same thing.
Mm-mm. Same. Yeah. And I almost can identify certain people just by their personality and traits over the metaverse, YouTube or Facebook, or whether it be some other platform.
So you guys don't think people change?
No, I've
I mean, the
seen people
fundamental
change.
character. People always change. That's the only constant. The only true constant is change. But yeah, you can change, meaning you could develop into a better person. But the fundamental, that base person was always there. The authenticity, whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still always present. Right? The
Yeah.
structure is always there. Obviously, there's going to be like what I think when we're referring to change, it's like change up as like a whole person, like the whole personality, or whatever. And
Right.
Mhm.
And
some
there's
people do a
identifying
360.
markers. There's a lot of, we'll call them characters out there that leave identifying markers that represent them. It's either the way that they present themselves, or the repetitive nature in which they interact, whether it be on a panel or chat. And that personification almost identifies that person, and you don't even have to see them just by the interpretation of their words or how they project themselves with the emojis or the chat. You can see the character, and you can watch the development of it, whether it changes or not.
Mm.
I know I've been studying some people that it almost appears as if they stay on on the chat 24 hours a day.
Yeah, it's
You know,
crazy.
I've yeah, and I'm monitoring this and watching it because I'm curious about the psychological effect
But that's
of,
where I
of
would say that some of these people that you might be monitoring 24/7, especially if they're really 24/7 for a long time, they're not a person. They're a sock account that multiple people could operate
It's
and
possible,
shift.
but Access also. I actually have seen you change. Not fundamentally, not as Access, but I've seen you become more patient. That's what I've noticed. Way more patient
oh
for what it's worth.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I've
Well, and
developed
much even
skills.
much kinder to yourself too, Axis. And I think a lot of that is actually really evolved in since this happening with your son. You know, like I think there's
Yeah,
something about you're being a lot more gentle with yourself, and that actually then reflects out into how you interact with others. Not that I'm trying to be like, oh, you've become a pushover,
no, you're
like
fine. You're
no,
fine.
but
Yeah,
you're definitely gentler with yourself, even just in the past 6 weeks, let's say.
well, I appreciate that. I really do.
I
That's a
noticed the
good
patience. The
observation.
patience I've noticed it. Way more patient. You know,
Mhm.
calm.
Well, thank
Mhm.
you. That's to me that's a compliment.
And it is a
I,
compliment, and patience is a virtue. Patience is key for anything. Really.
yeah,
Patience.
it's a skill that was developed, but and I utilize it, like obviously, but the character, I'm still the same, the same core character, just probably a little more honed in my skills and presentation, we'll say. So
Yeah.
thanks for the observation, guys. I appreciate that.
Keep it up, man. You're doing something right. Yeah.
Developing, yeah, growing. I don't think that a person, if they're willing, won't stop growing till they're dead. And once they leave this plane of existence, and I don't know if you apply yourself to the quantum type
Mhm.
perspective on death, Bex, but even after that, you're carrying on as an energy. You know,
But that's where, like I won't get into it tonight because it's just too much to unpack at 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't believe in any of that.
so
So
what's your take on exiting your energy from your carcass?
I don't plan to. I'm pulling my whole spirit down into this being to become eternal. So, and I'll believe I can do that until I die. So I don't put any idea into death and birth and past life and nonsense. No offense to everybody in the whole world, right? It's just not my thing. I don't have past lives, right? I don't believe in a 6,250 million fucking year history, no matter what you say, right? I see eternity as being colonized. If people don't want to talk about God, then eternity was colonized, and we are in a temporal state that we can only see and project into a line behind us and in front of us. But outside of this temporal state we're in is eternity. And what we imagine to be in the past could very well have been in our future, because eternity doesn't have time measured the same way. And so it's hard for people to imagine. So they have to extrapolate all the information of their Akashic record, whether it's their
Right?
grandmother's memories in there or the memories of the avatars of the seeds that you carry within you, or whether it is your own memory. I'm not here to tell other people what they've experienced, right? So I'm not trying to say we all came here from the same trajectory. Then I'm not trying to take my model and superimpose it to 8 billion people. And I think most people are always trying to do that. So
That's
I don't
that's
I don't revere my spirit over my body. It's bullshit. It's
that's a
bullshit, and it's
pretty heavy
yeah.
take on things. I like that. You know, that was pretty profound there. That's, I guess, suppose that's your philosophy and your understanding of things, that you see the eternity and you observe it as a perpetual. And obviously, what are you comfortable being in a body on this plane of existence?
There is only that. This reverence of spirit outside of body is like you could observe it without your body. You can't observe your spirit without a body. You can't feel rest or thought or joy or hunger or anger without a body. This reverence of spirit over body is simply an inability to reconcile with death, right? So it's some sort of linear bullshit fucking story people tell themselves. That's why, like with Stippy being
What's
like, I get that. Here's what I'm just going to say is, if people are so willing to believe that they're in some fallible body that wasn't planned for them, right? That this existence is some sort of soul trap, recycling hell realm, right? Then what has you not trying to pull your entire spirit? If your spirit's so big and powerful, created like God, in the image of God, as the ability to create potentially from your mind alone, right? This is the CD player to the CD that is your spirit, which is nothing without the CD player. And so why is the trap to trap only part of a spirit in a body? Why is the trap actually somehow putting a spirit in a physical body, calling it a meat suit and discrediting it all, when in fact, without the meat suit, you couldn't be an independent spirit. You'd just be a part of the everything. So sure, there'd be the data of access somewhere out there for somebody else to potentially reborn, but maybe not. And then you're just a zeros and ones in the everything with no ability to think, feel, do nothing, right? So to me, why don't people understand that if you keep believing that this spirit is more important than the body because you can't reconcile with death, then instead of thinking that the meat suit is flawed and a doctored to hinder you, then understand that what if this system is trapping that if you're thinking that what I'm trying to say is why would somebody not try to pull their whole fucking spirit into the observable existence they have, rather than fucking revere and add dimensions and energies and frequencies and all that language to something that's 100% imaginary, even if you intuit it? It's not observable, right? It's not observable, right? So what I see when people tell me higher power, spirit outside, future, past, fucking life, fucking, like, why would anyone even create a realm that is from spirit to body back to spirit? That's bullshit. That's not how video games work. Next level video game is like longer life. It's better, let's take a page from Singular Illuminations, where at least he can imagine like his aunt fucking fifth dimensional, like shell being or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, flying through the universe, right? Even he's not revering spirit over body, right? He's just changing his avatar to something more technological, something more fun, so again, that's the reality. That's why, some people are spirits having a human existence, some humans having a spirit existence, whatever, right? That's a shout out to
I
Dom
have
there,
See, I have
but
a
to me, yeah.
I have a transcendental endeavor into this, and that's a part of my approach to existence. It differs from yours and your concepts, but I can really closely identify what you're saying, because that's expressed by a lot of quantum theorists, what you're saying.
Well, yeah, so that's even if you ignore my imaginary non-death scenario, okay? Because I will dismiss it as imaginary bullshit for everyone else, right? Because that's all this all is. It's all thought experiments, right? And just because 7 billion people might think along the same lines as someone else doesn't mean they have it right. It's all imaginary, you know? So that's why I say, you know, like, if people are so hating of this realm, like, call your whole spirit into your body, right? Stop imagining that this body, like this, the spirit helps perfect the body as much as the body helps tune the spirit. So I know people who like,
See,
shut up, McDonald's lady, shut up, McDonald's lady, smoke another cigarette, you know, like, shut up you, right? Like, you know,
yeah, you have a really strong take on that, which is cool. You know, I appreciate that insight, especially from you. You know, and the breakdown because of the relativity of quantum physics and you know what I'm trying to endeavor in. Um, it's it's a quantum take with a twist where you're identifying as, and I it, to me it's kind of I don't know. That's just because I transcend. I'm into transcendentalism. So this carcass
mhm,
that I'm in, to me, is almost a stifling prison and a substandard housing because I've experienced things that were a little they left an impression on me that didn't include the physical carcass. Though I would like to be able to reach the proper, we'll call it resonance and frequencies, to take the physical body and transcend into different variables of existence. But at this point, I've only been able to use the energy of life force to transcend and observe.
mhm. Well, and that's why, you know, I appreciate us having this conversation because I think, you know, that's one thing I've watched, especially lately when I've got, you know, if I follow Illuma Tommy's path of Jesus Christ, I'm sure Tommy's going to tell me I'm not doing it right. If I go down the hell realm path and discredit Jesus Christ and follow Stiffy's path, you know, I'm going to be told I'm being disingenuine. And I don't care about what either. I'm just using those two examples juxtaposed against one another and my personal interactions with these two people to show that here's two people claiming to have truth in their mouth, right? And I would ascribe more to Tommy's truth than Stiffy's truth, even though Tommy's going to criticize me on no, you're not being a good Christian. You see what I'm saying? And I'm saying this with respect to both of them, not
Right.
disrespecting. But then let's say I go down Tommy's path and then I encounter Rant, right? And Rant's got a totally different perception of Jesus and he's got the truth in his mouth and he's being loud about it, right? So, you know, just taking three men with three different models, two being closer than the other, then, and I'm saying no to all of them, right? Then why would I expect anyone to say yes to mine? You see what I'm
We
saying?
got
So I'm not
we got
going to discredit your experience or Pamela's experience, who was also from what I understand, more a soul recycler, energy, you know, more along your lines, right? Like from what I've picked up from her, you know? And I think that's the biggest lesson of like even the last couple weeks, you know, for me is really realizing, you know, a lot of people are out here telling everybody what it is. And I'm not saying you or Pamela there, I'm picking the three voices I just used, right? Because they like to be loud. But I also am guilty of asserting my intellect or my understanding on people without, you know, even as I'm being like, oh, not to gaslight 7 billion people who revere the spirit over the body thing, right? Like, my understanding, my spirituality, my models for me and to just dialogue with others, you know, and I appreciate that you can come in from a different perspective and still see mine. You know, I'm not trying to
yeah.
convince anyone I'm right, but nor do I expect anybody to try and convince me I'm wrong, you know?
Well, no, not at all. Not here. You know, that's not going to be. You know, that's not a part of what this platform is about. Um, your individual perspective and your take, because my perspective is life is a solo sport. You know, it's a singular experience. Nobody's experiencing this existence the way that I am, except me. And nobody's going to be in this body when I wake up except for me. So every person is different, and their take on this reality is going to be variables. Um, and applying that to this platform is sometimes it's kind of tricky, but it works itself out, and I want to definitely encourage that type of individuality.
Yes, and I think I'd love to see YouTube do more of that. You know? Did you see? I just wanted to say hi. I said hi to London in the chat, but London's in the chat. I didn't know if you
Yeah,
were.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
A shout out
Oh,
to
you did. Oh, I
London.
see that. I saw you responded. Not that I meant to like correct you or anything. I actually am. I'm just typing a response and I'm staring at your response. So
Right.
I was thinking
I always
when I spoke.
I always appreciate London stopping by. I appreciate everybody that comes here. I really do. I've
But you,
wonderful guests. I mean, you know, I'm honored to have you guys.
I'm looking at the chat now. You're changing your name to Algernon. It reminds me of this book I read as a kid, Flowers for Algernon. It's pretty interesting.
That's where I named it after. Yeah, it's funny.
It's a
I
reference to it?
resurrected. I resurrected my channel yesterday, and like I said, it's I had this weird thing. I didn't realize your subs don't come with you they don't update the subs for 3 to 5 days, right? So I have this channel where I can actually perform to nobody, and then I thought I just wanted to. I don't know. I just didn't feel like leaving it as HFMIC of Bex. I was actually thinking of going on Bex Rants and spell it R.A.N.T.S just because I did the HFMIC of Steve. And I really find recreationally arguing is fun.
Oh,
Okay.
that rant
That-
guy. You know what's weird? I've known that rant guy for like 4 years. Like before I
Yeah.
knew it. Yeah, I don't even know. He randomly appeared on my channel. Man, how the fuck you? Long time ago, before he was like came on before he got back on the internet. Yeah, I know him and his wife for a long time.
Oh, I sure
work.
loved seeing his wife with him. Just brings such a gentler side of him. I don't know if you've seen his dad or met his dad. His dad was on TML like in the last couple of weeks, Pops. And like they were both born with a serious case of the know-it-alls. And you got to respect it, right? Like you just got to respect it. Like actually in my
Serious case
conversation
of
with
what?
Grant,
You cut out when you said that.
the know-it-alls. Like they just he got this from his dad. Like they know it all. And it's impressive when somebody's so unwavering on their own understanding, right? And I'm sure I can see it because I probably have a lot of it myself. But when
Well,
I watched
noticed,
his dad, man, his dad is super. You think Rant's like something, you get his dad in a conversation. Pops is like unwavering, man. That guy's a retired cop. He knows fucking everything. And he says it with such assertion. When you see Rant, he does it too, but then you get Mims in there and Mims says something and he's like, yeah, she made me think. And it was just so cute to see this gentler side. Like they're just they complement each other very well. But this idea of
I think the key word, Bex, is the identifying marker with your traits and personality is the extended rant. I don't know if that's in the psychological field that would be considered disorder, but I don't ascribe to what's deemed academic psychology. I do see this
I don't know that
as
it's always considered a psychological disorder. I would say that people are willing to put it in that framework because I've admitted to being depressed. It's actually my social anxiety manifests as hypersocialization. I love to perform stand-up comedy. I was given 3 minutes. I used to teach in university where you're given an hour, I know I can go on for a long time, a lot longer than others, but I'm not talking about other people. I was, most of the time I was telling my own stories. So again, we're pathologizing in a neurotypical framework based on the little bits of information I've given people, and the fact that for 6 months people have been allowed to pathologize me, right? And so
Right.
I'm going to tell you, so we can take all of that information is a very there's a sound assessment of what you're saying. I'm not discrediting what you're saying, but I'm saying if we take all the other tidbits of information that people want to gaslight me with, right? Like say, oh, she doesn't have
Well, I'm
Asperger's,
taking, here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the present. I'm looking at the here and now, and the personification that you're projecting with the here and now. And it's a I'm trying to stay away from any type of psychological identification, but more personification of energies. You have a heavy projected energy that sustains itself for prolonged periods. How's that? That's an identifying marker to me recognizing you at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just an observation at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an identifying marker. It's not an insult. Don't take it because it's not. It's just a trait, a metaversal trait that is identified with you at this moment. Your presence and Bex as an entity on the metaverse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can relate to certain things there. Like for example, for me, like I had a dad. I'm sure other people can relate to this. Where no matter what you did, it was never good enough. You know what I mean? You got a fucking 90, you should have got a fucking 100. You know, you fucked up. There's 10%. You know, where's the other 10%? Type thing. So then, what that usually does, it creates a psychological profile or a subconscious program in the mind that you always want to kind of seek approval from people. Caring what people think too much, and that I can see that. Unless that's broken, you can change that. But like as a child,
See,
that's how
here's the part that I find interesting, is that like whatever people are taking and thinking about me, I have done under 40 hours of live streaming on my own channel in 3 months. And I've only had a channel for 6 months. So technically, whatever impression people have, maybe it's 50 hours, right? Like I'd have to go back and look. But to be honest, like from the moment I purchased the $96 deal, like I can go back and look and yeah, I'm definitely no more than 60 hours in 3 months, which is 20
the point
hours
of me
a
bringing
month.
that up is it's obvious, right? You're an emotional person, which is normal. It's fine. It's energy and motion. It's a tool that can be harnessed and that. And you also care way too much about what fucking people think or say.
But this is where Cage. This is where you guys aren't actually witnessing evolution because you're going on memory.
But I see it now. I see now. It's not the fact that you're still talking about it though constantly. Every time I see you, and I interact with you, means it does affect you. There's a reason why you're talking about
what? Because Axis brought up these conversations.
No, these different things in general. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, continue to psychoanalyze and pathologize all you want to. Even my response to that, you're going to say is emotional when I'm just being rational and using words.
I'm not judging.
So the reputation, this is what I'm just going to say to you guys. So I've been online publicly for 9 months, right? 3 of those months were mostly seen on London's channel, right? People weren't following me while I hung out at Charles or went and visited and met other people, So ultimately, other than that, the experience was on my channel, and then whatever other channels I went to join after some of the choices I made, and then after some of the content was made about me. So what you guys are going on is 3 months in the middle of a 9-month experience that you're projecting into the now, right? That I can't enunciate or be passionate without somebody calling me emotional or saying that I'm still talking about something where other people brought it up, not me. You interviewed me. Right. So just to be clear,
You're projecting
I'm more
personification.
talking to Cage about this, right? Because Cage
Okay,
doesn't watch
okay,
my channel. Cage doesn't follow
yeah,
me around places. Not that you're following me around, but Cage doesn't see me other
no,
places. And whatever he's
I'm just talking.
experiencing now,
I'm talking about the interactions I have between me and you, either when we're on a panel together, like Accesses, or most of the time on mine when you show up,
mhm,
right? That's what I'm talking about. So
mhm,
I don't know. I can't say
but
because I don't watch other panels. I only participate,
yeah,
so I don't know what's going on
but
with
that's where
all these
I'm
people
saying,
and
like,
all this shit.
literally whatever people are going off about, or projecting into me as a permanent, or even they're not willing to witness the fact that I have learned to be concise. I have I don't react from an emotional place 9 times out of 10. There's nothing wrong with emotions. People on the
Well, that's what I'm
internet love
saying.
to
It's energy.
overvalue.
It's energy
Yeah,
in
yeah, people.
motion. It's a very powerful,
Yeah,
natural thing to have. It's a.
yeah.
who
It's just like
who
And
if
said
it's
that?
used correctly.
people love to
Yeah.
overvalue rationalization online. We're human
Who
beings. If we
who
want to
said you
laugh
shouldn't show
together online,
emotion?
we should be. Pardon?
Who said you shouldn't show emotion?
Oh,
That's a human. That's
everyone online is always saying they're getting in their feelers. They shouldn't, I mean, to each other, not just me. People say it all the time, right? Especially the men to each other, right? When they call each
that's
other
a part of the
girls,
human
you know?
experience. Is
No, actually,
emotion is a part of
you're
the.
right. In real life, people will tell each other, but even in real life, people are governing each other's emotions. Online, it's 1,000 times worse. People just only value rationalization out here. So I've learned to be a very way less reactive person.
Well,
Someone you
that's a
should
part
really
of the
watch my.
trinity of creation, if you want to call it thought, emotion,
Hmm.
and action.
Hmm.
When you have all those working symbiotically in a correct way, you
Yeah,
get work done. You know,
So I
that's
yeah.
what
consider
work is.
people either
But it would.
transmitters or receivers. They're nodal points. So
Mm-hmm.
you're actually um, amplifying your reception and kind of almost exaggerating your transmission. Overemphasizing is what I'm going to say with your
I
transmission
definitely am a performer.
because of the intensity of your reception. That's what,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not a judgment call. That's just an observation because I can't pass judgment. I'm not going to. I can
Well,
see
yeah, but
development
again,
and change.
most of the time we're going on. Most of the time, I would say we're going on memories of 3 or 4 months ago, right? Like, I'm not saying that there hasn't been moments in the last 3 or 4 months where I haven't, been more like that. But if you were to follow my progression, you would see that most of that is a first impression. Uh, it's a first impression thing that because I was so talkative and sensitive and willing to and seeking social validation, that most people can't see the growth that's occurred in me.
Right. I see the growth. I
Yeah.
believe me, your development hasn't gone unnoticed. But the fact that the metaverse has applied itself into your life with such a heavy presence, that to me is intriguing. Um, this to me is my
You mean
social
into my
life.
metaversal life, not my real life?
Well, I'm watching how the metaverse is kind of affecting your actual physical being outside of the metaverse.
In a
What
good
I'm
way.
hearing,
Yeah.
right, to you,
Yeah.
to you conceive it as development and progression forward. And I'm just the observer. I'm not
Hmm.
experiencing what you're experiencing. You're the one experiencing your life because it's a solo endeavor. But the
Well, yeah, and then
observations, go ahead, go
please
ahead.
go on. No, you go on. You go on. Sorry.
But from the observation perspective, I've always tried to retain myself very neutral with you. And I have noticed the development and I've watched the progression and I've seen the effects that it's made on your presence, um, your character, and I've seen it also kind of bleed over into how you conduct yourself in real life because when you lay that back to us, when you're at a bus stop talking to strangers, or how much time you spend away from, the internet, it almost sounds like a drug addiction that you're battling, and you're developing a sense of being able to deal with the addiction, the internet, and develop a reckoning with it.
Well, and that's
If
where I
I'm
would
not
say
out of
that,
bounds.
yeah, no, you're not out of bounds, but it's not, part of it was the socialization, right? I was already isolated before 2020. I mean, I was working and stuff, but I love being at home alone. I love being at home, so when the plague hit and the government paid us to stay home, I was like, game on, MNFers. Like, I trained my whole life for this. Like, I was fine. What I would say, the aspect that's missing is that what happened on YouTube with this truther fucking nonsense bullshit was brainwashing, right? So a lot of it was brainwashing. So we wiped the slate clean with we all knew that there was a level of indoctrination in school. That's part of what had us being conspiracy theorists or truth seekers. When you look at some of the information sets that had us, I'm not addicted to YouTube any more than I was 3.5 years ago when I was consuming what I thought was intellectual content. It was bullshit and it was brainwashing. And this whole red pill nonsense is bullshit. Okay. So I'm not just detaching from this app in terms of like the paneling junkie aspect of it, which is definitely was an addiction, but definitely one that I've watched people this week. There's a whole crew that went straight from TMLs to maybe sleeping for 2 hours to OTWs to Jack Talcott's to Jeff, like I'm just saying, like there was a whole bunch of people that stayed up for like 2 days straight recently. It was insane,
Right,
and
right. I
people want
observed.
to
I
isolate,
observed those people.
yeah. So, with me, I would say that, I've been moving. I knew even before I came, as soon as I came out from Lou's chat up onto London's panel, I already knew. We had conversations about this whole, like, I remember talking to London and Phil about this, like, loyalty to each other in a chat room. I'd been hanging out in the same chat room for 1.5 years, watching the content creator devolve into basically flirting with another man online the entire time. Right? It's fucked up shit, but I'm in there because my friends are in there every day. So what I think is the important aspect that's missing in the story of Beck's, like, detaching from this app and using it for what she wants to, is the fact that I unbrainwashed myself. And half the people out here, most of the people out here spewing literal nonsense as a piece of a puzzle, right? Running around for 4 years screaming about wanting the elites to die, is disgusting to me. Right. And I started my own channel because I was sick of sitting on panels listening to people loop about a piece of a puzzle 9 months ago, just as much as people are sick of listening to me use too many words to talk. Right. And that's their
That's
right.
why with
I think
So
people
this
for
throw
me,
these.
just to be clear, it's the lack of schism that exists in my brain now, where other people are running
Axis, you're
around.
gonna say something quickly.
Yeah, please
yeah,
do. Please interrupt.
that's what I'm kind of promoting in this platform is, that take and that aspect, and hopefully that personification and development of moving forward is promoted here.
Yes.
Speculation is not something I want to endeavor in. Definitely no drama, and kind of definitely forward thinking is definitely promoted,
I
and
think
individuality.
Yeah, and I think people use this term. You mentioned, "Oh, my friends are there." I think people use this idea of friends, this term "friends," way too loosely. Eh? It's like, have you met these people in real life? Have you sat down and talked to them for real? No, or just people online. They're just like a fucking avatar. There's someone online. Even if you've seen them, they're just a person. Like they're not. It's not like a real human connection. I think people throw
Well,
that friends on. I think there's like internet friends and then there's actual friends. It's like a bit different than.
Yeah, but I would still say there's actual friends, internet friends, and then internet quote unquote friends, right?
The
So
people,
I do have 10 or 12 people that I talk to behind the scenes that
It's like the
I
same way
met.
people use love or hate, right? They throw that like way too loosely around. Like for me, if I don't know you in person for over 10 years, I'm not calling you a friend. Okay.
when
So
I was
that's
traveling
just the way I
around
deal with it.
and I actually met some of the people that I was interacting with on We Are Awake, um, I found that 1/3 of them are genuine. They are in real life who they are in the chat and interactions. The other 2%, or the 2 out of 3, they were a little less than their presentation in chat rooms and their projections, whether it be good or bad, in chat. So I will testify to 1/3 of the people that I met were genuine. The other 2 were not holding up to
And
their
33,
character.
33, it's like 33% were genuine to your knowledge
I know.
from what you can see, from your observation.
Right, and that's physically meeting them. Um, I will say that Kendra Flynn, who I went to Texas and stayed there for sometimes up to a week or longer, was a genuine character. Who she is online and who she was online is exactly who she is in real life. And I still consider, we stay in communication. I still consider her friend. But I met quite a few people when I was out there. But she's one that I can definitely say lived up to what she personifies. I don't know if you remember Kendra or not, Cage, but she was around the time that whenever you first started showing up on We Are Awake.
Sounds familiar. Sounds familiar.
Yeah, but you're right. 33% were genuine, and the others were just characters.
Well, and then but that's one way. There's I have two lines of thinking that I could take this on. One is you can only get to know to someone to the depth that they're willing to know themselves or share with you. So that
There's always another mask, exactly.
yeah.
Some
So
people live with each
even
other for years,
yeah.
for decades. They don't know who the fuck they really are.
Yeah. And
So it's like,
so that's the one line of thinking. The other is, take everybody has their own boundaries, right? Own definitions of things. So Cage has let's say an extreme sense of family and friends in a very protective way, self-protective and protective of the people he has around him, right? So that's why he's saying this
Yeah.
10-year thing. Bex clearly lacks boundaries around friends, right? Like I'm just saying, look what happened with Stiffy, right? Like, not that he was my friend, but I'm just saying clearly, other people with stronger boundaries would assess out that person and not go there per se, knowing that this person could flip on people or what have you. So there's
yeah,
a in
these psychic,
between.
but there's a
Yeah.
direct correlation between the boundaries you set and then this, if you want to call it psychic vampirism or mind control, even that. If you don't have
But that's
strong
where
boundaries, then you're more susceptible for this fucking shit to happen.
But that's where I would say that, like, for a long time, in my real life, I have been used by people, exploited by people. I've known it's happening. I've also was unaware of, sort of my stepmom's influence as a covert narcissist on how I picked female friends. And for the most part, that's probably why I sort of stand out different with people and people can even question. I've mostly had male friends in my life, right? I just get along with men better. And so I didn't know about these women. Okay. I've never been someone who's lied about a pregnancy. I, in fact, have mostly paid Dutch on dates. I never wanted people to think I was a gold digger. I've never dated a man for his money. I don't wear makeup. I'm not good at seducing people, although it is easier as a woman. Like, there's just so many aspects of me that I'm not a game player like that. Now, I'm not
It doesn't
innocent.
really matter what women you
You know,
are. That's there's a reason why you get together, get along better with men, though. It's obvious, But
You have
it's
a heavy anchor into this reality, Bex.
well,
More
and
so than me.
that's where I would say that maybe one of the reasons that I've been able to do that, and maybe why I would classify myself as neurodivergent when it really is just a different, we're all on a spectrum of differences. I would say you can't be a vamp. My hope cup doth overfloweth. Okay. So when you have as much faith as I have, even if I don't express it in a religious term, people can gravitate towards that, because as much as they can suck out of me, I just keep producing. So
Yeah, you definitely have an abundance of projected energy. There's a lot of
yeah,
Bex.
so I think that that's one thing I've learned on YouTube is actually, especially in the last month, and as we head into season 7 of the Bex Factor. Um, I know I passed. I don't even know what Tommy's lore is, but Bex is in season 7 of the Bex Factor. That it's I feel a lot more capable of allowing that my own energy to flow, and allowing people to take what they want and use it for what they want, in a way that's not going to detrimentally affect me. Now, if that means that I'm not following people who are talking about me, so it looks like I'm avoiding, no, that's just because I don't fucking care anymore. Right? I can't stop it. I can't change it. Do what you will, but I'm not going to run around trying to see how I fit in socially in groups of people who want to just make content of me. It's not my thing. Now I know that
I
that's
find
crazy,
it.
because I went up to
I,
Stiffy's that day and performed well. And there's been cases where I want people to stream and see what I did, right? So I'll have to find balance in between that and do my own sussing out of where I want to be. But as somebody who's retracting from YouTube, and getting back to her real life, it's just a good measure for now, because it helps me get back to my
I
real
re-
life.
it's interesting to me that you can identify personifications of identity of other people, and I know to use, this is kind of a social media is kind of a drug, because you sound, and don't take this the wrong way or an insult, like an addict dealing with the addiction. And whenever you identify a personification of character and you're developing yourself either towards or away from that character, I find that a heavy, heavy look into sociology and how sociology applies to social media. You're an absolute um, plethora of research and learning, just because of the nature of how you're dealing with the internet and how you're dealing with social media. Your take
Well,
is
and to be clear, the once we got past the consumption of information, it's not a social media addiction, it's a social addiction, and it happens to be on media, and
okay.
because you can socialize with groups of people. So I'm not the dopamine. I know that when I was doing the paneling like crazy, it was a dopamine thing, but it was also a social starvation thing. So now that I understand that this metaverse can only take me so far socially, it's time to go back out into the real world and make real life connections, right? So that's where I would say people want to blame it on the media aspect of the socialization. No, I was homebound. We all got Stockholmed. I chose to consume information. I chose to hang out in chat. I chose to socialize, so people could say, oh, you want the attention because you're on your channel. No, I wanted the socialization. And the more I studied the chat and the more I did different things around, the more I understood the nature of this app and the nature of how people can play with people on this app, whether it's in jest or whether it's a game to them or whether it's with malintent, you know? And so I study people. I love studying people. You know, I love the fact that when I was coming in as zero, I can literally say two words to somebody who's been shit talking me for 6 months and doesn't even know me and has never been on panel. I say 2 words, right? And they're like, oh, they look shocked. You know, Bex gets called a troll when she speaks the truth to somebody, but everybody can speak about Bex. It's disgusting. It's
It's inter-
disgusting. It
it's
disgusts me.
interesting because I'm sitting here and I'm observing because I was an addict, and I binge and purge, and it for me, looking at what's transpiring in the moment, it's an intense, almost like whenever you would inject heroin, because you're an addict and you get that rush in the feel and then the warmth and the effects of the heroin.
Mhm.
I'm observing you in this state on this panel, kind of like in the course of after the
Yeah,
injection.
I think you're projecting your own drug addiction into my language of rehab, to be honest.
It could be. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna
So,
I'm not
and
gonna
I appreciate that.
disagree.
I've been using the 12-step model language all along, and I know that that's, if you go back to August or September, um, uh, definitely there was definitely an aspect of that, but it was from lack of socialization, not because I don't get high, you know. So that's where I would say that again, it's, you know, it's always, the observer is always putting things into their own framework and their own experience. So I'm not saying this with judgment to you. I'm saying I've never been a drug addict. I have
Okay.
never had a substance abuse problem, right? I've never been an alcoholic. Um,
See,
Oh,
even food is not something that's a problem for me to the point of obesity.
that,
My sedentary nature has me being overweight, but I'm not obese, right? I'm a beautiful, well-rounded woman. I'm not what people say I am, you know? So whatever rehab, whatever language I was using, you know, I am willing to go back to the beginning of my own, having my own channel. And even further back than that, I was spending 6 to 8 hours a day on Charles' channel and hitting another link,
really,
you know. Yeah, I was on Charles' channel a lot. So that being said, there's definitely, but that was all just hanging out with quote unquote friends, you know, after we'd do a 2 or 3 hour build, and then we'd get to the point of just playing music together and stuff, right? So
because
um
I'm
so
when I'm in the course
I
when I'm in the
you know,
course of experiencing
now
my
actually,
interaction
yeah, let
with,
me recorrect, okay? Because there's lots of times I hung out with Benton, a huge surge of time hanging out with Stiffy, right? Where literally the hours spent doing this goes way beyond just my own channel. So let me just reassess there and be like, well into November, I was still definitely spending a lot of time in a day on a panel talking to someone. But again, I would argue it's socialization more than dopamine, right? It was
okay,
for
because
conversation.
from my what I'm trying to I guess metaphorically relate to you is whenever being, you know, involved in drugs legally, uh, in the middle of or while you're in that state of being under the drug is a satisfying state, and you pull that feeling and energy because that's why you take the drug, to get that feeling and to observe. And this is just metaphorically, it would be like someone who took the shot of heroin and they're in that state of influence, and whenever you're online in interacting with people, it's kind of like that's the relation that I can.
Do you get that
uh
online?
no, This is
Then I
completely.
would just say then I'm just again going to say that you're projecting your experience of drugs and my language.
I'm just, yeah. That's why I said metaphorically. I'm trying to identify with you and your
But
approach
do you see
to
me
the
like,
internet.
so do you see Tarek? I'm just going to pick on him as someone who's been paneling a lot lately. Do you see the same thing in him?
Whenever I watch Trek, well, the thing now is he's got these trolls following him around, and they're using sock accounts with his name and various things. So it's hard to pinpoint him at this moment. But prior to this, I've watched him use his social skills, to be able to achieve acceptance into different channels and platforms. If you understand what I'm saying with him, because he went from Paul's and then diversified, and there's Talcott diversification. He goes to Z. There's another diversification. There's a core to him that's identifiable, but there's also a chameleon in a social manner on this platform.
Mm-hmm. But this is
That's
where
my
I would say, independent of my monologuing on my own channel, if you're not saying the same thing about Tarek or Snafu Snaps or what was his
They're
name,
all
Mr. Pie,
addicted to it. Oh, every
Mr.
single
Pie
person,
today,
including myself.
then
I ain't
again,
gonna.
go ahead,
Go ahead,
Cage,
I'm
go ahead.
Cage.
saying it's everybody. It's everybody, including myself. We're all here, aren't we?
Yeah. And that's where I'm going to say strongly that, my addiction comes to the social aspect of it, period.
Okay,
And
I can
now
relate.
definitely, yeah. And I would say influenced by what I thought was people that were genuinely interested in me and what
Well,
I
it's
had to
more
say,
for me.
right?
I'm trying to be of service in a way. So what I do is I
Mm-hmm.
quietly plant seeds that I probe into people's minds, even if they don't know it. Unfortunately, that's what I do. Sorry to say it. At least I admit it. And it does
Right.
have some good benefits around for people.
I,
Guaranteed.
I've
For example, for
I've
Bex over here, look, you've cleaned up and you're going outside. Perfect. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched your interactions, Cage, on panels, and I know that at certain times you get pigeonholed as by even the host or panelists or the chat. They kind of pacify you or take you as a novelty in your personification. But I've talked with you personally in distress and in good energy and spirit. And some of the personification that you're pigeonholed with is an identification marker that they've chosen to put on you. I understand that, but I also understand that your development and what you have to offer is sometimes overlooked with that prejudice and that sense of rejection that you get or identified as a disruption. I pointed that out way back with whenever you first started showing up on We Are Awake News. I was like, they're dismissing you, Cage. I mean, doesn't that bother you? And you were like, no. And then now that I have
That should be
personal,
expected. That should be expected
yeah.
if you're trying to do this, right? That's what you're gonna get, but
Mm-hmm.
they're not really. It works. It works either way. You know, you'll see
Well, I know what
eventually.
my personal experiences with you is, you've been patient with me, and I've been excessive at times, and I consider Cage Reality, your channel. When I go there, it's kind of like at one point in time, it was a metaphysical hospital for my shortcomings, which you helped me get over and overcome with positive reinforcement. So, I see value in you. I see value in your words, and I even see value, in other people that have been pigeonholed and put up against the wall or dismissed. And the observation that I'm taking is more of a sociological observation of how people dismiss, interact, live in the past, the present, or projecting into the future, and how that applies to the character personification that comes across, whether on panel or in chat. But to me, it's just an observation. But I've had personal interaction with you, Cage, on a pretty heavy level, especially when I first started coming to your channel, if you remember. I understand a lot of what you're going through, Bex, because I went through it in real life with substance, and Cage was.
No, but that's where I'm gonna. Can you please just keep your projection to yourself? Because I've already
I don't
tried
think
to,
he's trying to
you know.
project. I don't think he's trying to project. I think what it is he's trying to relate something that he can relate
I
with
know, but
himself.
I still think that you're putting it. I think that you've taken I think you've taken something I was riffing on, right?
Mhm.
And you're undervaluing the valid criticisms I took from people trying to where some other people would have gotten hurt from content. I took the best of the criticisms and ran with them. So, like what I'm trying to say to you is that making the analogy between my behavior and heroin addiction, it's all based and hinged on this rehabilitation word that I used, right? And
Okay,
even
let
Truther
let me give you
Anonymous.
this
So
then, and
I just find it a little bit insulting, to be honest. Like, and I'm not reacting from an emotional place. I've just tried 2 or 3 times to clarify for you when you're actually projecting your life and experience onto
okay,
my.
I'm gonna give you something else here, Beck.
Yeah.
I at one time was the scourge of the internet. Okay, I was scorned, hated, mocked, insulted. I took all that and I took it in stride. I was a Satanist. They blocked me from channels. I was a disruptor. I was horrible things. And till they learned and understood the character that I am.
Mhm.
So I can
But
relate in that way too.
yeah, and I can appreciate that because it doesn't really matter what someone's being like isolated for. It's just that, I'm not an antagonist. I'm not an instigator. I'm not a troll. I'm not like I don't go and pick fights with people. I don't respond with content made of me with the content in kind, like I'm not perfect. I've definitely emotionally reacted. I was out here telling everybody what to say and not to say. And then I evolved in 5 months to telling people, like, why would I even try to tell you what to say? So I'm not somebody who ran around being a scourge. I'm just a woman who had a channel with 120 people subs, and I drew 35 people to hang out in my chat. Right.
Okay.
So, I'm not, I think what I'm trying to say is that focusing on this, like comparing it to heroin addiction, is actually the
Well, I
wrong
just
side of
dismissed
things.
that. Yeah, I
You know,
just
Well, they
dismissed
play on
that.
the same. They play on the same receptors, though. Same with
yeah, but
sugar.
that's
Same
where
with
I'm
anything else.
telling you guys
That's
that,
offensive to
like, can we
her.
just read?
That
How is that
No, I'm
offensive?
not. Offended is the wrong word. Offended is the wrong word. I feel like you're not
insulted.
like you
Okay, that's what you
no,
said. You said
yeah,
insulted.
and I again, but maybe that was a little bit that's a little bit just because I'm feeling frustrated because I'm 3 times into trying to help you see where you're projecting your experiences onto me,
Well,
and I
I
appreciate.
changed my
No, but I
perspective.
appreciate that because what you're doing is empathizing. What you're doing is
Yes.
empathizing, right? So I'm not discrediting your empathy by actually showing you where you're
But through
projecting
the
and trying to
physiology.
clarify.
No, but it's
Yeah, but
directly linked to it, though. It's working on this. Social media literally plays the same receptors as any kind of drug or or sugar or any of that does. So
yeah.
there is like a direct relation to it. You know,
but
it's
as
not just a
somebody
projection.
whose engagement with her telephone on a social media aspect is down, like tens of percentages every month, right? I would say that from the moment of seeing the problem, I curbed it and went back to my real life, right? Now, I know that some of that has been having conversations with friends on the phone about YouTube, right? So I wasn't still, but that's why I'm saying that you want to diminish it to biology when I'm trying to point out what, even Benton is saying in the chat that, the real life social connections aspect of this life is over with, right?
Well, it's about
Like,
choice too, right? Anyone has the
so,
ability and choice to simply not engage, right? So it's about
so,
choice too. But then
so,
what's
yeah,
the draw? What's that inner draw that people have towards it? Subconsciously,
I like hanging
it's
out with,
affecting
yeah.
brain chemistry. It's hitting the dopamine receptors. It's a feedback loop, purposely
Yeah, but when
designed to
you
do that.
reduce it to biology, every time people want to reduce it to biology, do you believe
I'm
in
not
free will?
reducing it to it. I'm saying it's a part of it. Yes, you have a free will.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
You
So
have the choice to engage.
free
It's
will
simply
is way, way, way stronger than
Yeah,
dopamine,
it is. No one's
right?
putting a
It's
gun
way
to your head
stronger
and
than
forcing you to do
dopamine.
it.
Free will is stronger than heroin. Okay?
Of course
Period.
it is.
I'll
Again,
give
it's
I'll
You
it's a
give a
know?
lot of
user's choice to engage in that. So
I'll give
Exactly.
a lot of
So
the onus is on you at the end of the day.
exactly.
So
So
that's it.
let's skip the rehab talk simply because I made a spoof of it and actually was trying to create a place in my room where where people were sitting
Well, some
in
people don't care. Some people would rather do drugs and be homeless and live like a certain
yeah.
lifestyle than actually,
So
some people would
I'm
rather
not
have that. They
trying
don't
to
want to go through that.
deny the biological connection. I'm trying to amplify the free will choice that I made to socially engage on this app for 12 hours a day. I'll tell you, even when I wasn't socially engaging, I was listening to 18 hours of content in 12 hours in 2020. I used to listen to everything on 1.5 and 2 speed so much that I actually would go out in the real world and I couldn't even speak because I spoke too fast and people didn't understand. Right.
these
So
are pretty
even
profound
before I was,
effects.
Yeah,
hmm?
it's like you're
Um,
tweaking off fucking speed now or something. Oh no, it's
right.
like
These are
they're
pretty
getting the method.
profound, really profound effects of the effect that social media has
Yeah,
and the
but that's where I would
interaction.
never. Here's what I'm going to tell you with my brain and my intellect. Okay. It was my brain that was giving, like, it's the information that my brain was taking in more than it was the fucking Black Mirror bullshit frequency fucking nonsense. Okay. Like, can people not understand that when you're sitting and consuming content and you go to a content creator's channel, like I'll just pick Michelle Gibson. Okay. Or I'll pick Michelle Gibson because I spent a long time on her channel learning about history, right? And I was never interested in history, let alone American history. Okay, but this woman had a way of telling stories that I could just sit and absorb this factual information and her research where I would, I could sit with Michelle Gibson for 12 hours where I was doing 18 hours of her content or more and learning with no chat, just watching videos, listening and doing my household chores. So people can say it's the frequency and the dopamine. No, it's my intellectual brain loving the challenge of learning that much stuff from somebody. Right.
Challenge.
So, pardon
That's
me?
the identifying challenge. That's the identifying key word.
Yeah, my brain loved it. My brain loved it. And you can call it dopamine. My brain loved to have its own free thoughts and its own free will inspired by Michelle Gibson. Or I could list off 100 other content creators all the way down to where I ended up coming out onto a panel and beyond. Right?
Do you
So,
feel that maybe this is a compensation for something that you missed or lacked in life? Just
no.
asking.
No.
No?
I've answered this question 3 times in many ways to you guys tonight. So, what I'm trying to explain to you is it's socialization. It's
Okay.
socialization, right? So they evolved this information stream into live chat and socialization
Yeah,
while we
yeah,
were
but
Stockholmed in
Bess,
our house.
the example you just made was Yeah, you're just watching information. You're learning. That's way
So
different than
no, this is
interacting
not
on
a
these panels
trauma
like this one.
response. This is a brain that could only
Yeah,
read through her eyes so fast, but can learn through her ears and her eyes at 100 times the speed that her own eyes could only ever take out of a book. Right?
Are
So
you
why would
are
it?
you taking in consideration your peer group? Because your experience is a diversified experience compared to the average. Do you ever take into consideration that the average, putting you into a diversified category, uh, do you ever consider them or take them into consideration whenever you're engaged in social interaction?
yeah. If you
Because,
usually feel like you're the smartest one in the room, then you should be in a different room. You know.
right,
So
because I have to hide and remove a lot of my identity, and I completely do not utilize certain resources whenever I'm dealing with socialization over social media. But I take that into consideration only because of my peer group and their inability, with some being the majority, uh, uh, unable to deal with or tolerate or even grow from what I have to offer and what I'm doing. In that, I always have to take into consideration now the peer group because I'm diversified. You know, I can saturate with evil, I can saturate with darkness, but I reserve that for the sake of my peer group and for the sake of information being exchanged. What do you do that? Do you ever take on the whole concept of your entire peer group and how you are so diversified individually that it's like a square peg in a round hole? Because I am. Cage knows
Um,
that.
I guess that's
I
where, that's the social, I didn't come out to YouTube to teach anything, right? I didn't start a channel with a purpose other than being able to control who was on and not on the panel because I didn't want to listen to the same people say the same thing every fucking day. It didn't make a difference because everybody, even in the real world, is looping to some extent. So I'm not trying to blame any particular characters I was hanging out with any more than just my own frustration with the information train stopping a lot, like long before I started my channel. So, but to answer your question about, so if I'm, teaching a classroom statistics, I'm going to be focused on uh, teaching them statistics, right? If I'm just having conversations with people online and I have no idea the capacity of those people, no, I'm never going to assume them to be less intelligent than I am or less um, interested or humorous or anything to try and conform to what I think that those people are going to need or be. I'm just going to be myself.
see.
So,
I have to take into consideration my peer group whenever I'm dealing with social media or interactions with
but
my
what do
peer
you call
group
your
in a
peer
social
group? Like
manner.
the people, the peer group are the people in the room. So like, in this room, you've got this type of people. In this room, you've got this type of people. Or what is your peer
No,
group
it's
online?
my peer group online is many different platforms and
But on
everything from
specifically on YouTube, what would you constitute? How would you conform to your peer group? Like I get that the two of us, the three of us on stage, that's a different setting than, being on a panel where suddenly three strangers hit your link and you're talking to them. Obviously, there's going to be a level of conformity to start the conversation, to get to know people, to
I don't
figure out what to talk
conform.
about.
I just reserve information. I
Mm.
hold back um, very
Oh,
pronounced information.
I definitely, as much as people wouldn't be able to witness it. I could sit with almost every content creator I've ever sat with and show them where I submitted to them, even if I challenged them.
So I don't
Right?
consider it
So
submission. I'm
yeah,
just
but I'm just saying,
reserved.
I'm saying submitting to the host in terms of letting the host take control of their own show. Right? So whether that host is quiet and listening most of the time, or whether that host is someone who wants to tell me their perspective on something, like as much as I will challenge intellectually or even get reactive or defensive, I could still show you, I could take you to almost every channel and show you where I was submitting, like I was allowing not allowing, I wasn't challenging the host like I would on my own channel. If they came
Right.
to my channel, now I'll challenge you, right? But on your platform, I'm going to do my best to see how the platform works, and definitely on a one-on-one or three-on-one, I'm going to see how the host manages the group and do my best to fit into that. So yeah, I guess I do. Now I know people would say like, "Oh no, Bex, she's a feminist," right? Like she's challenged all the men. But I could actually show you that even in my challenging of many of these men, that where I definitely could show you 15, 20 cases where I just sat and listened as well and didn't challenge, because it's not my
I've
place
seen you
to,
use reserve. I will say that.
so
Out in London is where I've
So
seen
what
you
I
use
find the
reserve.
most intriguing is people's desire to pathologize me, when most of the time people are not pathologizing themselves or other people, right? So, and then when I come in, I'm called defensive, or if I use words like frustrated, I'm getting in my feelers or whatever, when I'm allowed to get frustrated. You're allowed to get frustrated when you're trying to clearly and concisely convey to someone what your intention was when you were calling something truth or rehab, or when you're explaining
Right.
to people as you retract from this app. It's not a dopamine rush, it's socialization. And I love it. I love it.
Okay.
I love people. Nothing has changed about loving people, right? Even Stiffy, okay? I don't hate him, you know? I see the best in people. I try to see the best in people, to my detriment. you know I'm more protective of myself now. I'm more savvy. Will that change my desire to engage with people? Who knows, right? Will I fall down 7 times, get up 8, fall down 20 times, get up 21? you know um I
You
don't
are
you know
definitely an interesting. You're definitely a diversified character. I will say that. You have an individual classification of personality that I would put in its own class, in its own room. Like Cage said, if we were in school, you would be in a setting that was not the generalized classroom, being
well,
taught
I
the
appreciate that,
generalized
and
information.
that's the one thing about Rebecca Broom. Okay,
Hmm.
everybody remembers her.
Okay.
Like, even in high school, even in grade 8, the grade 12s knew who I was,
Oh, I have
you know?
no doubt at
Like,
all.
and not because I was a cute little grade 8er, even though I was a cute little grade 8er, Like, part of that was just the overlap of gym class, actually. We had grade 12s and grade 8s in the same gym class. But I also know that you could go to an alumni meeting in the 5 years, in the 9-year spread that was my high school years, 4 years behind me, 4 years ahead of me, and you would probably find 30 to 40% of those people remember me. And I'm probably just being modest, and it's just, you know, who I
Well,
am, like,
if you projected in real life in school what you project in this social arena, then yeah, I could definitely see that you would be remembered and identified.
yeah,
You push that presence, whether
yeah.
you knowingly do it or whether it's subconscious, but you live out the mark. So I can absolutely see that they would remember that type of amplification of persona.
Mm. And I think, to be honest, what one of the things that's memorable about me is that I like people. and I look people in the eyes. I walk down the street, my eyes crave to make eye contact with everybody, that I pass. Now I've learned that people like to be aloof, so I learned to actually ignore the person, trying not to look in the eyes of the person who doesn't want to look in your eyes, whereas in the past I would have been like, hello, 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 hello. As I get older, I'm more understanding of what other people's don't want, so, but I'm still going to walk past that person and they're going to sense the fact that I really wanted eye contact, right? And it doesn't matter how many times in my real life I'm exploited by friends or employers or family or online,
Exploited.
maybe that, yeah.
That's an interesting take on things. Exploited. That's a pretty powerful word. Exploited. That's putting
It is a form
an
of,
intense value.
yeah. Yeah, it is a form of exploitation though. Like I learned, you can't, I call them involuntary collaborations, right? You can't and I was in enough involuntary collaborations that I started producing content that I knew people would enjoy, like hopping up and chatting with Stiffy that day, right? Like I just wanted to, right? I wanted to have some fun, and he and I had fun. The last time we talked, he had as much fun as I did. And he was like calling me crazy, and I was like, well, whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's a form of intellectual chemistry, whether it's a hate on hate or hate on ambivalence, or
Well, the
that I think.
interesting thing that I'm seeing is how you speak of yourself in second party whenever it comes to interactions with other, whether it be a content creator or a panel, or obviously you mentioned chat. You kind of express yourself in a second person. Like you're observating yourself interacting with these people, and that's
Well,
kind of
yeah.
what I'm picking up.
Well, yeah, because initially I was trying to please everybody. I was shocked that, that I was just shocked at the nature of things that I hadn't seen. I never saw any of this restreaming. I never saw any battles. I never saw anything, I never thought of it, so I was already in it when I was introduced to it, and and it is I'm not calling it like maybe exploitation is the wrong word because it sounds victim-ish, but I'm not using it that way.
Yeah, that's an
Like
intense word.
it is though. I go to work every day. When I went to work every day and did the work of 4 people working around a bunch of other disabled people like that who come in from psych wards and stuff into this warehouse where everybody's disabilities are being catered to and mine is being exploited, right? Because I'm a people pleaser, because I'll do the work of 4 people. I'll just do the work. In fact, I had to learn from this Gen Z, what the fuck am I doing slaving away for fucking $20 an hour? I'm going to go sit on the toilet and pretend I'm taking a shit for an hour, just like my coworkers. I never resented them. I never resented them for not doing their job. I resented my boss for not hiring properly. Hire more people, because I will sit there and I will do the work. It's a form of exploitation, right? So, it's kind of like, rumination is a word that is to mull over something that's, perplexing and negative, sad or grievance or anger or whatever.
Well,
But
it's
because
all programming, right? So it's like
yeah,
it's exploiting a subconscious program that's being ran into or put
so
into you a long time.
yeah, and then I would say, yeah, but just these words that people want to throw in and be like, whoa, harsh. That's why I'm saying I'm not a victim. I'm not putting out any victim energy. I'm just having an intellectual conversation about experience, And so people take rumination. If you say you're ruminating on something, I'll tell you, because it's used in the DSM-5 as a standard criteria for OCD behaviors, nobody can take the word rumination and just use it as a word outside of some psychiatric diagnosis. It's a word that meant something before it was pathologized. So
I think
your I'll look it up now, but the reaction to the word exploitation comes from it being used for trafficking or or porn, or things that have people
Well,
being
when I hear exploit, when I
legitimately exploited in their real life, whereas I'm just using it as a term of actual
well,
fact,
an
right?
exploit would be like how these apps are designed. It's made to exploit a way of of psychology, or a way of of the program, subconscious programming. For the dopamine feedback loop, for example. That's an exploit that's being done through this app.
Exactly.
So an exploit, the
Exactly.
way I look at an exploit, is kind of like in computing, right? You can use an exploit in order to take over the system, kind of thing.
I'm
So
seeing a challenging of self, and that's something that I'm observing is you are almost in competition with yourself because of what you've I want to say what you've
listen to
what
this,
you've
just so you know, an
projected.
exploit. Sorry, I appreciate it. I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying, it kind of seems like you're in competition with yourself for what you expect externally from others.
I appreciate that observation. So I do. Exploit, okay, as a noun, an exploit is a deed or an act, a notable, memorable, or heroic act. Or exploit verb is to make productive use of or utilize. That's all exploit means. To make use of meaningly, or
Search
to
up the
make use of
definition. Search up the
so to
computing
make use of
definition.
meanly or unfairly for one's own advantage. So
Yeah.
ignoring meanly or unfairly, because those are emotional terms that we would be using in real life, whereas we're talking about the metaverse here, right? We're talking
Yeah.
about an avatar and clipped uh, clipped sound bites, right? So we're not talking about me, So to make use of for one's own advantage, ignoring mean or unfair, And that being
All right.
said,
Can you read this definition? I put it in the private. It's in the
yeah.
computing. Read like a bit of that, because this it'll make perfect sense now. It's used on the human mind.
Mm-hmm.
If you look into the computing version of it.
Okay, I can
Okay, it's
relate to
coming
that
up.
heavily.
So exploit. Exploit means to take advantage of. Oh, just a second. Exploit means to take advantage of something, a person, situation, etc., for one's own end, especially unethically or unjustifiably. Exploit can mean, so again, I could see why you could see it as being used harshly given those, but I also was willing to see it as the first definition of the verb, which is to make productive use of. Okay, to make productive use of or to utilize is to exploit. But exploit can mean exploitation of natural resources, exploit computer security, video game exploit, exploitation of labor, Marxist and other sociological aspects. So just a sec, let me
Yeah,
see if we can get
labor,
there.
like you were just talking about. But read until the end of that little blurb at the beginning. It just pretty much means to hack. It's like hacking the mind, really.
But it
I understand.
also means to make productive use of. So, and that's where I would say that's probably
No,
why I get caught
it's
up in some of these
malicious, and
scenarios.
it could be malicious, or it could be
Yeah,
benign, really.
and they've got with the Greta Thunberg way of thinking, no one can see the word exploit. Exploit is just making productive use of when it comes to natural resources.
How dare you? How dare
Yeah,
you?
so when in fact to exploit a natural resource is to make productive use of it. You can't meanly use a resource to your own advantage. I guess you can with whatever nuclear weapons, and stuff like that. But ultimately, it's this is probably where I get caught up in
No,
some of
but
the big words I use.
we
Is that
got to
I use
finish
the
the
word.
rest of it, though.
Okay, just
Finish
a
the
sec. I
rest
have
of it
to.
there.
I don't know if it's. Do you want me to click on one of these the computer security one, because it's not.
If you go to classification.
Okay, classification. Just so I can see other. No, I don't. I just have history, other, see also. I don't have classification on this. Are you sure
See,
you
coming
grabbed the right link?
from with my
Let me see.
experience in the adult entertainment industry, exploitation to me takes on a defined meaning because
Mm-hmm.
of my interactions in the adult entertainment
Mm-hmm.
industry.
Just a second. I just need a sec.
Sure. But anyhow, Cage, that's how I find relevancy and exploitation and how I identify it because of my involvement in what I and how I conducted other people in the adult entertainment industry. If you can understand that.
Yeah, it's all social engineering, really. That's the type of an exploit.
Social, yeah, they're exploiting the people being engineered. Because if it wasn't for the girls that were employed by me and me being able to exploit them in the adult entertainment industry, there wouldn't have been a purpose for it other well it was revenue at the time and substance. So through the
Okay.
exploitation of go ahead.
That's where I'd say though, like, in a world where people have free will, if we were talking about a perfect adult entertainment industry where people are being remunerated like Hollywood stars, and living their best life, to exploit a natural resource is simply to make use of it,
Right.
right?
And that's what we did with
Yeah, so this idea of exploitation being meanly, unfairly, unethically done, that is all the second definition of the verb, not the
Well, yeah,
first. The first
yeah,
definition is
yeah.
to make productive use of, right? So,
Well, it's all
we
about the
associate,
intent. It's all about the intent, right?
yeah,
There could be
yeah.
malicious intent, like black
So,
hat type shit, or
yeah. So,
gray
and
hat, or
I would say the majority of people clipping or making sound bites of me, uh, uh, even the first video was likely done in good humor and even a critical analysis. When I think of specific content creators,
well let
right?
me ask you this, Bex.
Um,
Do I have permission to use sound bites to create a song using your sound bites? And
well,
it's
yeah, but
just going
why
to be
would you ask? Why would you ask permission,
well
right?
because I could intrusively do it, which I have done.
Yeah.
I've intrusively spoofed with music and imagery people, but I'm extending the courtesy of asking because I probably wouldn't create a song using sound bites of you because that's too expected. But if I have your permission to do it, then I have creative rights to be able to express you and how I view you and personify it with music.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. This comes down to the week that someone was telling me to be responsible, but a whole group tried to tell me I was responsible for what another man said on my stage, and I was like, he can say whatever the fuck he wants, right? Then the next day, Stiffy started going off about me, and I can't hold a different standard to Stiffy because he's talking about me than I could hold to the man who was on my stage talking about someone else. I'm not here to tell people what to do. Right? So you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Everybody can do whatever the fuck they want. Right? Like, I appreciate the gesture of asking and I respect that. But I also understand that doesn't imply that I disrespect the people who don't ask.
No, it was just probably an endeavor that I wouldn't have taken on but it has become a subject in my mind at the moment, and for the since about an halfway into our conversation here, I've developed a music, a sound,
Mhm.
and kind of an interpretation of you through that sound and samples. But you're here right now in front of me, so I thought I would ask because I
The
can
one thing
see
I would
that.
say, is, you know, uh, out of sake of self-respect, and I know that, like, people can do whatever they want, but if anyone's doing anything to perpetuate some image of me that the masses already have, that they just want to cater to the masses
No,
to
that would be
perpetuate that,
too common.
then
Not that
what they lose, then they just lose an audience member, me, right?
exactly, and
They lose my interaction with their panel. They lose me, that's all.
well,
So, and that's fine, because they can still clip and do whatever they want, but they'll lose me. So that's fine, because it's obviously evident that most people want to cater to their audience, and the
You're
audience has
looking
already
too
been.
deep into it. You're looking. It's just a simple
yeah,
yes or
Yeah.
no. Is that a no or a yes? Yes or a no? What is it?
right.
No.
Because
Simple.
Cage, he didn't know that I was going to do a song with him, and he appreciates it. He likes it. The
Mhm.
Aesthetic Warrior. I did
I don't
one
think it
about
is.
him.
I don't think, Cage, I don't think it's fair I don't think it's fair of you to just say yes or no to me like that. That's fine. That's how you would answer the question. I'm sharing with Axis, the way I approach interacting with people on YouTube now. And I'm not interested in hanging out with people who want to drag me and laugh at me, right? I'm not interested in people who want to just criticize me when they wouldn't
There it
take my
is.
criticism, So, if you want to feed to the mass into the mass, whatever quote unquote magic people think is going on, go ahead, right? If you want to present me in the light like Random Fam did with one of his
No, no, no,
videos
no,
of me,
no,
which is fucking beautiful,
no. That's
that's fine too. But I've said like thousands of beautiful things online, and people want to focus on the worst of me, not the best of me. So
no.
it's up to you.
That's not the identifier that I'm. That definitely not the common take of
Yeah,
Bex at
I know.
all.
But as somebody who's said her name probably over 1,400 times on his channel in 3 months now, do understand that there's going to be a reason why I'm being a little self-protective, or even a little
Okay.
over-explaining for someone like Gage, who thinks that this is just a metaversal moment where I'm over-explaining to two guys online. People are going to take this, clip it, do whatever they want with it. They're already going to do it from here, Cage. So I will respond as somebody who has been talked about for 3 months nonstop, to the point of me alchemizing it to the best of my advantage and getting back to my real fucking life. Right. So,
Yeah, I don't have any
I
malevolent
know,
intent in my
so,
creation of music with you.
even then I sound more stern, because it sounds like I don't want Axis to cater to the audience. Axis can do whatever he wants. Right. But I am going to say that if there's a level of me that only has so much time to be online now, and I'm going to hang out places where I'm not the constant content, and I'm not being clipped in sound, but into videos that actually have somebody else's voice mocking me or whatever. Like, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in
Yeah,
watching it.
that's
I'm
way
not interested
too
in what, you know?
that's way too expected. I wouldn't cater to that because that's something way too expected. That's something that is low hanging fruit where they would go. Where I go is, and if you look at even the song that I done with Cage, it's a perspective of the state of your being that's personified, not your faults, not your disposition in life or the metaverse. So I wouldn't do anything that was so expected, if that alleviates anything. To be calm and take the low-hanging fruit is just not, that's to be expected. I would, no, absolutely not.
Mm-hmm. Because the one thing that I will notice about what's happened as a result of the last 3 months with Stiffy, or 2.5 months with Stiffy, versus the group of us and the way things were evolving, is that ability for almost any chatter to just lay into me, right? Like, I've had one comment deleted by one moderator in one channel in all the times that I've been out here with all the shit being flung my way. And I'm not even talking about the content creators. I'm talking about the mob mentality of the chat, right?
Yeah,
So,
see,
and
that
those
not
people, they
here,
love to be
not
sneaky, and they love to be, they love to impress their content creators, and they love to send emails, and they love to, to find the worst of somebody. So, it's not the content creators, it's the audience and what they choose to watch, right? And how the content creators choose to express themselves and keep the audience captive. So what's changed over the last 3 months is that I supported people going into Stiffy's channel. I supported people going to Stiffy's channel for 6 months before Truth or Rehab, right? So I encourage the people who know me to go and get to know that guy. And now that guy has talked for so long, and those people have spent so much time listening to him. I've had people hop up on the chat, up on panels to talk to me about what's going on in my life and want to gossip about Stiffy and act like, and they don't even ask me how it's affecting me. And that's
well. That's
an
what I'm
audience.
observing.
Yeah, that's an audience problem. So, what I love about it is it's like that filter of, a man who has no teeth, and the way people treat him, and the way he can actually just, not wear his dentures because he can see that having no teeth allows the filter for vapid people to just like not even stand in front of him. Right. So for me, the beauty of it has actually been to see how, yeah, like I said earlier, 95%, 95 out of 100 people right now are like, and I don't care if this gets out to people, like, and they're just like, oh, let's talk more about Bex. Like, it's so vapid, and they're so easily influenced. And some of them are like, 10 accounts being held by one person anyway. Right. So, so they can sit there and talk to themselves about you, and you can think
Do
it's 2
you
or 3 people talking. So,
do you on a reality basis, whatever reality is, do you understand how this social interaction is affecting you? I'm
me?
observing it. I'm watching it right now in play. Yeah,
Well, you're the
I am.
observer, and from your perspective, who also likens my life to heroin addiction, I'm only going to take with a grain of salt,
I
even though
dismiss
I
that.
appreciate your empathy, right? So
I
whatever
told you I
you're,
dismissed the analogy.
I know, but I'm just
You
saying to
know,
you, whatever you're still going to be projecting. So you're going to sit here and say, do I understand what's happening? You tell me what you understand is happening here.
I'm just the observer, and I'm taking a
I know, but you seem to
perspective
tell me
of
you're
you.
asking me a question. You're asking me a loaded question. You have an idea already. Tell me your idea.
No, I just have a conceived perception of your projection at the
Exactly. And
moment
that's
and
your
how
conceived
social
perception.
media and your way of dealing with socializing on social media and how it affects you. I'm not downing you. I'm not degrading you. I'm not even
Of course I know how
trying
it
to
affects me. Of course I
label
know how,
you
how it affects me, because I'm someone who
because
actually
I'm
has,
seeing it.
yeah. And I think it's made me a
I
very effective communicator. So if simply because I'm pushing back to you, you think that I'm having a negative social media experience, I'm not.
no, I told you. I'm just observing the effects. I'm not judging.
Yeah, but
I'm not
that's
putting a
still the
label on it.
observation of the effects from your perspective versus the observation of the effects on me from my perspective, which is actually the only perspective that matters to me.
Right. Until you
You know?
enter the arena of your peer group. Then, if you don't take into consideration your peer group and how you project upon them, then that is a disservice to any advanced and forward movement in intellect.
All right, buddy. Good on ya.
It's just an observation.
I know, but if you think I'm not catering to my peer group in any way?
No, I think it's a disservice whenever you overpower and overwhelm with your presence. This is not all about you. Cage has barely
Oh,
got
I
to
understand.
speak. I don't know what happened to Dom, and you've completely taken over my channel
You
with your personification, which
you've
is
been asking me
unappreciated now.
questions. Okay, I'll leave
Sure,
then.
analyzing. You don't
You've
have
been
to
asking me.
leave, or you can stay. It's either
I'm
way.
happy to stay,
I'm
but
just
I've just
giving
been
you my
responding to the
observation.
questions that you've been giving me. And because I'm not responding the way you want me to, you're going to become
I'm not
antagonistic towards
expecting you
me.
to respond in a certain way
Are
at
you,
all.
do you,
You're going to respond however
I
you
have
respond.
no animosity towards you whatsoever. My heartbeat is steady and stable and has been throughout this entire conversation. And even when I
Well, I
express
hope
words like
so.
frustration or insult, so basically I'll just go back to then what Cage was saying earlier. If you're the smartest person in a room, you should probably be in another room. I'm not saying that about this room, but I'm saying that if you're saying that I'm doing myself a disservice by not dumbing myself down for the audience,
No,
then
by
that's an audience problem, not me.
overwhelming with your
Yeah,
presence. That's what I'm
you're
saying.
you're being overwhelmed. That's a you thing,
Well, I'm
not a me
I'm
thing.
I'm
eating I'm
saying
eating
this is
pistachios. What's going on over here?
Yeah.
I'm
So
saying that
so
on my
I'm
platform,
responsible.
you're being excessively projective with yourself to the point where you're almost dominating my platform.
Oh, forgive me, Axis.
It's not an insult. It's just the reality of the situation.
You're feeling dominated and overwhelmed, but that's a you problem.
No,
See, that's
I'm
the thing about
saying
Bex. That's the thing
my
about you
channel.
guys and Bex. Okay, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to go. Everything that I experience is my fault, and everything that you experience is my fault too. Grow up.
That's okay. That's your statement. You know, stand on that. But I will not allow someone to take over with their projection and personification on this platform ever again to that degree. You still with me, Cage?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I was just eating
Okay.
I was eating some pistachios, bro. Personally.
Okay. Well, I'm about ready to end this stream, but I'm not going to allow anyone to over amplify this platform in such a projected self serving manner. No, not ever again. Do you understand what I'm saying, Cage?
Yeah, people deal with things differently in that. You know, I don't really
Over
let it affect me.
amplification.
So
Well, it took away from the possibility of someone else being able to express themselves or even enter this platform because of an overemphasization of a personality. That's just
yeah,
my take
personally,
and
I'm just not.
aspect on
I'm
it.
not big on constantly bringing up other people and that talking about people. I'm not big on that really. That's why I didn't really say
Right,
much.
right. I think I allowed that to go on entirely too long, and I think that instead of the beginning and the first 4 hours of this being a forward moving platform, we wound up with a heavy personification of individualized repetition. And I'm going to leave it at that. But the next time I live stream, you know, for anyone that's listening or watching, I'm not going to allow over amplification. If you can't stop yourself and contain yourself to allow others to express themselves, then I'm probably going to wind up backrooming you. So that won't ever happen again. But anyhow, Cage, it's a pleasure to have you. Is Dom's icon is still up here, but I don't know if he's still
He's probably
online.
sleeping or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but we had some pretty heavy conversation going. I don't. Well, yeah, you were in on that at the tail end of it before. You know, I didn't realize that there was going to be such a boisterous projection. You know, I feel disrupted. So live and learn, I guess.
Oh, there's still value in it. There's value in everything, you know.
Right, right. I agree. I agree. You know, there's something to be taken from it, but it kind of if you're going to project that heavy on individualized idealism, do it on your own channel. You know, I would rather deal with forward movement and forward thinking and progression and ideals that are useful as tools and being able to survive this existence with the right set of information and tools being given to them through information. And on that, Cage, it's been a pleasure. I've enjoyed the stream. I appreciate everybody that's listened, and I appreciate the people that's come to the panel. This has been quite the experience. What do
Yeah,
you
thank you
think,
for
Cage?
having me.
And absolutely, Cage. Absolutely, you're always welcome. You know, I try and keep it open for the
I dropped a link
individualized.
in the back private chat. If check it out.
Okay,
I'm gonna grab a
let's
few.
see. Let's see what we got here. Uh, um. Okay, there it is. Okay, and that's a link to what now? Computer security?
I'm grabbing it right now. Yeah, hold on. And then also the Pine 64 thing I was showing you before.
Yeah, that when we were discussing the web and the analogy of how the computer is a mirrored image and reflection of the body and the interactions.
Yeah, it's very
Cool.
similar if you look into it. But yeah, thank you for having me,
Yeah,
bro. Take care.
absolutely, Cage. It's wonderful having everybody, and I appreciate everyone who showed up, listened, and paneled and in chat, or that is going to watch this, you know, after I shut it down. Uh, I appreciate and thank you all. Axis is getting ready to be out.